Close your eyes. Picture yourself on a windswept plateau where the horizon stretches into eternity. The air hums not with sound, but with time itself, heavy, ancient, alive. Beneath your feet, the earth holds its breath, guarding secrets carved in stone, buried in sand, whispered through millennia. Hidden cities rise from forgotten sands. Temples echo with chants science cannot decode. Tonight we'll journey together back to an age of lost kings, vanished empires, and mysteries that still defy our understanding. Welcome to Unraveled Secrets, 50 Ancient Mysteries, Science Street Ill Can't Explain, a 5-hour odyssey into the shadows of history. From the precision of the Sajama walls to the haunting skeletons of Rupkund Lake, we'll explore archaeological enigmas that challenge everything we know. How did ancient hands craft tools stronger than steel? Why do some ruins hum with frequencies that stir the soul? What lies beyond the sealed chambers of the Longyou caves? Dim the lights, settle into your favorite chair, let the modern world drift farther and farther away. We're stepping into a labyrinth of time where each mystery is a thread waiting to be unraveled. Will we find answers or more questions? That's for you to decide. So close your eyes now. Feel the pulse of history beneath your feet. The journey has begun. Let's uncover the hidden history secrets together and see what whispers emerge from the dark. Close your eyes. Imagine standing at the mouth of Liang Bua Cave on Flores Island, Indonesia, a limestone scar in the earth where the air feels heavy with time. The tropical heat clings to your skin, but as you step inside, the temperature drops, wrapping you in a cool, damp embrace. The scent of wet stone fills your lungs. Deep in the darkness, a secret waits, a tiny skeleton that whispers through 10,000 years, challenging what we know about humanity's past. Let's step closer. Let the shadows guide us into an archaeological enigma. In 2003, archaeologists descended into Liang Bua Cave, a cavern steeped in local mystery. Digging through sediment, they uncovered a skeleton so small it looked like a child's. But this was no child. The remains, barely 3 feet tall, belonged to an adult female with a skull the size of a grapefruit. Carbon dating placed her at 18,000 years old, though later studies suggested her species lived as recently as 10,000 years ago. Named Homo floresiensis, the world called her the Hobbit, her tiny stature sparking fantastical questions. Picture her bones cradled in the earth, her hands curled as if reaching for something long gone. Her brain, 400 cubic centimeters, shouldn't have supported a complex life, yet stone tools and charred animal bones nearby told a different story. This tiny being hunted and survived in a world of giants. How the discovery stunned scientists, igniting debates that continue today. Some argue Homo floresiensis is a new human species, a descendant of Homo erectus shrunk through island dwarfism, a process where species adapt to limited resources by becoming smaller. Others insist she was a modern human with a growth disorder like microcephaly, her size a result of disease. Genetic studies are inconclusive. Flores climate degrades DNA, leaving us with questions. As we stand in this cave, the air hums with the unknown. Let's take a step deeper into Liang Bua. The cave stretches back its ceiling, soaring to 30 feet, stalactites dripping like frozen tears. The air thickens with the scent of decay. Imagine the world. Homo floresiensis lived in a volcanic island teeming with giant rats, Komodo dragons and stegodons, dwarf elephants now extinct. Despite their size, the hobbits were apex predators here. Evidence shows they hunted with spears, butchered meat, and mastered fire. Charcoal and burn marks on bones suggest they cooked meals, gathering around a crackling flame as night fell. Can you see it? A small band of hobbits, their faces lit by firelight, sharing a meal, their laughter echoing off the stone. But how did they reach Flores, an isolated speck in the Indonesian archipelago? Homo erectus lived in Java over 1 million years ago, but there's no evidence they built boats. Some speculate the hobbits arrived by accident, swept out to sea on debris during a tsunami washing ashore to begin a new chapter of evolution. Others wonder if they were more advanced, navigating the waters with rudimentary crafts. The cave offers no answers, only the steady drip of water, a rhythm as old as time. Kneel beside the skeleton now, our imaginary torch casting a soft glow. Her teeth are worn, her limbs slender but strong, evidence of a hard life. Her pelvis suggests she walked upright, but her feet were long, almost a third of her leg length, perhaps for climbing the rugged terrain. Her shoulders were narrow, her arms curved, reminiscent of earlier hominins. Her reconstructed face has a prominent brow ridge, a robust jaw, yet a haunting familiarity. Who was she, this tiny woman? What did she dream of as she slept in this cave? Thousands of years ago, archaeologists found fragments of at least 9 individuals in Liangbua spanning 100,000 to 60,000 years ago, with tools dating to 10,000 years ago. This suggests Homo floresiensis survived far longer than expected, possibly overlapping with modern humans. Did they meet our ancestors? Did they trade, fight, or watch from the shadows as Homo sapiens arrived? The cave holds no evidence of conflict, but the idea lingers, a ghostly what-if in the flickering light. Local legends on Flores add another layer of mystery. The Nage people speak of the Ibu Gogo, small hairy creatures who lived in caves, stole food, and muttered in a strange language. Stories describe them as shy but cunning, mimicking human speech to lure children away. Legend says the Ibu Gogo were driven out or killed when they became a nuisance, their caves set ablaze. Could these tales be a memory of Homo floresiensis, passed down through millennia? The boundary between myth and reality blurs in the cave's dim light. Sit on a ledge overlooking the excavation site. The cave feels alive, its walls scarred by ancient floods, its air a steady 22 degrees Celsius. Imagine the hobbits carving out a life here, their small hands shaping tools from volcanic rock. The tools are simple, flakes and cores sharp enough to slice flesh, but their presence raises questions. A brain so small should limit cognition, yet Homo floresiensis shows signs of planning and cooperation. Some speculate they had language, their mutterings filling the cave like a forgotten melody. Others argue their success was a fluke, a product of an environment with few competitors. What do you think? Could a mind so small hold creativity, or were they just survivors clinging to existence? The scientific debate is fierce. Supporters of the new species hypothesis point to her archaic features: wrist bones like a chimpanzee's, a shoulder joint angled like an ape's, and a simple brain case. These suggest a deep evolutionary divergence, perhaps 2 million years, to a common ancestor like Homo habilis. But the pathology camp argues her size and brain could result from a genetic condition worsened by inbreeding. They say the hobbit's tools might have been made by Homo sapiens on the island. The cave keeps its secrets, its shadows, offering no resolution. The excavation site is a patchwork of trenches, each layer a snapshot of the past. Sediment holds ash from ancient fires, tiny bone fragments and tools, their edges still sharp. One trench reveals a stegodon skull, its bones scored with cut marks. The hobbits were hunters dragging prey back to feast. But how did they take down such large animals? Their size suggests they worked in groups using traps or ambushes. Picture them, tiny figures darting through the forest spears, raise their voices humming as they hunt. The cave's atmosphere shifts as we move deeper. The air grows heavier, the darkness more oppressive. We're nearing the back of Liangbua, where the ceiling lowers and walls close in. Here, archaeologists found evidence of flooding, thick layers of clay and gravel from ancient monsoons. These floods may have preserved the hobbits' remains, sealing them in a watery tomb until now. But they also hint at the challenges Homo floresiensis faced. Flores is prone to earthquakes, tsunamis, and eruptions. The hobbits survived these disasters for tens of thousands of years, their resilience remarkable. Yet by 10,000 years ago, they were gone. What happened? Did climate change drive them to extinction? Did modern humans play a role? The cave offers no answers, only the drip of water counting the centuries. Pause in this quiet corner. Set down an imaginary oil lamp, its flame casting a golden glow. The light reveals faint scratches in the stone, natural wear or something more. Some speculate Homo floresiensis left marks, perhaps as signs or early art. No symbols have been found, but the idea lingers. Imagine a hobbit crouched here in the flickering light, etching a line, a memory, a prayer. What would they have wanted to say? Similar small-bodied hominins have been found elsewhere on Flores, like the 700,000-year-old fragments from Matamenge. These suggest the hobbits' lineage stretches back far longer than thought, their evolution a slow dance across millennia. Their disappearance remains a puzzle. A massive eruption around 12,000 years ago could have devastated the island's ecosystem, wiping out the stegodons and leaving the hobbits without food. Or perhaps modern humans arriving around 50,000 years ago outcompeted them. The Ibu Gogo legends suggest conflict, but there's no proof. Homo floresiensis challenges our understanding of human evolution. Scientists once believed brain size defined intelligence. Bigger brains meant greater capacity for language and culture. But the hobbits defy this. Their tiny brains didn't stop them from thriving, suggesting brain organization, not size, matters most. Perhaps their neural networks were uniquely wired for survival. What does intelligence mean in humanity's story? As we rise to leave, the cave feels reluctant to let us go. The lamp's flame flickers, casting one last shadow. The air grows cooler, the silence deeper, as if urging us to stay. But our journey through the 50 ancient mysteries continues. Before we go, ask yourself, what does the 10,000-year-old dwarf skeleton reveal about our humanity? Are we the only ones who matter? Or is there room for the hobbits too? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's step back into the light, carrying the cave's whispers with us. Let's leave the humid shadows of Liangbua Cave behind and journey across oceans to a quiet town in Pennsylvania, USA. The year is 1880, and beneath a forgotten mound, a discovery waits, one that defies belief. Feel the chill of autumn air as we step into the unknown, where the horned skulls of Sayre whisper a mystery that still haunts the edges of history. Imagine standing on a windswept hill in Sayre, Pennsylvania, in the late autumn of 1880. The air carries the crisp scent of fallen leaves, and the ground beneath your feet hums with secrets older than the town itself. You're at the edge of a burial mound, one of many scattered across Bradford County, where workers have begun to dig. As their shovels bite into the earth, they uncover something extraordinary. Human skulls larger than expected with a chilling feature, two bony protrusions like horns rising from the foreheads. These are the horned skulls of Sayre, a discovery that has puzzled scientists, sparked legends, and left us with more questions than answers. Let's step closer. Let the whispers of the past guide us into this unsettling enigma. The story begins in the 1880s when a group of workers under the supervision of local historians and a state official named Dr. G.P. Donahue excavated a series of ancient mounds near Sayre. These mounds, believed to belong to the Susquehannock people, an indigenous group known for their tall stature, yielded a trove of artifacts, pottery shards, stone tools, and skeletal remains. But one find stood out. Among the skeletons, 7 skulls bore an unusual trait horn-like growths, about 2 inches long, protruding just above the eyebrows. The skeletons themselves were remarkable, reportedly standing over 7 feet tall, far taller than the average human of that era. The workers, awestruck, carefully packed the skulls and bones, intending to send them to the American Investigating Museum in Philadelphia for study. But here the mystery deepens. Somewhere along the way, the skulls vanished, leaving behind only fragmented reports and whispers of what might have been. Let's pause in the fading light of that autumn day. Picture the mound as it's opened the earth, giving way to reveal the bones below. The air grows colder, the wind rustling through the trees like a sigh from the past. Imagine holding one of those skulls in your hands, the weight of it, the smooth curve of bone, the strange horns catching the last rays of sunlight. They're not hollow like antlers, but solid, an extension of the skull itself. Were these horns a natural anomaly? A genetic quirk passed down through generations? Or do they hint at something stranger? A forgotten race, a ritualistic modification, or even a connection to ancient myths of horned beings? The workers who found them certainly thought so, their tales spreading through Sayre like wildfire, fueling local legends of giants and demons buried beneath the hills. The historical context of the find adds another layer of intrigue. The Susquehannock, also known as the Conestoga, were a powerful Iroquoian-speaking people who inhabited the region between the 16th and 17th centuries. Early European settlers described them as tall and robust, often over 6 feet, a stature that earned them the nickname giants in colonial records. But the skeletons unearthed in Sayre were even taller, their height and horned skulls setting them apart. Some reports from the time published in local newspapers like the Bradford Republican claimed the mound dated back thousands of years, predating the Susquehannock by centuries. Could these remains belong to an earlier unknown culture? Or were they an offshoot of the Susquehannock, their horns, a sign of a unique genetic trait? Let's kneel beside the mound, our imaginary lantern casting a soft glow over the excavation site. The earth smells of damp soil and history, the bones gleaming white against the dark dirt. The skull's horns are symmetrical, perfectly aligned, suggesting they weren't the result of injury or disease. Modern science offers possible explanations, Conditions like cutis, verticis, gyrata, where the scalp thickens and forms ridges, can sometimes create horn-like growths, though typically not on bone. Another theory points to osteomas, benign bone tumors that can protrude from the skull, but these are usually irregular, not paired like the Sayre horns. A more speculative idea suggests intentional cranial modification, a practice seen in ancient cultures where skulls were shaped during infancy. But the Sayre horns appear to be part of the bone structure, not an artificial addition. What caused this anomaly? Did it hold cultural significance, a mark of status, a spiritual symbol? The disappearance of the skulls only deepens the mystery. According to accounts, they were sent to Philadelphia for study, but the museum, later identified as a small, now defunct institution, has no record of their arrival. Some speculate they were stolen en route, perhaps by someone eager to profit from their oddity. Others whisper of a cover-up, claiming the skulls were too strange, too challenging to accepted history, and were deliberately hidden. Without the physical evidence, we're left with second-hand reports, grainy sketches, and a handful of newspaper clippings from the 1880s. Modern archaeologists have revisited the Sayre mounds, but no similar horned skulls have been found, leaving the original discovery shrouded in doubt. Could the reports have been exaggerated, a product of 19th century sensationalism? Or did the skulls reveal a truth we're not ready to face? Let's consider the broader implications of this enigma. Across the world, myths of horned beings abound, from the Minotaur of Crete to the horned gods of Celtic lore. In North America, indigenous stories often speak of giants, some with unusual features buried in sacred mounds. The Sayre skulls seem to echo these tales, blurring the line between folklore and reality. Some fringe theorists have seized on the discovery, claiming the horned giants were descendants of an ancient race, perhaps the Nephilim, biblical beings described as mighty men of great stature. Mainstream science dismisses such ideas, but the absence of the skulls makes it impossible to rule anything out. What if the horns were a genetic marker, a remnant of a population we've yet to understand? What if they were a symbol, a sign of reverence or fear? Step back from the mound now, the lantern's flame flickering in the evening breeze. The hill feels alive, its shadows stretching long across the grass. Imagine the people who buried these giants' tall figures gathered under a moonlit sky, their voices low as they lay their kin to rest. Did they see the horns as a blessing, a connection to the divine? Or did they fear them, a mark of something otherworldly? The Susquehannock revered their dead building mounds as sacred spaces, but the horned skulls suggest a story far older, far stranger. Some local legends in Bradford County speak of spirit guards, horned beings who protected the land from invaders. Could the Sayre skulls be their remains, a physical echo of a forgotten belief? The mystery of the horned skulls of Sayre lingers like the autumn chill, a puzzle with no solution. Without the skulls, we can only speculate, piecing together fragments of history and myth. Modern science may one day uncover similar remains, shedding light on this enigma, or the skulls may remain lost, their secrets buried forever. As we stand on this quiet hill, the wind carries a whisper, as if the earth itself is speaking. What do you think? Were the horned giants of Sayre a forgotten people, a bridge between myth and reality, or are they a reminder that some mysteries are meant to stay hidden? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's leave the trader, mound behind, carrying its whispers into the night. As we leave the quiet hills of Sayre behind, let's cross the Atlantic to the rugged lands of the Vikings, where a different kind of mystery awaits. The year is 850, and in the hands of a warrior gleams a blade that defies its time. Feel the weight of history as we step into the forge, where the Ulfberht Viking swords whisper secrets of ancient mastery. Imagine standing on the windswept shores of Scandinavia in the year 850. The salty tang of the North Sea fills the air, and the distant clang of a hammer echoes from a nearby forge. Before you stands a Viking warrior, his hand resting on the hilt of a sword that gleams like liquid moonlight. Etched into the blade is a name, Ulfberht, a mark that has puzzled historians for centuries. These Ulfberht Viking swords, forged between the 9th and 11th centuries, are an enigma of ancient craftsmanship, their quality far surpassing the technology of their time. Let's step closer. Let the heat of the forge draw us into a mystery that burns as brightly as the steel itself. The Ulfberht swords first came to the attention of modern scholars in the 19th century when archaeologists began unearthing them across northern Europe from Norway to France and even as far as Russia. Over 170 have been found, their blades remarkably preserved despite centuries in the ground. What sets these swords apart is their quality. In an era when most weapons were made of brittle iron or low-quality steel, the Ulfberht blades were forged with a purity and strength that rivaled modern steel. Their carbon content, around 1.2%, was perfectly balanced, giving them a flexibility that allowed them to bend without breaking, and an edge sharp enough to cleave through armor. But how did Viking smiths working with nothing but fire and hammer achieve such precision? The answer remains elusive, a whisper of lost knowledge in the glow of the forge. Let's pause in the smoky heat of that ancient workshop. Picture the smith at work, his face illuminated by the roaring fire. Sweat beads on his brow as he folds the molten metal, each strike of his hammer a prayer for strength. The blade takes shape, its surface shimmering with a silvery sheen. Etched into the steel is the inscription, plus VLFbert plus, a name, a signature, a mystery. Some believe Ulfberht was a master smith, a legendary figure whose skill was unmatched. Others argue it was a brand, a mark of quality that spread across Viking trade routes. But the truth is murkier. The swords vary in style and craftsmanship, suggesting multiple smiths worked under the Ulfberht name. Were they a guild sharing a secret technique, or was the name a magical invocation, a charm to imbue the blade with power? The steel keeps its silence, its surface cool to the touch, despite the fire's heat. The secret of the Ulfberht swords lies in their metal. Metallurgical analysis reveals they were made using crucible steel, a technique that involves melting iron with charcoal in a sealed clay vessel, removing impurities and creating a uniform high-carbon steel. This process was known in places like India and the Middle East, where the famous Damascus steel was produced, but it was unheard of in Europe during the Viking Age. The Ulfberht blades contain almost no slag impurities that weaken lesser swords, indicating a level of refinement that shouldn't have been possible. Some scholars believe the Vikings imported raw steel ingots from the East, perhaps through trade routes that stretched to Persia or even India. Others argue the smiths developed the technique themselves, a leap of innovation lost to history. Either way, the Ulfberht swords represent a technological marvel, a blade that shouldn't exist in the hands of 9th century warriors. Let's hold one of these swords now, its weight balanced perfectly in your hands. The blade is 36 inches long, its surface etched with the Ulfberht mark, the cross-like symbols at each end shimmering in the firelight. Feel the grip of the leather-wrapped hilt, the steel cold against your palm. This isn't just a weapon, it's a work of art, a testament to the smith's skill. In battle, it would have been a fearsome tool capable of slicing through iron shields and chainmail with ease. Viking sagas speak of swords with magical properties, blades that never dulled that sang as they struck. Could the Ulfberht swords be the inspiration for these tales? Imagine a warrior wielding this blade, his enemies falling before him, their own weapons shattering against its edge. The sword's reputation would have spread far, its name whispered in awe across the fjords. But the mystery deepens when we consider the forgeries. Not all Ulfberht swords are genuine. Many bear the same inscription, but their metal is inferior brittle iron with high slag content, a far cry from the true Ulfberht steel. These fakes, found alongside the real blades, suggest the name held such prestige that others sought to imitate it. Counterfeiting in the Viking Age was rare, yet the Ulfberht mark was copied widely, sometimes with misspellings like Ulfber or VLFBRH. This raises a question: how did the name become so coveted? Was it the sword's quality or the myth surrounding it? Perhaps the Ulfberht blades were seen as more than weapons, symbols of power blessed by the gods. In a culture where a good sword could mean the difference between life and death, the Ulfberht name would have carried immense value. Let's step back from the forge, the heat fading as we move into the cool night air. The stars above glitter like the steel we've left behind their light, a reminder of the centuries that have passed. The Ulfberht swords were prized possessions, often passed down through generations, buried with their owners as grave goods. Many of the blades we've found come from such burials, their hilts wrapped in the remnants of leather, their edges nicked from battle. These swords saw the Viking world at its height, raids on monasteries, voyages across the Atlantic, battles that shaped empires. Yet their origins remain a mystery, their creation, a puzzle that modern smiths struggle to replicate. Even today, recreating an Ulfberht sword requires advanced techniques, a testament to the skill of those ancient craftsmen. The Ulfberht swords challenge our understanding of Viking technology, forcing us to reconsider what we know about the past. For centuries, the Vikings were seen as brutish raiders, their culture dismissed as primitive. But these blades tell a different story, one of innovation, trade, and artistry. They suggest the Vikings were part of a global network, their smiths drawing on knowledge from distant lands. Or perhaps they were pioneers, their forges the birthplace of a technique that would shape the future of metallurgy. What secrets did those smiths carry to their graves? Did they know the legacy their blades would leave, a mystery that endures over 1,000 years later? As we stand on this quiet shore, the waves lapping at the pebbles beneath our feet, Ulfberht swords seem to hum with history. Their steel holds the memory of fire and battle of hands that forged and wielded them. Imagine the last time this blade was held, its owner gazing out at the same sea we see now, his thoughts on the journey ahead. What stories could this sword tell, if it could speak? Were the Ulfberht smiths visionaries or keepers of an ancient secret? And what other marvels of the Viking Age lie waiting to be uncovered? Share your thoughts when you're ready for. Now, let's leave the forge behind, carrying the echo of the hammer with us into the night. Let's leave the Viking shores behind and travel forward in time to the cobblestone streets of 16th century Romania. The year is 1570, and in the quiet town of Sibiu, a manuscript lies hidden, its pages filled with secrets that defy the era. Feel the weight of ancient parchment as we step into a scholar's study where the Sibiu Manuscript whispers of knowledge far ahead of its time. Close your eyes. Imagine standing in a dimly lit study in Sibiu, Romania in the year 1570. The air carries the faint scent of old parchment and ink, and the flicker of a candle casts dancing shadows across the wooden desk before you. On the table lies a manuscript, its pages yellowed with age, its script a meticulous scrawl in Latin. This is the Sibiu Manuscript, a document discovered centuries later that has baffled historians and scientists alike with its startling contents. Written by a man named Konrad Haas, this text contains designs for rockets, multi-stage launch systems, and even liquid fuel ideas that shouldn't exist in a world still centuries away from the age of flight. Let's turn the page. Let the candlelight guide us into a mystery that soars beyond its time. The Sibiu Manuscript was rediscovered in 1961 by Professor Doru Todoriciu in the archives of Sibiu, a town once known as Hermannstadt in the heart of Transylvania. The document, originally penned between 1,529 and 1,570, spans over 450 pages and is attributed to Konrad Haas, a military engineer and artillery expert who served in the Habsburg Empire. Haas was a man of his time working on gunpowder weapons and fortifications, but his manuscript reveals a mind far ahead of its era. Among its pages are detailed sketches of rockets, cylindrical projectiles with fins for stability, some designed to carry explosive payloads. One drawing depicts a three-stage rocket, a concept that wouldn't be realized until the 20th century with the advent of modern spaceflight. Another page describes a flying javelin, fueled by a mixture that Haas calls liquid fire, hinting at the use of liquid propellants, an idea not successfully implemented until the 1920s. Let's pause here in the stillness of this 16th century study. Picture the manuscript open before you, its ink faded but legible, the sketches precise and purposeful. The candle's flame flickers, casting a warm glow over a drawing of a rocket with three distinct sections, each meant to ignite in sequence. Feel the texture of the parchment beneath your fingers, the weight of history in every crease. Haas's descriptions are astonishingly detailed. He notes the need for stabilization fins to keep the rocket's flight true, and he even suggests using a mixture of saltpeter, sulfur, and other substances to create a powerful propellant. In one passage, he warns of the dangers of fire and explosion, showing an awareness of the risks involved. How did a man in the 1500s conceive of such advanced ideas? Was he a visionary, a pioneer whose work was forgotten, or did he draw on knowledge we've yet to uncover? The historical context of the Sibiu manuscript adds depth to its mystery. In the 16th century, Europe was a place of rapid change. The Renaissance was in full bloom and the scientific revolution was on the horizon. But rocketry was still a distant dream. Fireworks developed in China centuries earlier had made their way to Europe, used mostly for entertainment or signaling in battle. Haas himself was familiar with gunpowder, serving as an artillery officer in the Habsburg army, which fought against the Ottoman Empire. His manuscript includes designs for cannons and bombs, but the rocket sketches stand out as something extraordinary. The three-stage rocket in particular mirrors the technology used in modern space programs. Each stage burns out and separates, allowing the next to propel the payload further. The Saturn V rocket, which carried humans to the moon in 1969, followed the same principle. Did Haas somehow glimpse the future, or was his work inspired by sources lost to history? Let's hold one of his sketches up to the candlelight, the flame illuminating the delicate lines of a rocket design. The drawing shows a cylindrical body with a pointed nose fins at the base, and a notation in Latin describing the stages of flight. Imagine Haas at this very desk, his quill scratching across the page, as he envisions a device soaring into the sky. He writes of launching his rockets in tests, describing small-scale experiments where they lifted off with a fiery roar. One passage even mentions a flying house, a speculative idea of a manned rocket centuries before Jules Verne's science fiction tales. Haas's ambitions were tempered by caution. He expresses concern about the destructive potential of his inventions, urging that they be used for peaceful purposes. This ethical reflection is striking a man of war dreaming of flight, yet wary of its consequences. What drove him to imagine such things? Did he see himself as an inventor or a dreamer preserving ideas for a future he'd never witness? The mystery deepens when we consider the origins of Haas's knowledge. Some historians suggest he may have been influenced by Eastern traditions. Gunpowder technology had spread from China to the Middle East, and the Ottoman Empire, which Haas fought against, was known for its advanced military innovations. Could he have captured an Ottoman manuscript or learned from a prisoner of war, adapting their knowledge into his own designs? Others point to the Renaissance itself, a time when ancient texts were being rediscovered and new ideas flourished. Perhaps Haas was inspired by Greek myths of flight, like the story of Icarus, or by the works of earlier thinkers like Archimedes. But the specificity of his rocket designs, multi-stage systems, liquid fuel, suggests a leap beyond mere speculation. Was there a lost tradition of rocketry in Europe, one that Haas tapped into, or was he truly a lone genius? Let's step back from the desk, the candles glow, fading as we move into the cool night air outside. The streets of Sibiu are quiet, the stars above shining like the dreams Haas committed to paper. The Sibiu manuscript remained largely unknown until its rediscovery in the 20th century, its pages offering a glimpse into a mind that saw beyond the limits of its time. Modern scientists have studied Haas's designs, marveling at their accuracy. In 1969, to celebrate the Apollo 11 moon landing, Romanian engineers built a replica of one of his rockets, a two-stage model, and launched it, successfully reaching an altitude of several hundred meters. The experiment proved that Haas's ideas weren't just theoretical, they could have worked even in the 1500s. Yet his work had little impact on his contemporaries, his manuscript forgotten for centuries. Why did such a visionary's ideas fade into obscurity? The Sibiu manuscript challenges our understanding of technological progress, suggesting that history may not be as linear as we think. In the 16th century, flight was a fantasy. Leonardo da Vinci sketched flying machines around the same time, but they were impractical. Haas's rockets, however, were grounded in practical engineering, their principles echoing the science of the future. Some fringe theorists have seized on the manuscript, claiming Haas had access to ancient or even extraterrestrial knowledge, a notion mainstream scholars dismiss. But the mystery remains. How did a military engineer in a small Transylvanian town conceive of ideas so far ahead of his era? Was he a forgotten pioneer, or a keeper of secrets we've yet to unravel? As we stand in the quiet streets of Sibiu, the manuscript's pages seem to glow with possibility. Imagine Haas gazing at these same stars, dreaming of a time when his rockets might pierce the sky. His words linger in the air, a whisper of ambition and caution across the centuries. What other lost inventions lie hidden in ancient texts, waiting to be rediscovered? Did Haas glimpse a future he couldn't reach, or was he preserving a knowledge we've yet to understand? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's leave the study behind, carrying the flicker of his candle into the night. Let's leave the candlelit study of Sibiu behind and dive into the icy depths of the South Pacific, where a modern mystery awaits. The year is 1964, and on the ocean floor, a photograph captures something inexplicable. Feel the chill of the abyss as we descend into the unknown. where the Eltanin Antenna stands silent, whispering secrets from a world we may never understand. Imagine yourself aboard the USNS Eltanin, a research vessel slicing through the frigid waters of the South Pacific in 1964. The air is sharp with salt, and the horizon stretches endlessly, a gray expanse beneath a heavy sky. Below you, the ocean plunges into darkness over 4,000 meters deep, a realm untouched by sunlight. On the 29th of August, the ship's crew lowers a deep-sea camera to the ocean floor, capturing images of a desolate seascape off the coast of Cape Horn. But one photograph stops them cold. A strange object rises from the sediment, its shape eerily precise, a tall, slender structure with 6 crossbars resembling a radio antenna. Dubbed the Eltanin Antenna, this anomaly has sparked debate for decades. Its origins, a mystery that lingers in the abyss. Let's dive deeper. Let the ocean's whispers guide us into a puzzle that defies explanation. The photograph, taken at a depth of 3,900 meters, shows the object standing upright, about 2 meters tall, with a cylindrical base and evenly spaced crossbars extending outward like the arms of a satellite dish. The image is grainy, the ocean floor a muddy blur, but the object's symmetry stands out too perfect, too deliberate to be a natural formation. The USNS Eltanin, a vessel operated by the U.S. Navy for oceanographic research, was mapping the seabed as part of a scientific expedition. The crew expected to find volcanic rocks, deep-sea creatures, or perhaps a shipwreck, but nothing like this. The object's location, 50 degrees west longitude near the boundary of the Antarctic plate, places it in one of the most remote regions on Earth, far from human activity. What could this strange structure be standing alone in the crushing darkness of the deep? Let's pause here, suspended in the inky blackness of the ocean. Picture the Eltanin Antenna as the camera's flash illuminates it, its silhouette stark against the sediment. The water is near freezing, the pressure immense, over 380 atmospheres, enough to crush most submarines. Yet the object stands undisturbed, its crossbars perfectly aligned, its base anchored in the seabed. Feel the weight of the water around you, the silence broken only by the faint hum of the ship's equipment far above. The antenna's shape is hauntingly familiar, modern, almost artificial, yet it sits in a place no human could have reached in 1964. Is this a relic of a lost civilization, a piece of ancient technology submerged by time, or is it something stranger, a sign of intelligence beyond our own? The discovery quickly caught the attention of the scientific community, public. In 1968, the photograph was published in a New Zealand science journal, sparking widespread speculation. Some researchers proposed natural explanations. Perhaps it was a deep-sea sponge, a species unknown to science. The closest match was a rare carnivorous sponge called Cladorhiza concrescens, which has a similar structure with a stalk and radiating arms. But Cladorhiza is much smaller, typically a few centimeters tall, and its arms are organic, not rigid like the Eltanin Antenna's crossbars. Others suggested it might be a piece of marine debris, a lost radio buoy, or a fragment of a ship's mast, yet the object's symmetry and upright position make this unlikely. At such depths, currents are weak, and debris would likely lie scattered, not perfectly positioned. The more scientists studied the image, the less certain they became, the ocean floor offering no easy answers. Let's imagine descending to the seabed ourselves, our submersible's lights piercing the darkness. The Eltanin Antenna comes into view, its metallic sheen glinting faintly, though we can't be sure it's metal. The photograph is black and white, the material unknown. The crossbars extend at precise 90-degree angles, each pair evenly spaced, their design almost engineered. Touch the structure in your mind, its surface is smooth, cold, unyielding. The sediment around its base is undisturbed, suggesting it's been there for centuries, perhaps millennia. Nearby, the ocean floor is dotted with manganese nodules, small round deposits formed over millions of years. Yet the antenna stands apart, an anomaly in this ancient landscape. Could it be a natural formation sculpted by unseen forces, or does its precision hint at a purpose we can't comprehend? The mystery took a more speculative turn in the 1970s when fringe theorists seized on the photograph. Some claimed the Eltanin Antenna was evidence of an ancient civilization, perhaps Atlantis, whose technology rivaled our own before sinking beneath the waves. Others went further, suggesting it was an extraterrestrial artifact, a beacon left by an alien intelligence to monitor Earth. Proponents of this theory pointed to the object's location near the Antarctic, a region often linked to UFO sightings and conspiracy theories about hidden bases. They argued that its design resembled a modern antenna too advanced for any known human culture to have placed it there. Mainstream scientists dismissed these ideas, but the lack of a definitive explanation left room for imagination to flourish. The ocean, vast and uncharted, has always been a canvas for our wildest dreams and our deepest fears. Let's consider the scientific perspective more closely. In 2003, oceanographer Alexander Brongniart revisited the Eltanin photograph, comparing it to known deep-sea species. He concluded that Cladorhiza concrescens was the most likely candidate, noting that some specimens can grow larger in extreme conditions. But even he admitted the object's size and rigidity were unusual, leaving a sliver of doubt. Modern technology like deep-sea drones and sonar mapping could potentially relocate the antenna, but no expedition has returned to the exact coordinates. The site, located over 1,000 miles from the nearest land, is difficult to access its depth, a barrier to exploration. Without a physical sample, we can't analyze the object's composition or age, leaving us with only the photograph, a single haunting image that raises more questions than it answers. The Eltanin Antenna challenges our understanding of the ocean and our place in the universe. Over 70% of Earth's surface is covered by water, yet we've explored less than 5% of its depths. The abyss holds countless secrets, from undiscovered species to geological wonders and perhaps even relics of history we've yet to imagine. If the antenna is a natural formation, it reveals the ocean's capacity to mimic human design, a reminder of nature's complexity. But if it's artificial, its implications are staggering. Could it be a forgotten piece of technology sunk by a cataclysm we've yet to uncover? Or might it truly be a sign of something beyond our world, a message waiting in the dark? As we ascend back to the surface, the Eltanin Antenna fades into the blackness below. The ocean's surface glitters under the pale sky, its waves a gentle rhythm against the ship's hull. Imagine the crew in 1964 staring at that photograph, for the first time their minds racing with possibilities. The object remains where they found it, a silent sentinel in the abyss, its purpose, if it has one, unknown. What stories does the Eltanin Antenna hold, locked in the depths of the South Pacific? Is it a natural wonder, a lost artifact, or something stranger still? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's return to the light carrying. The ocean's whispers with us. Let's rise from the icy depths of the South Pacific and journey to the arid sands of Peru, where another mystery awaits. The year is 1928, and beneath the desert sun, a discovery unearths a past that defies understanding. Feel the heat of the dunes as we step into a forgotten necropolis, where the Paracas elongated skulls whisper secrets of an ancient enigma. Close your eyes. Imagine standing on the sun-scorched Paracas Peninsula in Peru in the year 1928. The air shimmers with heat, the scent of dry sand and salt carried on a desert breeze. Before you stretches a necropolis, a vast burial ground carved into the earth, its secrets hidden for centuries. Archaeologist Julio Tello kneels at the edge of a tomb, brushing away sand, to reveal a startling sight. Human skulls unnaturally elongated their shapes, defying the familiar contours of humanity. These are the Paracas elongated skulls, discovered among the remains of an ancient culture that thrived over 2,000 years ago. Their bizarre form has sparked wonder and controversy, raising questions about their origins and meaning. Let's step closer. Let the desert's whispers guide us into a mystery that challenges our understanding of the past. The Paracas culture flourished on Peru's southern coast between 800 BCE and 100 CE, known for their intricate textiles, advanced irrigation systems, and coastal fishing traditions. Tello's excavation at the Paracas necropolis uncovered over 300 elongated skulls, some of the most striking examples of cranial modification ever found. The skulls are dramatically stretched, some up to 25% longer than a typical human skull, with a pronounced occipital region that gives them an alien-like appearance. The discovery sent ripples through the archaeological world, offering a glimpse into a practice that seemed both cultural and deeply mysterious. Tello noted that the burials were richly adorned with textiles dyed in vibrant reds and blues, and grave goods like pottery and obsidian tools, suggesting these individuals held high status in their society. But the skulls themselves were the true enigma, their shapes, a puzzle that has yet to be fully solved. Let's pause in the searing heat of the necropolis. Picture one of these skulls in your hands, its surface smooth and cool despite the desert sun. The elongated shape is striking the forehead slopes back steeply, the cranium extending far beyond what feels natural. Feel the weight of it heavier than expected, the sutures of the skull tightly fused. In a typical human skull, 3 cranial plates, the frontal, parietal, and occipital meet at distinct sutures. But some Paracas skulls show only 2 plates, with a single suture running down the center, a feature that has baffled researchers. The cranial volume is also larger, up to 25% greater than a modern human's, with some estimates suggesting a capacity of 1,500 cubic centimeters, compared to the average 1,200. Does this indicate a natural variation, a cultural practice, or something stranger? The sand shifts beneath your feet, whispering secrets as old as the bones themselves. Cranial modification was a known practice in many ancient cultures, from the Andes to Egypt and even parts of Europe. The Paracas likely used wooden boards and tight cloth bindings to shape the skulls of infants whose bones are soft and malleable. Over years, this pressure would elongate the cranium, creating the dramatic shape seen in the necropolis. Tello believed this was a cultural practice, possibly a marker of status or tribal identity, as the most elongated skulls were found in elite burials. The Paracas may have associated the shape with beauty, power, or a connection to the divine, perhaps mimicking the gods they worshipped. Similar practices are documented among the nearby Nazca culture, famous for their desert geoglyphs, suggesting a regional tradition that spanned centuries. But the Paracas skulls stand out for their extreme elongation and unusual features, raising questions that go beyond simple modification. Let's kneel beside Tello's excavation, the sun casting long shadows across the tombs. The air is dry, the silence broken only by the rustle of sand. Imagine the Paracas people gathering here, their voices low, as they bury their dead, wrapping the bodies in layers of woven cloth dyed with cochineal and indigo. The elongated skulls, cradled gently, are placed with care, their owners honored in death as they were in life. But why such extreme modification? Some anthropologists suggest it was a way to distinguish social classes, with the most elongated skulls belonging to priests or rulers. Others propose a spiritual purpose. Perhaps the shape was meant to enhance psychic abilities or connect the individual to the cosmos, a belief echoed in Andean myths of celestial beings. The Paracas revered the sky, their textiles often depicting birds and stars. Could the elongated skulls be a bridge to the heavens? The mystery deepens with more recent studies. In 2014, a controversial DNA analysis conducted by independent researchers and not widely accepted by mainstream science claimed that some Paracas skulls contained mitochondrial DNA with mutations unknown in any human population. The study suggested these individuals might belong to a distinct genetic lineage, possibly with origins outside the Americas. Fringe theorists seized on this, proposing the skulls were evidence of extraterrestrial ancestry or an ancient race of coneheads who influenced early civilizations. Mainstream scientists, however, dismissed the findings, pointing to contamination and methodological flaws. They argue that the skulls are fully human, their elongation the result of cultural practices, not alien DNA. Yet the larger cranial volume and unusual sutures remain puzzling. Some researchers speculate these traits could result from natural variation amplified by modification, but no consensus exists. Without further genetic evidence, the debate continues, the skulls keeping their secrets beneath the desert sand. Let's consider the broader implications of this mystery. The Paracas elongated skulls challenge our assumptions about ancient cultures, revealing the lengths to which humans will go to express identity and belief. Cranial modification, though strange to us, was a profound act of transformation, a way to shape the body to reflect the soul. But the Paracas skulls also highlight the limits of our knowledge. Over 2,000 years later, we can only guess at their true meaning. If the DNA claims were true, they would rewrite human history, suggesting migrations or influences we've yet to uncover. More likely, they remind us of the diversity of our ancestors, their practices as varied and complex as our own. The necropolis holds countless stories, each skull a chapter in a book we've only begun to read. As we rise from the tomb, the desert sun dips low, casting a golden glow across the sands. The Paracas necropolis stretches into the distance, its mounds silent sentinels of a lost world. Imagine the last time these skulls were touched. the hands of loved ones placing them in the earth, their voices chanting prayers to the sky. The Paracas believed in an afterlife, their burials a journey to the stars. Did they achieve that journey? Their elongated skulls, a key to the cosmos? Or are they a testament to human creativity, a culture shaping itself in ways we can barely fathom? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's leave the necropolis behind, carrying the desert's whispers with us into the twilight. Let's leave the sun-scorched sands of Paracas behind and journey across the Andes to the highlands of Bolivia, where another enigma awaits. The year is 1958, and near the shores of Lake Titicaca, a discovery defies history. Feel the cool mountain air as we step into the past, where the Fuente Magna whispers secrets of a connection that shouldn't exist. Imagine standing on the windswept shores of Lake Titicaca in Bolivia in the year 1958. The air is thin and crisp at 3,800 meters above sea level, the scent of wet earth mingling with the faint tang of the lake's ancient waters. Before you lies a small farm near the village of Chua, its fields stretching toward the horizon where the Andes rise like silent guardians. A local farmer digging in his field unearths an object that will puzzle the world, a large ceramic bowl, its surface etched with strange symbols. This is the Fuente Magna bowl, a relic that appears to bridge continents and cultures, defying everything we know about ancient history. Let's step closer. Let the mountain breeze guide us into a mystery that spans oceans and millennia. The Fuente Magna bowl was discovered by a farmer who initially thought little of it, using it as a makeshift trough for his pigs. It wasn't until the 1960s that archaeologist Max Portugal Zamora learned of the artifact and brought it to the attention of scholars. The bowl is impressive, about 50 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters tall, made of reddish-brown ceramic with a smooth, polished finish. What makes it extraordinary, however, are the inscriptions carved into its surface. The outer rim is decorated with intricate geometric patterns, while the inner walls bear two distinct scripts, one resembling Proto-Sumerian cuneiform, a writing system used in ancient Mesopotamia over 5,000 years ago, and another that some claim is Proto-Semitic, a precursor to languages like Akkadian. These scripts, if genuine, suggest a connection between South America and the Middle East, a link that challenges conventional history. Let's pause here in the golden light of the Bolivian highlands. Picture the bowl in your hands, its weight substantial, the ceramic cool against your skin. The inscriptions catch the sunlight, their angular shapes, sharp and deliberate wedge-like marks reminiscent of Sumerian writing alongside curvier symbols that hint at another language. Feel the texture of the carvings, each stroke a whisper from the past. The bowl's design is utilitarian yet ornate, suggesting it held ceremonial significance. Inside, faint stains hint at offerings, perhaps coca leaves or chicha, a fermented drink sacred to Andean cultures. But how did a bowl in Bolivia come to bear the script of a civilization that thrived half a world away, thousands of years earlier? The lake's waters ripple in the breeze, offering no answers, only the steady rhythm of time. The historical context of the Fuente Magna bowl adds layers to its mystery. Lake Titicaca, straddling the border of Bolivia and Peru, has long been a cultural crossroads. The region was home to the Tiwanaku civilization, which flourished between 300 and 1000 CE, known for its monumental architecture and advanced stonework. The bowl's style aligns with Tiwanaku ceramics, suggesting it was made locally. Yet the inscriptions point to Sumeria, a Mesopotamian culture that developed cuneiform writing around 3300 BCE, over 5,000 years ago. Sumerians were among the first to create cities, writing, and complex societies, but they lived in what is now southern Iraq, separated from South America by vast oceans and continents. Conventional archaeology holds that there was no contact between the Old World and the New World until the Vikings reached North America around 1000 CE and later Columbus in 1492. So how could Sumerian script appear on a Bolivian artifact? Let's sit by the lakeshore, the bowl resting on the ground beside us. The water reflects the snow-capped peaks of the Andes, the silence broken only by the cry of a distant bird. Imagine the Tiwanaku people using this bowl in their rituals, their voices chanting as they offer gifts to the lake, which they believed was the birthplace of the sun. The inscriptions, if truly Sumerian, include symbols like the Dinger star, a mark of divinity in Mesopotamian writing, and cuneiform signs for temple and offering. Some researchers, like Bolivian scholar Mario Montaño Aragon, argue the script describes a fertility ritual, invoking deities to bless the land. Others, like epigrapher Clyde Winters, claim the Proto-Semitic text mentions a journey across the sea, hinting at ancient transoceanic contact. But many mainstream scholars dismiss these interpretations, arguing the inscriptions are either a modern hoax or a misidentification of local symbols. The debate over the Fuente Magna bowl's authenticity has raged for decades. Skeptics point to its murky provenance. The farmer's story can't be independently verified, and the bowl's early years as a pig trough raise concerns about contamination or tampering. Mainstream archaeologists argue that Sumerian script in South America is impossible, as there's no evidence of pre-Columbian contact between the two regions. They suggest the inscriptions might be a 20th century fabrication, perhaps inspired by the farmer or a collector familiar with ancient scripts. Yet supporters of the bowl's authenticity counter with its physical characteristics. The ceramic matches Tiwanaku styles, and the inscriptions are deeply carved, showing signs of ancient wear. In 2000, a team of Bolivian researchers examined the bowl, now housed in the Precious Metals Museum in La Paz, and found no obvious signs of modern tampering. Still, without scientific dating or corroborating artifacts, the mystery persists. Let's consider the implications of the Fuente Magna bowl. If the inscriptions are genuine, they suggest a connection between Mesopotamia and South America over 3,000 years ago, a revelation that would rewrite history. Some fringe theorists propose that Sumerian sailors known for their maritime skills crossed the Atlantic and Pacific, bringing their culture to the Andes. Others speculate about a shared global civilization, a lost culture that seeded knowledge across the world before vanishing. These ideas, while tantalizing, lack supporting evidence. No Sumerian artifacts have been found in the Americas, and no Andean artifacts have appeared in Mesopotamia. More likely, the bowl's inscriptions are a misinterpretation or a modern addition inspired by the allure of ancient mysteries. Yet the possibility of transoceanic contact lingers, a whisper of a past we've yet to uncover. The Fuente Magna bowl also highlights the richness of the Tiwanaku culture, often overshadowed by later civilizations like the Inca. The Tiwanaku were master builders, their capital near Lake Titicaca boasting structures like the Gate of the Sun carved with celestial motifs. They revered the lake as a sacred site, their rituals centered on water and fertility. The bowl, if used by them, would have held deep spiritual meaning, its inscriptions, whether Sumerian or not, a key to their beliefs. Imagine a Tiwanaku priest holding this bowl under a starlit sky, his voice echoing across the water as he invokes the gods. Did the symbols hold power for them, a connection to a distant past? Or are they a modern echo, a puzzle for us to ponder? As we rise from the lakeshore, the sun dips behind the Andes, casting a golden glow across Lake Titicaca. The Fuente Magna bowl rests in our hands, its inscriptions a silent riddle. The mountains stand as they have for millennia, their shadows stretching across the water. What stories does this bowl hold carved into its ancient surface? Was it a bridge between worlds, a testament to forgotten journeys, or simply a vessel shaped by human hands and imagination? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's leave the highlands behind, carrying the lake's whispers with us into the twilight. Let's leave the highland shores of Lake Titicaca behind and journey eastward to the warm waters between India and Sri Lanka, where an ancient marvel awaits. The waves whisper tales of gods and kings stretching back millennia. Feel the ocean breeze as we step into a sacred legend, where the Ram Setu bridges history and myth in a mystery that endures. Imagine standing on the shores of Rameswaram in southern India, the year fading into the timeless past. The ocean breeze carries the scent of salt and sandalwood, the waves lapping gently at your feet. Before you stretches the Palk Strait, a narrow channel separating India from Sri Lanka, its waters shimmering under the tropical sun. Beneath the surface lies a structure that has captivated hearts and minds for thousands of years, a chain of limestone shoals 30 miles long, connecting the two lands like a bridge from a forgotten era. Known as the Ram Setu or Adam's Bridge, this formation is steeped in legend and mystery, its origins a puzzle that blends science, faith, and ancient lore. Let's wade into the warm waters. Let the waves guide us into a story that spans the ages. The Ram Setu is first mentioned in the ancient Indian epic, the Ramayana, composed by the sage Valmiki over 2,000 years ago. In the epic Lord Rama, an incarnation of the god Vishnu builds a bridge to cross the sea and rescue his wife Sita from the demon king Ravana in Lanka. With the help of his monkey army led by the devoted Hanuman, Rama constructs the bridge using floating stones inscribed with his name, a divine feat completed in just 5 days. The Ramayana describes the bridge as a marvel spanning the ocean to unite two lands in a quest for justice. For millions of Hindus, the Ram Setu is a sacred site, a physical testament to Rama's journey, its stones blessed by divine touch. But beyond the realm of faith, the structure itself raises questions that science struggles to answer. Let's dive beneath the waves, the water warm and clear, schools of fish darting through the shallows. The Ram Setu emerges as a series of limestone shoals stretching in a gentle arc from Rameswaram to Manor Island in Sri Lanka. The formation is 30 miles long and varies in width from a few hundred meters to over a mile. Some parts rise just a meter below the surface, making the strait treacherous for ships, while others dip deeper, covered by sand and coral. The shoals are composed of porous limestone, a type of sedimentary rock formed from ancient marine deposits interspersed with sandbars and small islands. From above, whether seen in satellite images or ancient maps, the structure resembles a broken bridge, its segments scattered, but aligned as if once a single path. Feel the texture of the limestone beneath your fingers, its surface rough, with fossilized shells, the ocean's heartbeat pulsing through the stone. Is this a natural formation, or the remnant of something greater? The scientific study of the Ram Setu has been a subject of debate for decades. Geologists argue that the structure is a natural formation, the result of millions of years of geological processes. The Palk Strait lies on a tectonic boundary between the Indian Plate and the Eurasian Plate, a region shaped by shifting currents, rising sea levels, and sediment deposition. Around 15,000 years ago, during the last ice age, sea levels were much lower, and India and Sri Lanka were likely connected by a land bridge. As the glaciers melted, the sea rose, submerging the land, but leaving behind a chain of shoals, the Ram Setu we see today. Core samples from the structure show layers of coral and limestone dating back millions of years, supporting the natural origin theory. The Geological Survey of India, in studies conducted in the 2000s, concluded that the formation is entirely geological with no evidence of human construction. Let's surface now, standing on a small islet in the middle of the Ram Setu, the waves lapping at the shore. The sun burns overhead, the horizon shimmering with heat. Imagine the ancient world described in the Ramayana, a time when gods walked among men, their deeds etched into the earth itself. The epic claims the bridge was built around 1,200,000 years ago, a date far older than modern human history. Some proponents of the Ramayana's historicity point to local legends of floating stones, limestone so porous it can float on water, a phenomenon explained by its high air content. In 2017, a documentary by the Science Channel claimed to find such stones near Rameswaram, suggesting they could have been used to build the bridge as the epic describes. But geologists counter that these stones are natural, not man-made, and the Ramayana's timeline doesn't align with scientific dating of the shoals. The mystery deepens with alternative theories. Some Indian scholars and archaeologists argue that the Ram Setu shows signs of human intervention. Satellite images reveal a linear alignment of the shoals, with some sections appearing too regular to be entirely natural. In 2002, a study by the Center for Remote Sensing in India suggested that the structure might include man-made elements, such as a layer of boulders placed atop the natural limestone, a claim disputed by mainstream geologists. Proponents of this theory point to the Ramayana's detailed description of the bridge's construction, arguing that ancient oral traditions may preserve a memory of a real event. They propose that early humans, perhaps during the Ice Age, enhanced a natural land bridge to facilitate migration between India and Sri Lanka, a story later mythologized in the epic. Could the Ram Setu be a blend of nature and human ingenuity, its true history lost to time? Let's sit on this islet, the ocean stretching endlessly around us. The waves whisper tales of Rama and Hanuman, their voices carried on the wind. Imagine the monkey army laboring here, their hands piling stones under Rama's divine gaze, the bridge taking shape across the sea. The Ramayana story resonates with millions, its themes of duty, love, and faith transcending time. For believers, the Ram Setu is a sacred monument, a place of pilgrimage, where devotees come to pray and scatter ashes. In 1987, plans to dredge the strait for a shipping canal, the Setu Samudram project, sparked protests from religious groups who argued that destroying the bridge would be sacrilege. The project remains stalled, the Ram Setu, a symbol of cultural heritage as much as a geological marvel. The Ram Setu bridges more than just land, it bridges science and faith, history and myth. If it's purely natural, it reveals the power of geological forces shaping the Earth in ways that mimic human design. But if even a fragment of the Ramayana story is true, it suggests an ancient feat of engineering we've yet to fully understand. Modern technology like underwater drones and advanced dating methods could shed more light on the structure, but the strait's shallow waters and political sensitivities make exploration challenging. For now, the Ram Setu remains a mystery, its stones holding secrets that may never be fully unraveled. As the sun sets, casting a fiery glow across the water, the Ram Setu stretches into the distance, a silent testament to the past. Imagine Rama standing here, his gaze fixed on Lanka, his heart heavy with purpose. What truths does this bridge hold beneath its waves and legends? Is it a natural wonder, a divine creation, or a forgotten human endeavor? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's leave the ocean behind, carrying the whispers of the Ram Setu with us into the twilight. Let's leave the warm waves of the Ram Setu behind and journey to the remote mountains of China, where a chilling mystery awaits. The year is 1938, and deep within a hidden cave, an expedition uncovers a strange legacy. Feel the cold mountain air as we step into the shadows, where the Dropa Stones whisper tales of a past beyond our imagination. Imagine standing at the entrance of a cave in the Bayan-Kara Ula Mountains on the border of China and Tibet in the year 1938. The air is thin and icy, at over 3,000 meters above sea level, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone filling your lungs. Before you, a narrow passage descends into darkness, its walls etched with the scars of time. A Chinese archaeological expedition led by Professor Chi-Pu Te ventures inside, uncovering a discovery that will spark decades of controversy: hundreds of small disc-shaped stones, each inscribed with strange symbols. Known as the Dropa Stones, these artifacts are said to tell a story of extraterrestrial visitors who crashed to Earth over 10,000 years ago, a tale that blurs the line between myth and reality. Let's step into the cave. Let the shadows guide us into a mystery that reaches for the stars. The Dropa Stones were reportedly found scattered across the cave floor alongside skeletal remains and ancient drawings. According to accounts first published in the 1960s by a Chinese researcher named Sum Nui, the stones number over 700 each, about 30 centimeters in diameter and 2 centimeters thick, made of a hard granite-like material. A small hole in the center of each disc is surrounded by fine spiral grooves radiating outward, resembling an ancient phonograph record. The grooves, when examined closely, are said to contain tiny hieroglyph-like symbols so small they're nearly invisible to the naked eye. The cave itself held other clues. The skeletons were unusually small, barely 4 feet tall, with large skulls and slender limbs, unlike any known human population. Wall paintings depicted figures with round heads wearing what looked like helmets, alongside images of the sun, moon, and stars connected by dotted lines, as if charting a celestial journey. Could these artifacts truly be evidence of an alien encounter preserved in stone? Let's pause in the flickering torchlight of the cave. Picture one of these discs in your hands, its surface cool and smooth, the spiral grooves catching the light like a cosmic map. Feel the weight of it heavier than expected, the granite unyielding beneath your fingers. The tiny symbols seem to shimmer their meaning, lost to time or perhaps to a language not of this world. The skeletons around you lie in silent rows, their oversized skulls staring into the darkness, their bones brittle with age. The air is heavy, the silence broken only by the drip of water echoing through the cavern. Sumum Nui claimed to have deciphered the symbols in the 1960s, alleging they told a story of the Dropa, a race of extraterrestrials whose spacecraft crashed in these mountains over 10,000 years ago, leaving them stranded on Earth. Is this a genuine message from the stars, or a tale spun from imagination? The alleged translation of the Dropa Stones, as reported by Sumum Nui, describes the Dropa as small, frail beings who came from a distant planet. Their ship, damaged during a turbulent landing, left them unable to return home. The stones recount their struggle to survive in the harsh mountains, their fear of the local tribes, and their eventual integration with the native people. Some accounts even claim the Dropa taught the locals advanced knowledge, leaving a genetic legacy in the region. The modern inhabitants of Baian Karaula, a mix of Han, Chinese, and Tibetan peoples, include a small population known as the Dropa or Dzopa, who are unusually short, often under 5 feet tall, and speak a unique dialect. Local legends speak of sky people, who descended long ago, described as small and strange, with large heads and weak bodies. Could these stories be a cultural memory of the beings described on the stones passed down through generations? Let's sit beside one of the skeletons, the torchlight casting eerie shadows across its elongated skull. The bones are fragile, the eye sockets unnaturally large, the jaw delicate. Imagine the Dropa as they might have been, small figures huddled in this cave, their alien eyes reflecting the firelight as they etch their story into stone. The wall paintings above show a constellation-like pattern, with a dotted line leading to Earth, as if mapping their journey. But the Dropa Stone's story is steeped in controversy. Tsumumnui's translation has never been independently verified, and his research was discredited by Chinese authorities in the 1960s, who labeled it pseudoscience. The stones themselves have vanished. Some accounts say they were sent to Beijing for study. Others claim they were destroyed during the Cultural Revolution or hidden to suppress their implications. Without the artifacts, we're left with secondhand reports, many of which were popularized in the West by books like Sun Gods in Exile, a 1978 publication later admitted to be a hoax. The scientific community remains skeptical of the Dropa Stones. Mainstream archaeologists argue that the story is a fabrication likely inspired by the UFO craze of the mid-20th century. The cave in Baian Karaula has never been relocated despite searches in the 1990s, and no physical evidence such as the stones, skeletons, or photographs has surfaced. Critics point out that the idea of spiral-grooved discs predates the Dropa tale. Similar artifacts like the Phaistos disc from Crete have been found elsewhere, though they're unrelated to extraterrestrial claims. The small stature of the skeletons, if real, could be explained by malnutrition or genetic conditions common in isolated populations, not alien origins. Yet the local Dropa people's oral traditions persist, their tales of sky people echoing the story Tsumumnui claimed to find on the stones. Could there be a kernel of truth buried in this legend, a memory of a real event lost to time? Let's consider the broader implications of the Dropa Stones. If their story were true, it would rewrite human history, suggesting extraterrestrial contact over 10,000 years ago, a revelation that would upend our understanding of civilization. The idea of ancient aliens has long captured the imagination, popularized by theorists like Eric von Däniken, who argue that many ancient mysteries point to extraterrestrial influence. But without physical evidence, the Dropa Stones remain a fringe theory dismissed by mainstream science as a hoax or misunderstanding. More likely, the story reflects humanity's timeless fascination with the stars, a longing to connect with something greater preserved in myth and legend. The Baian Karaula Mountains, remote and untouched, are a fitting stage for such a tale, their peaks reaching toward the heavens as if seeking answers. As we rise to leave the cave, the torchlight fades, plunging us into darkness. The mountains outside stand silent, their snow-capped summits glowing under the moon. Imagine the Dropa gazing at this same sky, their hearts heavy with longing for a home they'd never see again. The stones, if they exist, lie hidden perhaps in a museum vault or buried beneath the earth, their story waiting to be rediscovered. What truths do the Dropa Stones hold, if any? Are they a message from the stars, a forgotten chapter of our past, or simply a myth born of human wonder? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's step back into the moonlight, carrying the cave's whispers with us into the night. Let's leave the shadowy caves of the Baian Karaula Mountains behind and travel westward to the sun-baked sands of Egypt, where an ancient artifact awaits. The year is 1898, and in the necropolis of Saqqara, a small object stirs a timeless debate. Feel the desert heat as we step into history, where the Saqqara bird whispers secrets of flight from a forgotten age. Close your eyes. Imagine standing in the necropolis of Saqqara, Egypt, in the year 1898. The air shimmers with heat, the scent of ancient dust and sun-warmed stone rising from the desert floor. Before you looms the step pyramid of Djoser, its limestone blocks glowing under the midday sun, a monument to a civilization over 4,000 years old. Archaeologists, led by French Egyptologist Victor Loret, are excavating a tomb in the nearby Padi Iman necropolis when they uncover a small, curious object, a wooden carving shaped like a bird, its wings outstretched as if ready to soar. Known as the Saqqara bird, this artifact, dated to 200 BCE, has puzzled scholars for over a century, its sleek design hinting at knowledge far beyond its time. Let's hold this tiny relic. Let the desert's whispers guide us into a mystery that takes flight across history. The Saqqara bird was found in a tomb believed to belong to Padi Iman, a minor official from the Ptolemaic period, a time when Greek and Egyptian cultures intertwined under the rule of the Ptolemies. The bird is small, about 18 centimeters long, with a wingspan of 18.5 centimeters, carved from sycamore wood and painted with faded traces of color. Its body is streamlined, its wings slightly upturned at the tips, and its tail is notched, resembling a modern airplane's vertical stabilizer. Unlike other Egyptian bird carvings, which often represent deities like Horus and are stylized with detailed feathers, the Saqqara bird is minimalist, its form functional rather than symbolic. It lacks legs, and a small hole in its tail suggests it may have once had a rudder or attachment. The artifact, now housed in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, bears a faint hieroglyphic inscription. I want to fly a poignant phrase that fuels the mystery surrounding its purpose. Let's pause here in the shade of the step pyramid, the desert stretching endlessly around us. Picture the Saqqara bird in your hands, its wood smooth and light, the grain worn by time. Feel the curve of its wings, the sharp angle of its tail, the balance of its design. The bird's aerodynamic shape is striking, its proportions mirror those of a modern glider, with a low drag profile and upturned wingtips for stability. In 1969, Egyptian physician and amateur archaeologist Khalil Messiha studied the artifact, suggesting it wasn't a toy or religious symbol, but a model of a flying machine. He built a larger replica, adding a tail fin, and tested it, claiming it glided smoothly for several meters. Could this small carving, crafted over 2,000 years ago, hold the secret of ancient flight? The sand shifts beneath your feet, whispering possibilities as old as the pyramids themselves. The idea that the Saqqara bird represents a flying machine has sparked debate since Messiha's hypothesis. Proponents of the ancient technology theory argue that its design is too precise to be coincidental. In 2006, a team of aeronautical engineers at the University of Cairo built another replica, this time using balsa wood for lighter weight. Their model, equipped with a small tail fin, achieved a glide distance of 30 meters with stable flight characteristics. They noted that the bird's wing shape, slightly curved with upturned tips, mimics the principles of lift and stability used in modern aircraft. The notched tail, they suggested, could have acted as a rudder, allowing directional control if the bird were part of a larger mechanism. Some fringe theorists take this further, claiming the Saqqara bird is evidence that the ancient Egyptians possessed advanced knowledge, perhaps influenced by extraterrestrial visitors or a lost civilization like Atlantis. But mainstream Egyptologists dismiss these ideas, arguing the bird's shape is coincidental, its flight potential a modern projection. Let's kneel beside Loret's excavation, the sun casting long shadows across the tomb. The air is dry, the silence broken only by the rustle of sand. Imagine the artisans who carved this bird, their hands shaping the wood with care, their voices low as they work in the flickering light of oil lamps. The tomb's walls are painted with scenes of the afterlife, boats sailing the Nile, birds soaring above the reeds, but the Saqqara bird stands apart, its purpose unclear. Mainstream scholars believe it was a ceremonial object, perhaps a child's toy or a symbolic offering meant to carry the deceased's soul to the heavens. Birds were sacred in ancient Egypt, representing freedom, and the divine Horus, the falcon-headed god, was a protector of the pharaohs. The inscription "I want to fly" supports this interpretation, suggesting a spiritual longing rather than a literal design for flight. But why such a streamlined shape so different from other bird carvings of the time? The historical context of the Saqqara bird adds depth to its mystery. By 200 BCE, Egypt was under Ptolemaic rule, a period of cultural exchange between Greek and Egyptian traditions. The Ptolemies were patrons of science and innovation. Alexandria, their capital, housed the Great Library and was a hub of knowledge. Greek thinkers like Archimedes and Heron were experimenting with mechanics, including early concepts of flight through steam-powered devices like the Aeolipal. Some speculate that the Saqqara bird reflects this spirit of inquiry, perhaps a model inspired by Greek ideas about aerodynamics adapted by Egyptian artisans. But there's no evidence the Egyptians or Greeks built functional gliders, and the bird's lack of a propulsion mechanism makes practical flight unlikely. More likely, its shape is a stylized representation, its aerodynamic properties a happy accident, or so mainstream scholars argue. Let's consider the broader implications of this mystery. The Saqqara bird challenges our assumptions about ancient knowledge, forcing us to question how much we've underestimated our ancestors. If it's merely a toy or symbol, it reveals the sophistication of Egyptian craftsmanship, their ability to capture motion in wood. But if it truly models a glider, it suggests a level of aerodynamic understanding we don't associate with the ancient world. Modern experiments show the bird can glide, but they rely on modern materials and assumptions. Ancient Egyptians had no wind tunnels or mathematical models of lift. Could they have learned through trial and error, observing birds in flight and mimicking their forms? Or is the bird's design a coincidence, its flight potential a projection of our own fascination with the skies? As we rise from the tomb, sun dips low, casting a golden glow across Saqqara. The step pyramid looms in the distance, its shadow stretching toward the Nile, a river that has carried Egypt's secrets for millennia. Imagine Padi Eamon holding this bird in life, his eyes fixed on the sky, dreaming of flight, as the inscription suggests. The Saqqara bird, small and unassuming, holds a timeless allure, a whisper of possibility in a world of stone and sand. Was it a toy, a sacred offering, or a glimpse of ancient innovation? Does it carry the dreams of a civilization, or a secret we've yet to unravel? Share your thoughts when you're ready. For now, let's leave the necropolis behind carrying. The bird's whispers with us into the twilight. We'll step away from the sunlit sands of Saqqara and travel across the globe to the lush forests of West Virginia, USA, where a peculiar formation awaits. It's 1,930, and in a quiet valley, a stone emerges with a pattern that defies explanation. Breathe in the scent of pine as we approach, where the Waffle Rock stirs a mystery carved into the earth itself. Picture yourself in a serene valley in West Virginia, USA, in the year 1930. A gentle breeze rustles through the pine trees, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp soil. The sun filters through the canopy, casting dappled light on a massive boulder by the North Fork of the Hughes River, a stone unlike any other. Its surface is etched with a grid-like pattern resembling the crisscross of a waffle, each square about 2 inches wide and deep, as if pressed by a giant iron. Dubbed the Waffle Rock, this geological oddity discovered during road construction near the town of Jennings, Randolph Lake has puzzled scientists and locals alike for nearly a century. Weighing over 10,000 pounds, the boulder now rests at the Jennings-Randolph Lake Visitor Center, its enigmatic design a silent challenge to our understanding of nature's work. Let's trace its patterns with our fingers. Let the forest's whispers draw us into a mystery that spans millions of years. The Waffle Rock is a sandstone boulder part of the Conemaugh Group, a geological formation dating back to the Pennsylvanian period, roughly 300 million years ago. At that time, West Virginia was a swampy, tropical landscape crisscrossed by rivers and teeming with ancient plants like giant ferns and horsetails. The rock's grid pattern, with its intersecting ridges and grooves, gives it an almost artificial appearance, as if crafted by human hands or something else entirely. When it was first unearthed during the construction of a dam in the 1930s, workers were baffled, their shovels clanging against its unyielding surface. Some whispered of ancient civilizations, others of extraterrestrial visitors leaving their mark. The boulder was saved from destruction and moved to its current location in 1984, where it stands as a curiosity for visitors, its origins still a matter of heated debate. Run your hand across the Waffle Rock surface, feeling the rough texture of the sandstone, the grooves cool and shadowed beneath your fingertips. The grid is remarkably uniform lines, running at near-perfect right angles, creating a checkerboard pattern that stretches across the boulder's face. The squares vary slightly in size, but average about 2 by 2 inches, their depth consistent, as if carved with precision. The rock itself is massive, over 10 feet long and 6 feet wide, its weight a testament to its ancient origins. Around you, the forest hums with life, birds chirp in the treetops, a distant stream gurgles over stones, but the Waffle Rock stands silent, its pattern a riddle etched into the earth. Could this be the work of nature, a fluke of geology, or does it hint at a story we've yet to uncover? Geologists offer a natural explanation for the Waffle Rock's pattern, pointing to processes that unfolded over millions of years. Sandstone, like that of the Conemaugh group, forms from layers of sediment compressed under immense pressure. During the Pennsylvanian period, the region experienced cycles of flooding and drying, leaving behind layers of sand and mud. One theory suggests the grid pattern is a result of Liesegang banding, a chemical process where iron oxide precipitates in the rock, creating concentric or grid-like patterns as water seeps through. Another hypothesis involves stress fracturing. As the rock was buried and later uplifted by tectonic forces, it cracked in a grid pattern due to pressure and heat. Over time, erosion weathered the softer parts of the sandstone, leaving the harder iron-rich ridges that form the waffle effect. Core samples from similar rocks in the area support this view, showing no signs of artificial carving or tool marks. Yet as you stand before the boulder, the natural explanation feels incomplete. The pattern's regularity is striking too perfect. Some argue for a random geological process. In the 1980s, a local amateur researcher named James McCourt proposed an alternative theory. The Waffle Rock was a petrified piece of an ancient structure, perhaps a wall or floor built by a lost civilization. He pointed to the grid's uniformity and the boulder's size, suggesting it was too large to have been naturally shaped in such a way. Others have taken the idea further, claiming the rock is evidence of extraterrestrial activity, a landing pad or marker left by alien visitors millions of years ago. These theories, while popular among fringe enthusiasts, lack physical evidence, and mainstream geologists dismiss them as speculative. But the Waffle Rock's presence in a region rich with Native American history adds a layer of intrigue. Could it hold cultural significance we've overlooked? Step around the boulder, noticing how the grid pattern wraps across its edges, unbroken, as if the rock were molded rather than fractured. The forest floor beneath is soft with pine needles, the air cool in the boulder's shadow. Imagine the ancient landscape where this rock formed a swampy delta, where early amphibians crawled among towering plants, their footprints lost to time. The Waffle Rock would have been buried then, its pattern forming deep underground, unseen for millions of years until humans stumbled upon it. Native American tribes like the Monoton and Shawnee once lived in this valley, their stories filled with spirits and sacred places. Local lore tells of patterned stones associated with healing rituals, though no direct link to the Waffle Rock has been found. Could the tribes have known this boulder, weaving it into their myths as a gift from the earth? The Waffle Rock's mystery lies in its ability to blur the line between nature and design. If it's a geological formation, it showcases the Earth's capacity to create patterns that mimic human craftsmanship, a reminder of nature's artistry. But if even a fragment of the alternative theories holds true, it suggests a history we've yet to explore. In 2005, a team from West Virginia University conducted a detailed analysis of the rock, confirming its sandstone composition and natural origins, but they admitted the grid's regularity was unusual, leaving room for speculation. Modern technology like 3D scanning or chemical isotope analysis could reveal more about its formation, but the boulder remains largely unstudied, its secrets locked in stone. For now, it stands as a quiet enigma, drawing visitors who marvel at its strange beauty. As the sun dips below the treetops, casting a warm glow across the valley, the Waffle Rock's grid takes on a golden hue, its shadows deepening with the fading light. Picture the workers in 1930 staring in awe as the boulder emerged from the earth, their voices hushed with wonder. The forest around you feels alive, its whispers carrying the weight of millions of years. What story does the Waffle Rock tell, etched into its ancient surface? Is it a natural masterpiece, a relic of a lost civilization, or a sign of something beyond our world? Let your thoughts linger as we move on. The valley's secrets. Follow us into the twilight. We'll depart the pine-scented valley of West Virginia and journey north to the tranquil waters of Wisconsin, USA, where an underwater enigma awaits. It's 1,936, and beneath the surface of a quiet lake, shadows hint at a lost world. Sense the cool ripples as we dive into history, where the Rock Lake pyramids beckon with secrets submerged in time. Envision yourself on the shores of Rock Lake in Jefferson County, Wisconsin, in the summer of 1936. The morning air is fresh, with the scent of dew-kissed grass, the lake's surface a mirror reflecting the pale blue sky. A light breeze ripples the water, whispering through the surrounding oaks as a small boat bobs gently near the shore. Local divers, intrigued by tales from Native American elders, are preparing to explore the depths when they spot unusual shapes below conical structures rising from the lakebed, their outlines blurred by silt and algae. Known as the Rock Lake Pyramids, these underwater formations discovered in a lake just 20 miles east of Madison have sparked wonder and debate for nearly a century. Estimated to be over 10,000 years old, they challenge our understanding of ancient cultures in North America. Let's glide beneath the surface. Let the water's secrets pull us into a mystery as deep as the lake itself. The Rock Lake Pyramids were first documented by divers Frank Joseph and Charles McCart in 1936, following stories from the local Ho-Chunk Winnebago tribe about a city beneath the waters. The lake, roughly 40 feet deep at its center, revealed at least 10 structures, conical mounds and rectangular platforms made of stone, some rising 15 feet from the lakebed. The largest, dubbed the Limnatis Pyramid, measures 60 feet across at its base and tapers to a flat top resembling the platform pyramids of Mesoamerica. Other formations include smaller cones and a rectangular structure with a sloping ramp suggesting intentional design. The stones, mostly limestone and basalt, are rough, but appear deliberately placed, their edges worn by centuries of sediment and currents. Sonar scans conducted in the 1990s confirmed the structure's presence, mapping their locations across the lakebed, though murky water and thick silt have made detailed exploration challenging. Feel the cool embrace of the lake as you imagine swimming above the Limnatis Pyramid, its shadowy form emerging through the haze. The water is a muted green sunlight filtering down in golden shafts, illuminating schools of fish darting among the stones. The pyramid's surface is encrusted with algae, but its shape is unmistakable, a broad base narrowing to a truncated top as if built for ceremonies under a long-forgotten sky. The surrounding lakebed is scattered with smaller rocks, some forming patterns that hint at pathways or walls. Bubbles rise from your breath, the silence underwater broken only by the faint hum of the current. These structures feel ancient, their presence heavy with history, yet their builders remain a mystery. Could they be the work of an unknown culture, or are they simply a trick of nature, sculpted by the lake's forgotten tides? Archaeologists and geologists have offered competing explanations for the Rock Lake Pyramids. The natural theory suggests they are glacial deposits, mounds of rock left behind by retreating ice sheets during the last ice age over 10,000 years ago. Wisconsin was once covered by glaciers, which carved out lakes like Rock Lake and left behind moraines, drumlins, and other formations. Some argue the pyramids are natural ridges or eskers, shaped by water currents and erosion over millennia, their conical forms a coincidence. In 2001, a study by the Wisconsin Historical Society supported this view, noting that the stones show no signs of mortar or tool marks, and their placement aligns with glacial patterns in the region. Yet the structure's symmetry and distribution spread across the lake in a seemingly deliberate layout raised doubts. Why would natural forces create such uniform shapes, some with flat tops and ramps in a single lake? As you surface for air, the lake sparkles under the midday sun, its shores alive with the hum of cicadas. Picture the Ho-Chunk people who once fished these waters, their canoes gliding over the same depths where the pyramids now lie. Their oral traditions speak of a sacred place beneath Rock Lake, a city built by their ancestors, or by moon people who came from the sky. Some stories describe rituals held on the lake, offerings cast into the water to honor spirits below. In the 1960s, diver Max Knoll reported finding a stone wall and a possible altar near the Limnatis Pyramid, though his findings were never verified. Proponents of the man-made theory argue that the pyramids were built by an ancient culture, possibly the ancestors of the Ho-Chunk, during a time when the lake's water levels were lower, perhaps during the early Holocene around 10,000 years ago when the climate was warmer and drier. They suggest the structures were ceremonial platforms submerged as the lake rose with melting glaciers. The idea of an ancient civilization in North America isn't as far-fetched as it once seemed. The nearby Astalon State Park, just 15 miles from Rock Lake, contains a known archaeological site, a fortified village occupied by the Mississippian culture between 900 and 1300 CE, with platform mounds similar to those found in Cahokia. But the Rock Lake Pyramids, if man-made, would predate Astalon by thousands of years, making them some of the oldest structures in the Americas. In 1991, archaeologist William McGowan proposed that the pyramids were built by a pre-Clovis culture early humans who migrated to North America before the Clovis people around 13,000 years ago. He pointed to the flat-top design, which mirrors early Mesoamerican pyramids, suggesting cultural diffusion across the continent. However, without artifacts like pottery or tools, and with limited underwater excavations due to the lake's conditions, this theory remains speculative. Drift over the lake in your mind, the boat rocking gently as you gaze into the depths. The pyramids below seem to pulse with history, their stones holding memories of a time when this valley looked very different. Imagine a people gathering here, their hands piling stones under a blazing sun, their voices raised in chants to the sky. If the pyramids were built by humans, they would have held profound meaning, perhaps as altars for offerings or markers of sacred ground. But if they're natural, they reveal the Earth's capacity to mimic human design, a reminder of nature's enduring mysteries. In 2010, a local diving team used side-scan sonar to map the lake bed, revealing additional structures, including a possible circular formation, but poor visibility prevented closer study. Future technology like underwater drones or advanced imaging could unlock more clues, but for now the pyramids remain hidden in the lake's embrace. As the sun begins to set, painting the lake in shades of amber and rose, the rock lake pyramids fade into the depths below. Envision the divers in 1936, their voices filled with awe as they surface with tales of stone giants beneath the water. The lake's surface ripples softly, its secrets guarded by time and tide. What lies beneath Rock Lake? A natural wonder, a lost city, or something stranger still? Do the pyramids whisper of an ancient culture, or do they remind us of the Earth's timeless artistry? Let your thoughts ripple outward as we move on. The lake's mysteries linger in the fading light. We'll surface from the quiet depths of Rock Lake and journey far across the world to the sun-scorched plains of southern Iraq, where an eerie discovery awaits. It's 1923, and in the ruins of an ancient settlement, strange figures emerge from the sand. Inhale the dry desert air as we approach, where the Ubaid Statues unveil a mystery older than memory itself. Transport yourself to the arid plains of southern Iraq in the year 1923, where the sun blazes relentlessly over the ancient site of Tel al-Ubaid. The air is thick with the scent of baked earth, the horizon shimmering with heat as British archaeologist Henry Hall leads an excavation for the British Museum. His team unearths a series of small, peculiar figurines buried in the sandy layers of a settlement dating back over 7,000 years. These are the Ubaid statues, crafted by one of the earliest known civilizations in Mesopotamia, the Ubaid culture, which thrived between 5,500 and 4,000 BCE. Standing just a few inches tall, the statues depict humanoid figures with reptilian features, elongated heads, almond-shaped eyes and snouts, unlike anything seen in ancient art. Their unsettling appearance has sparked debate for a century, hinting at beliefs or beings we may never fully understand. Let the desert wind carry us back. Let the sand reveal a story etched in clay. The Ubaid statues were discovered in various contexts, some in domestic spaces, others in what appear to be ritual areas, suggesting they held significant cultural meaning. Over 100 figurines have been found, most made of baked clay, though a few are carved from stone like gypsum or limestone. They range from 4 to 12 inches in height. Their forms, both male and female, often depicted standing or squatting. The most striking feature is their reptilian appearance. Their heads are elongated with a pronounced ridge, their eyes large and slanted, and their mouths snout-like, sometimes with small holes suggesting teeth or a tongue. Some figures hold infants with the same strange features, while others wear what looks like helmets or headdresses, their bodies adorned with faint traces of paint, red ochre, or black bitumen. The Ubaid culture, a precursor to the Sumerians, is known for its early farming communities, pottery, and irrigation systems, but these statues stand apart their purpose, a haunting enigma. Feel the weight of one of these figurines in your palm, its clay, cool despite the desert heat, the texture rough, where ancient hands pressed it into shape. The statue's almond-shaped eyes seem to gaze through you, its snout parted, as if whispering a forgotten tale. Notice the fine details, the scales etched into its shoulders, the way its fingers curl as if in a ritual gesture. Around you, the excavation site buzzes with quiet excitement. Shovels scrape against sand, the faint clink of pottery fragments echoing across the dig. The Ubaid settlement with its mud brick houses and communal spaces feels alive, as if the people who made these statues might step from the shadows. Were these figures, deities, ancestors, or something stranger, the desert sun beats down the sand, offering no answers, only the weight of millennia. Mainstream archaeologists interpret the Al-Ubaid statues as symbolic representations, likely tied to the Ubaid culture's spiritual beliefs. The reptilian features may reflect mythological creatures associated with fertility, water, or the underworld common themes in Mesopotamian religion. Snakes and lizards abundant in the region were often linked to renewal and life due to their ability to shed skin, and the Ubaid people who relied on the Tigris and Euphrates rivers may have revered water-related deities. Some statues depict females nursing infants, suggesting a connection to motherhood and creation, while others hold staffs or objects, possibly indicating a priestly role. In 1998, archaeologist Susan Pollock proposed that the elongated heads and eyes were stylized to emphasize wisdom or divinity, a trait seen in later Sumerian art. The Ubaid culture, one of the first to settle in permanent villages, likely used these figurines in rituals, perhaps to invoke protection, fertility, or a connection to the divine. Yet the statue's unusual appearance has fueled alternative theories. In the 1970s, Swiss author Erich von Däniken popularized the idea that the Al-Ubaid statues depict extraterrestrial beings, suggesting the Ubaid people encountered alien visitors who influenced their culture. He pointed to the reptilian features uncommon in human depictions of the time and the statues' helmets, which he claimed resembled spacesuits. Fringe theorists have since expanded on this, linking the statues to myths of reptilian humanoids like the Anunnaki, a Sumerian deity group some believe were extraterrestrials. They argue the statues' large eyes and snouts mimic descriptions of reptilian aliens in modern UFO lore, and the Ubaid's sudden advancements in agriculture and pottery hint at outside influence. Mainstream scholars dismiss these claims as speculative, noting that no physical evidence like advanced technology or non-human remains supports the alien theory. The reptilian traits they argue are symbolic, not literal, reflecting the Ubaid's worldview rather than extraterrestrial contact. Wander through the ruins of Tel al-Ubaid, the sand crunching softly beneath your feet, the faint outline of ancient walls rising from the earth. Imagine the Ubaid people gathered here, their hands shaping clay under a twilight sky, their voices chanting as they place these figurines in sacred spaces. The settlement hums with life. Children play near the river, farmers tend to barley fields, a potter fires a kiln in the distance. The statues buried with care were likely offerings to unseen forces, their reptilian forms a bridge to the divine. But what did the Ubaids see in these figures? Did they represent gods of the river, spirits of the earth, or beings from beyond the stars? In 2015, a study by the University of Chicago analyzed the statue's clay, confirming it was locally sourced. But their purpose remains elusive, their meaning lost to the sands of time. The Al-Ubaid statues offer a glimpse into the dawn of civilization, a time when humans first settled, farmed, and built communities that would shape the future. Their reptilian features, so alien to us, may reflect the Ubaid's attempt to make sense of their world, its cycles of life, death, and renewal. If they're purely symbolic, they reveal the richness of early human belief, a culture weaving myth into clay. But if even a sliver of the alternative theories holds true, they suggest a history we've yet to uncover. The site of Tel al-Ubaid has yielded few new statues in recent decades, its excavations halted by conflict in the region, leaving many questions unanswered. Future digs, if possible, might reveal more about the Ubaid's beliefs or unearth clues that challenge everything we know. As the desert sun dips below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the plains, the Al-Ubaid statues seem to shimmer in the fading light, their eyes glinting with ancient wisdom. Picture Henry Hall in 1923 holding one of these figurines for the first time, his breath catching at its strange beauty. The ruins around you fade into shadow, the desert whispering tales of a time before cities, before empires. What do the Al-Ubaid statues truly represent? A myth, a memory, or a mystery beyond our grasp? Let their gaze linger in your mind as we move forward. The sands of Mesopotamia hold their secrets close. We'll depart the sun-baked ruins of Tel al-Ubaid and journey across the ocean to the lush jungles of Costa Rica, where a silent enigma awaits. It's 1939, and amidst the rainforest workers uncover a marvel of ancient craftsmanship, Sense the humid air as we venture into the wild, where the Diquís Spheres roll through history with secrets yet to be unveiled. Step into the dense rainforest of Costa Rica's Diquís Delta in the year 1939, where the air hums with the buzz of insects and the scent of damp earth rises from the jungle floor. Sunlight filters through the towering canopy, casting golden patches on the muddy ground as workers for the United Fruit Company clear land for a banana plantation. Their machetes halt as they uncover something extraordinary: massive stone spheres, perfectly round, scattered across the landscape like forgotten giants' marbles. These are the Diquís Spheres created by the Diquís culture between 300 and 1500 CE, a pre-Columbian society that thrived in what is now southern Costa Rica. Numbering over 3,000, these spheres range from a few inches to over 8 feet in diameter. Their purpose, a mystery that echoes through the jungle's tangled vines. Let the rustle of leaves draw us closer. Let the rainforest's heartbeat guide us into an enigma carved in stone. The Diquís Spheres, also known as the Las Bolas, the balls of Costa Rica, were first documented by archaeologist Doris Stone in the 1940s following their discovery by the United Fruit Company. Since then, over 300 have been catalogued, though estimates suggest thousands more remain hidden in the jungle or were destroyed during land clearing. The spheres are made of granodiorite, a hard volcanic rock similar to granite sourced from quarries in the Talamanca Mountains up to 50 miles away. The largest weigh over 15 tons, their surface is polished to near-perfect sphericity, with some deviating from a true sphere by mere millimeters. The Diquís culture, a chiefdom society known for its goldwork and pottery, left no written records, but their spheres stand as a testament to their skill, scattered across villages, riverbanks, and ceremonial sites like Palmar Sur and Finca 6, where many are now preserved as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Run your fingers along the surface of one of these spheres, its cool stone unyielding beneath your touch, the polish smooth, despite centuries of exposure. The jungle around you is alive, monkeys chatter in the treetops, a parrot's cry pierces the humid air, and the distant rush of the Taraba River echoes through the trees. The sphere before you is massive, nearly 7 feet across its weight, grounding it to the earth like a silent sentinel. Smaller spheres nearby form a line, their placement deliberate, as if marking a sacred path. Some are arranged in geometric patterns, triangles, rectangles, even arcs, suggesting they held ceremonial significance. Others stand alone, half buried in the soil, their surfaces etched with faint scars from ancient tools. How did the Diquís move these colossal stones across rivers and jungles? What purpose did they serve in a world so different from ours? Archaeologists believe the Diquís spheres were crafted using a combination of heat, cold, and manual labor. Artisans likely heated the granodiorite with fire, then doused it with water to crack the stone, shaping it with basalt hammers and grinding it smooth with sand and leather. The process would have taken months, if not years, requiring immense skill and patience. In 1990, archaeologist Ifigenia Quintanilla conducted experiments to recreate a sphere, confirming the technique, but noting the labor-intensive nature of the work, hundreds of hours for even a small sphere. The Diquís likely transported the stones using logs as rollers, a method seen in other ancient cultures, though the dense jungle terrain and river crossings would have made the task daunting. Some spheres show signs of being moved multiple times, their positions adjusted over generations, hinting at their enduring importance to the Diquís people. Gaze at the sphere. As the sunlight shifts, casting shadows across its surface, the jungle's green glow reflecting in its curves. Imagine the Diquís gathered here, their hands stained with earth, their voices rising in chants as they roll the sphere into place. Archaeological evidence suggests the spheres were used in ceremonial contexts. Many are found near elite burials or aligned with celestial events like solstices. In 2010, a team from the University of Costa Rica excavated Finca 6, uncovering a plaza with spheres arranged to mark the sunrise on the summer solstice, suggesting astronomical knowledge. Others propose the spheres symbolized power or status, their size, reflecting the authority of a chiefdom. Local Diquís descendants like the Baruca and Taraba peoples share oral traditions of the spheres, as sky stones, gifts from the gods, to mark sacred land. Could they have been tools for ritual navigation or community identity? The mystery of the Diquís spheres deepens with alternative theories. In the 1970s, Swiss author Erich von Däniken suggested the spheres were evidence of extraterrestrial influence, arguing their perfect roundness and placement required technology beyond the Diquís' capabilities. He proposed they were markers left by alien visitors, a theory popularized by his book Chariots of the Gods. Others have claimed the spheres align with global ley lines, hypothetical energy grids, connecting ancient sites, or that they encode astronomical data, pointing to constellations like Orion. Mainstream archaeologists dismiss these ideas, citing the lack of evidence for advanced technology or extraterrestrial contact. The sphere's precision, while impressive, is achievable with ancient methods, and their alignments are often coincidental or misinterpreted. Yet the sheer scale of the Diquís' achievement, thousands of spheres crafted over centuries, raises questions about their cultural significance and the resources devoted to their creation. Walk deeper into the jungle, the sphere fading behind you as vines and ferns close in the air, growing heavier with moisture. Picture a Diquís village in 1000 CE, huts of wood and thatched children playing near the river, artisans chipping away at a new sphere under the watchful eye of a chief. The spheres placed at the village's heart would have been a source of pride, their creation a communal effort binding the people together. But by the time Spanish colonizers arrived in the 16th century, the Diquís culture had declined, likely due to disease and conflict, their spheres abandoned to the jungle. Many were later looted or relocated. Some now sit in museums like the National Museum of Costa Rica. Others adorn private gardens, their context lost. In 2014, UNESCO's recognition of the Diquís sites brought renewed efforts to protect them, but deforestation and development continue to threaten undiscovered spheres. As dusk falls, the jungle glows with the last light of day, the calls of howler monkeys echoing through the trees. Imagine the workers in 1939 staring in awe as the first sphere emerged from the soil, their voices hushed with wonder. The Diquís spheres stand as a testament to a lost culture, their roundness, a symbol of perfection in an untamed world. What meaning did they hold for the Diquís? A connection to the divine, a mark of power, or a mystery? Even they couldn't explain. Do they whisper of ancient knowledge or simply of human ingenuity? Let the jungle's song linger in your thoughts as we move on. The Diquís spheres roll their secrets into the twilight. We'll step out of Costa Rica's tangled jungles and travel north to the rugged canyons of Texas, USA, where an ancient canvas awaits. Hidden in a rock shelter along the Pecos River, a mural painted thousands of years ago holds cryptic clues. Feel the canyon's dry heat as we approach, where the white shaman rock unveils a story whispered in ochre and time. Imagine yourself standing in a remote canyon along the Pecos River in southwest Texas, where the sun blazes overhead, its rays bouncing off the limestone walls. The air carries the faint scent of sagebrush and dusts the silence broken only by the trickle of water echoing through the ravine. It's a timeless place, but the rock shelter before you holds a window into the past, a mural painted over 4,000 years ago by the ancient peoples of the lower Pecos region. Known as the White Shaman Rock, this intricate artwork, discovered in the 1930s by archaeologists exploring the area, is a masterpiece of prehistoric rock art, its cryptic symbols and figures stirring debate among scholars and dreamers alike. The mural, stretching across a sheltered overhang, tells a story that feels both earthly and otherworldly, a riddle etched in ochre, charcoal, and time. Let the canyon's echoes guide us. Let the ancient pigments reveal their secrets. The White Shaman Rock, named for its central figure, a white painted shaman, adorned with antlers, dates to around 2000 BCE, making it one of the oldest rock art sites in North America. The mural spans 13 feet across and 4 feet high, its colors faded but vivid against the pale limestone, red ochre, black charcoal, white kaolin clay, and hints of yellow. The white shaman, standing over 3 feet tall, dominates the scene, his antlered headdress and outstretched arms suggesting a ritual pose. Surrounding him are smaller figures, some human, others animal-like, along with abstract shapes, dots, wavy lines, and comb-like patterns. Serpents, deer, and what appear to be peyote cacti are interwoven with the figures, creating a complex tableau that feels alive with movement. The shelter, located near the confluence of the Pecos and Rio Grande rivers, is part of a broader tradition of rock art in the region where over 300 sites have been documented, but the White Shaman stands out for its detail and preservation. Trace the outline of the White Shaman with your gaze, his form glowing in the soft light filtering into the shelter. The antlers curve gracefully, their tips painted with red dots, while his body is dotted with black spots, perhaps representing stars or spiritual marks. A wavy line flows from his mouth, curling upward like a song or breath, a detail that feels alive despite the millennia. Around you, the canyon walls rise steep and rugged, their surfaces scarred by erosion, but the shelter's overhang has protected the mural from rain and wind, preserving its colors for thousands of years. The ground beneath is scattered with flint chips and charcoal fragments, remnants of the artists who worked here, their hands mixing pigments in shallow stone palettes. What vision drove them to create this scene? Does it depict a shaman's journey, a cosmic map, or a story we can't yet comprehend? Archaeologists interpret the White Shaman Rock as a shamanistic narrative, likely tied to the spiritual practices of the Lower Pecos people, who were hunter-gatherers with a deep connection to their environment. In 1997, archaeologist Carolyn Boyd published a groundbreaking study suggesting the mural illustrates a peyote ritual, a ceremony involving the hallucinogenic cactus still used by some Native American groups today. Boyd identified the cactus motifs and linked the white shaman to a creation myth of the Huichol people who live in Mexico, but share cultural ties with the Lower Pecos groups. The mural, she argued, depicts the shaman's journey to the spirit world, the antlers symbolizing his transformation, the wavy lines, his visions, and the surrounding figures, his guides or deities. The dots and comb patterns may represent celestial events, aligning with the solstice sun that illuminates the mural on certain days, a detail confirmed by observations in 2005. This interpretation paints the white shaman as a sacred space, a portal to the divine. Yet alternative theories cast the mural in a different light. In the 1980s, some researchers proposed that the White Shaman Rock contains extraterrestrial symbolism, pointing to the abstract shapes and the shaman's otherworldly appearance. They suggested the wavy lines and dots resemble star maps, perhaps depicting the Pleiades cluster, and the antlered figure could represent an alien visitor, a theory fueled by the ancient astronaut hypothesis. Others see the mural as evidence of a lost global culture, arguing that similar antlered shamans appear in rock art from Siberia to South America, hinting at a shared prehistoric belief system. Mainstream scholars, however, counter that these similarities reflect universal human experiences, shamanism, altered states, and celestial observation, rather than extraterrestrial influence or global diffusion. The Lower Pecos people, they note, left no evidence of advanced technology, their tools limited to flint points and grinding stones, their lives shaped by the desert's rhythms. Stand at the edge of the shelter, the canyon stretching below like a jagged scar in the earth, the Pecos River glinting in the distance. Picture the ancient artists gathered here, their faces smudged with ochre, their chants rising as they paint under the stars. The mural would have glowed in the firelight, its figures dancing in the flickering shadows, a sacred act binding the people to their ancestors and the cosmos. The Lower Pecos people hunted deer, gathered mesquite beans, and fished the river, their lives intertwined with the land, but their art reveals a deeper longing, a desire to transcend, to connect with unseen worlds. The white shaman with his antlers and visions may have been their guide, his journey, a map for the living. But what did they see in their trance? Was it the spirit world, the stars, or something beyond our understanding? The White Shaman Rock offers a window into a prehistoric mind, a culture that saw the world as alive with spirits and meaning. If Boyd's interpretation is correct, it reveals the depth of their spiritual practices, a ritual tradition that echoes in modern Native American ceremonies. But if the alternative theories hold a grain of truth, the mural might hint at a broader human story, one of shared symbols, ancient knowledge, or even encounters we can't fathom. In 2018, the White Shaman Preserve was established to protect the site, allowing limited visits to study the mural, but its remote location and fragile state make further research difficult. The Pecos River continues to flow its waters, carrying the echoes of those who painted here, their story preserved in pigment and stone. As the sun sets, casting the canyon in shades of amber and violet, the White Shaman Rock seems to pulse with ancient energy, its figures frozen in an eternal dance. Envision the artist's hands stained with ochre as they complete their work, their eyes reflecting the firelight and the stars above. The canyon falls silent, the mural's secrets lingering in the twilight air. What visions did the White Shaman hold? A journey to the spirit world, a map of the cosmos, or a mystery we'll never unravel? Let the canyon's whispers stay with you as we move forward. The Pecos River carries their story onward. We'll leave the ancient whispers of the Pecos River Canyon behind and travel west to the desolate hills of California, USA, where a baffling find awaits. It's 1961, and in a rugged landscape, three rock hunters stumble upon an object that defies time. Taste the dry desert wind as we approach, where the Coso Artifact sparks a mystery that ignites the imagination. Picture yourself in the arid hills near Olancha, California, on a crisp February morning in 1961. The desert stretches endlessly before you, its air tinged with the sharp scent of sage and sun-baked rock. Three rock hunters, Wallace Lane, Virginia Maxey, and Mike Mikesell, are scouring the Coso Mountains for geodes, their boots crunching against the gravelly soil. As they split open a promising nodule, they uncover something astonishing. Embedded inside is a cylindrical object resembling a modern spark plug, complete with a metal core ceramic insulator and copper ring. Dubbed the Coso Artifact, this find, allegedly encased in a geode over 500,000 years old, has ignited debate for decades, challenging our understanding of history and technology. Let the desert's stillness surround us. Let the artifact's enigma pull us into a story that defies the ages. The Coso Artifact's discovery began innocently enough, but its implications quickly turned extraordinary. The rock hunters brought their find to the attention of a local geologist who estimated the geode's age based on its surrounding matrix, a type of hard clay typical of the Pliocene epoch dating back over 500,000 years. The object inside, however, looked shockingly modern, a 2-inch long cylinder with a central metal rod, a white ceramic insulator, and a copper ring encased in a hexagonal sheath of oxidized iron. X-ray images taken in 1969 revealed further details, a spring or helix at one end and a magnetic component strikingly similar to a 1920s-era spark plug used in early combustion engines. The artifact, now housed in a private collection after being displayed briefly at the Eastern California Museum, became a lightning rod for controversy, its origins a puzzle that refuses to fit into the timeline of human invention. Hold the geode in your hands, its rough surface gritty against your skin, the weight of its mystery settling into your palms. The desert sun glares overhead, casting harsh shadows across the cracked earth, while a faint breeze stirs the dust at your feet. Split the geode open in your mind, revealing the artifact within. Its metal core glints faintly, the ceramic insulator smooth and unblemished, the copper ring tarnished but intact. The object feels out of place, a relic of the 20th century trapped in a stone that formed when early humans were just beginning to walk upright. Around you, the Coso Mountains loom, their rugged peaks unchanged, for millennia witnesses to a history we thought we knew. How did a modern-looking device end up in a geode this ancient? Does it rewrite our past or challenge our assumptions about the Earth itself? The most sensational interpretation of the Coso artifact came shortly after its discovery, when fringe theorists suggested it was evidence of an advanced ancient civilization, or even extraterrestrial visitors. In 1970, creationist Ron Calais, who studied the artifact, argued it proved the existence of a pre-human technological society possibly destroyed in a biblical flood, aligning with his belief in a young Earth. Others, like UFO enthusiasts, claimed it was an alien device left behind by visitors over 500,000 years ago, its spark plug design a mere coincidence of form. They pointed to the artifact's magnetic properties and the spring-like structure as evidence of advanced engineering far beyond the capabilities of early hominids like Homo habilis. These theories gained traction in the 1970s, fueled by books like Forbidden Archaeology, which cataloged out-of-place artifacts as proof of hidden histories. But mainstream science offered a far more grounded explanation, one that unraveled the mystery while leaving its allure intact. Examine the artifact closer, as if peering through the X-ray images, the desert's silence amplifying your focus. The spark plug bears an uncanny resemblance to a Champion brand plug used in 1920s Ford Model T engines, a common item for the time. In 1999, skeptic Pierre Stromberg and geologist Paul Heinrich investigated the artifact, consulting spark plug collectors and geologists. They concluded it was indeed a 1920s spark plug, likely discarded by a miner or prospector in the Coso area, which had seen mining activity since the 19th century. The geode encasing, it wasn't a true geode but a concretion, a mass of iron oxide and clay, that forms rapidly around metal objects in certain soil conditions. Such concretions can harden in mere decades, not millennia, explaining the artifact's encasement. Chemical analysis of the surrounding matrix conducted in 2000 supported this, showing modern rust and no signs of ancient fossilization. The Coso artifact, it seems, is a case of mistaken age, a modern object mistaken for an ancient relic. Yet, as you set the geo down, the desert's vastness stretching around you, the artifact's story feels more complex than a simple misidentification. The rock hunter's initial claim of its age based on the surrounding sediment sparked a mystery that captured imaginations worldwide. Even if the artifact itself is modern, its encasement raises questions about geological processes, how quickly can concretions form, and what other objects might be mistaken for ancient relics. The Coso Mountains, with their history of mining and human activity, are a reminder that the Earth holds layers of stories, some buried just beneath the surface. In the 1960s, the artifact's discovery coincided with a surge of interest in ancient mysteries, a time when people were eager to believe in lost civilizations or extraterrestrial visitors. The Coso artifact became a symbol of that curiosity, its spark plug shape a metaphor for the spark it ignited in the public's mind. Reflect on the miners who may have dropped this spark plug decades ago, their voices long faded, their tools left to rust in the desert. Picture them working under the same sun that beats down now, their hands smudged with grease as they repair a sputtering engine, the spark plug falling unnoticed into the dirt. Over time, the Earth claimed it, encasing it in a shell of clay and oxide, a process that mimics the slow fossilization of true artifacts. The Coso artifact, though not ancient, reveals the power of perception, how easily we can see the extraordinary in the ordinary, how a simple object can become a gateway to wonder. In 2015, a similar concretion was found in Nevada, encasing a 1950s bolt, further supporting the natural explanation. But the Coso artifact's allure endures its story, a blend of science and speculation. As the sun dips toward the horizon, painting the Coso Mountains in shades of amber and gold, the artifact's mystery lingers like the last rays of light. Imagine the rock hunters in 1961, their eyes wide with astonishment. As they split the geode, their voices filled with questions that echo still. The desert falls quiet, the wind whispering through the sagebrush, carrying the weight of time. What does the Coso artifact truly tell us? A tale of ancient technology, a trick of nature, or a reflection of our own desire for wonder? Let the desert's secrets stir your thoughts. As we move on, the hills of Alancha hold their silence. Close. We'll bid farewell to the dusty hills of Alancha and journey south to the misty highlands of Colombia, where a perplexing artifact awaits. In the 1970s, near the Magdalena River, a collector unearths a disc that defies explanation. Hear the whisper of the rainforest as we draw near, where the genetic disc unveils a mystery that stretches the boundaries of ancient knowledge. Step into the lush highlands of Colombia in the 1970s, where the Magdalena River winds through a landscape cloaked in mist. The air is thick with the scent of orchids and damp moss, the distant roar of the river blending with the calls of toucans in the canopy above. A local collector, Jaime Gutierrez Lega, is sifting through artifacts acquired from indigenous communities when he comes across an unusual object, a black circular disc, about 27 centimeters in diameter, carved from lyddite, a hard stone, similar to obsidian. Etched into its surface are intricate symbols depicting what appear to be biological processes, from human reproduction to genetic structures. Known as the genetic disc, this artifact, allegedly dating back over 6,000 years, has baffled researchers with its seemingly advanced scientific knowledge, raising questions about the origins of its creators. Let the river's song lead us. Let the disc's carvings unveil a story beyond time. Notice the disc as it rests on a wooden table in Gutierrez. Legas study the dim light of a lantern glinting off its polished surface. The lyddite is smooth and cool to the touch, its deep black hue absorbing the light like a void. The carvings are precise, arranged in a spiral pattern that winds from the center outward, each symbol telling a story of life itself. One section shows a sperm fertilizing an egg, followed by stages of fetal development images that mirror modern embryology textbooks. Another depicts what looks like a DNA double helix, complete with nucleotides alongside tools that resemble surgical instruments. The disc's weight feels heavy with meaning it symbols, a language of biology that shouldn't exist in a culture predating modern science by millennia. What hands carved this disc, and what knowledge did they hold? Shift your focus to the carvings as if peering through a magnifying glass, the lantern's glow casting soft shadows across the spiral. The images are startlingly detailed, a human fetus at various stages, its limbs forming its eyes closed in the womb. Nearby, a symbol resembling a microscope suggests observation at a cellular level, while another shows a cell dividing its chromosomes visible in a way that echoes modern mitosis diagrams. The disc's creator seems to understand genetics, reproduction, and even medical procedures, concepts not formalized until the 19th century with the advent of germ theory and microscopy. Gutierrez Lega, who acquired the disc from locals near the Magdalena River, claimed it was unearthed in a region associated with the Muisca culture, a pre-Columbian society known for goldwork and astronomy. But the Muisca, who thrived between 600 and 1600 CE, left no evidence of such advanced biological knowledge, and the disc's alleged age of over 6,000 years predates them by centuries. Consider the historical context as you sit by the riverbank, the mist curling around you like a shroud, the water's surface rippling with the reflection of the moon. The Magdalena River Valley has been a cradle of culture for millennia, home to indigenous groups like the Muisca, who crafted the famous El Dorado legend, and earlier peoples whose names are lost to time. The disc's symbols, if genuine, suggest a level of scientific understanding far beyond what we attribute to ancient South America. In 1985, a Colombian researcher, Dr. Klaus Dona, examined the disc as part of a collection of out-of-place artifacts, proposing that it depicted genetic engineering, a process of manipulating DNA that wouldn't be achieved until the 1970s with modern biotechnology. Dona speculated that the disc was evidence of an advanced civilization, possibly influenced by extraterrestrial beings, a theory that gained traction among ancient astronaut enthusiasts. But mainstream archaeologists remain skeptical, citing the lack of provenance and the disc's questionable authenticity. Ponder the implications as you trace the spiral with your finger, the carvings seeming to pulse with ancient wisdom, the rainforest's hum, a backdrop to your thoughts. If the genetic disc is a hoax, as many scholars argue, it could be a modern creation, perhaps crafted in the 20th century by someone familiar with biology, inspired by the allure of ancient mysteries. The lyddite, while hard to carve, could be worked with modern tools, and the disc's symbols might reflect knowledge from a high school textbook, not an ancient culture. In 2001, a team from the University of Bogotá analyzed the disc, finding no organic residue or wear, consistent with an artifact over 6,000 years old, suggesting it may be a recent fabrication. Yet its design raises intriguing questions: why create such a detailed hoax, and why attribute it to a little-known region of Colombia? The disc's story, even if modern, reveals our fascination with the idea of lost knowledge, a longing to believe our ancestors held secrets we've yet to rediscover. Visualize the ancient landscape where the disc might have been created, the mist parting to reveal a Muisca village under a starlit sky, their fires flickering as a healer carves the stone by moonlight. The Muisca were skilled astronomers, their calendar precise, their goldwork intricate, but their knowledge of biology was limited to herbal medicine and observation of nature. If the disc is genuine, it suggests a culture with access to microscopic observation and genetic understanding, perhaps through shamanic visions, advanced tools, or influences we can't imagine. Some alternative theories propose the disc encodes medical knowledge, a guide for ancient healers to perform surgeries or manipulate life itself. Others see it as a symbolic representation of creation, the spiral mirroring the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, central to indigenous beliefs. The rainforest around you seems to hold its breath, the disc's symbols a silent testament to a knowledge that defies explanation. As the mist thickens and the moon rises higher, casting a silver glow across the Magdalena River, the genetic disc rests in your hands, its carvings a map of life's mysteries. Picture Gutierrez Lega in the 1970s, turning the disc in the lantern light, his mind racing with possibilities as he traces the spiral of creation. The rainforest falls silent, the mist weaving through the trees like a veil over the past. What does the genetic disc truly represent? An ancient understanding of life, a modern fabrication, or a bridge between worlds we've yet to cross? Let the river's whispers linger as we move forward. The highlands of Colombia hold their secrets close in the moonlight. We'll leave the misty highlands of Colombia behind, and journey across the sea to the sunlit shores of Italy, where an underground enigma awaits. In the ancient Roman town of Baiae, hidden beneath the earth, a labyrinth whispers of forgotten rites. Feel the warmth of the Mediterranean sun as we descend, where the tunnels of Baiae unveil a mystery steeped in shadow. Picture yourself on the sun-drenched shores of the Bay of Naples in Italy, where the Mediterranean sparkles under a clear blue sky. It's a warm day in the 1920s, and the scent of salt water mingles with the earthy aroma of olive groves, dotting the hills above the ancient Roman town of Baiae. Once a luxurious resort for Rome's elite, Baiae is now a ruin, its villas and baths, half submerged by the sea due to volcanic activity. But beneath the surface lies a secret that has puzzled archaeologists for decades, a network of tunnels carved into the volcanic tuff discovered during early excavations by Italian scholars. Known as the Tunnels of Baiae, this labyrinth dating back over 2,000 years stretches deep into the earth, its purpose shrouded in mystery and tied to ancient myths of the underworld. Let the sea's gentle rhythm draw us downward. Let the tunnel's darkness beckon us into a hidden world. Approach the entrance to the main tunnel, a narrow opening in the hillside near the ruins of Baiae's thermal baths, the air growing cooler as you step inside. The passage is tight, its walls smooth and carved with precision, the volcanic tuff glowing a pale yellow in the dim light of your lantern. The tunnel slopes downward, stretching over 450 meters, its path straight, and deliberate with side chambers branching off like veins. The air inside is humid, heavy with the faint sulfur scent of the nearby Phlegrean fields, a volcanic region known for its geothermal activity. Inscriptions in Latin and Greek line the walls, some invoking the names of gods like Hecate, goddess of the underworld, and Sibyl, the prophetess of Cumae. The tunnels of Baiae feel alive with history, their darkness, a portal to a time when Romans sought the divine in the depths of the earth. What purpose did this labyrinth serve? A sacred ritual, a hidden refuge, or something darker? Delve deeper into the main tunnel, your lantern casting flickering shadows across the walls, the silence broken only by the drip of water echoing through the passage. The temperature rises as you descend, a sign of the geothermal heat that made Baiae famous for its healing baths. At the tunnel's end, you reach a chamber with a rectangular pool, its water steaming gently fed by a natural hot spring. The walls here are carved with niches, some holding fragments of statues, perhaps offerings to underworld deities. In 1965, archaeologist Robert Paget, who extensively studied the tunnels, proposed that this chamber was an oracle site, a place where priests conducted rituals to commune with the dead. He linked the tunnels to the nearby Cumaean Sibyl's cave, described in Virgil's Aeneid as an entrance to the underworld where Aeneas sought prophecy. The pool's heat, Paget argued, may have induced trance states, the steam and darkness heightening the mystical experience. Could this be a gateway to the Roman underworld, a place where the living met the divine? Explore a side passage, the tunnel narrowing as it twists through the rock, its walls etched with faint geometric patterns, triangles and circles that seem almost symbolic. The air grows heavier, the sulfur scent stronger, a reminder of the volcanic forces that shaped this landscape. Baiae, founded in the 2nd century BCE, was a playground for Rome's elite emperors like Nero and Julius Caesar built villas here, drawn by the hot springs and the town's reputation for decadence. But the tunnels of Baiae suggest a deeper purpose, one tied to the Roman fascination with the afterlife. In 2013, a team from the University of Naples Federico II mapped the tunnels using 3D laser scanning, revealing their extent over 600 meters of interconnected passages, some leading to dead ends, others to chambers with altars. The researchers found evidence of soot on the ceilings, indicating the use of torches, and small offerings like pottery shards and bronze coins, hinting at ritual activity. The tunnel's construction, requiring significant engineering, suggests they were built for more than practical use. Reflect on the Romans who walked these passages, their sandals echoing in the darkness, their voices chanting as they carried offerings to the gods below. Imagine a priestess standing in the steaming chamber, her eyes glazed from the heat, her words a prophecy drawn from the underworld's whispers. The tunnels of Baiae may have been part of a mystery cult, like those dedicated to Hecate or the Sibyl, where initiates underwent trials to gain divine insight. Some scholars propose the tunnels were a therapeutic space, the heat and isolation used to heal the body and mind, a practice common in Roman medicine. Others suggest a more secretive purpose, a hideout for political conspiracies or forbidden rituals given Baiae's reputation for excess. In 1980, archaeologist Amedeo Maiuri uncovered a sealed chamber with human bones, possibly a sacrificial site, though this finding remains unverified, adding to the tunnel's aura of mystery. Consider the broader implications as you emerge from the tunnels, the Mediterranean sun warm on your skin, the ruins of Baiae sprawling below like a faded dream. The Tunnels of Baiae reveal the complexity of Roman spirituality, a culture that blended luxury with the sacred seeking answers in the earth's depths. If they were an oracle site, they show the lengths to which Romans went to commune with their gods, their engineering a testament to their devotion. But if they held darker secrets, they hint at a side of Baiae we've yet to uncover, perhaps rites too forbidden to be recorded. Modern studies like the 2013 mapping have shed light on the tunnel structure, but their purpose remains debated, and much of the network is still unexplored due to unstable volcanic terrain. The Phlegraean fields continue to shift their geothermal activity, a reminder of the forces that both created and destroyed Baiae. As the sun sets casting a golden glow across the Bay of Naples, the tunnels of Baiae fade into shadow, their entrances hidden among the olive groves. Picture the Romans descending into the labyrinth, their torches flickering as they sought the divine in the darkness below. The sea whispers against the shore, its rhythm a song of time and secrets. What truths do the tunnels of Baiae hold? A sacred oracle, a healing sanctuary, or a chamber of forbidden rites? Let the Mediterranean's warmth linger as we move on. The shadows of Baiae keep their mysteries close. We'll rise from the shadowy depths of Baiae's tunnels and journey across the Atlantic to the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where a fertile mystery awaits. In the 1990s, scientists uncover a soil that defies the jungle's harsh nature. Breathe in the humid air as we step into the wild, where the Amazonian dark earth reveals secrets of a lost civilization. Immerse yourself in the heart of the Amazon rainforest in the 1990s, where the air is thick with humidity and the scent of blooming orchids fills your lungs. Towering trees form a dense canopy above their leaves, filtering sunlight into a green twilight, while the distant calls of macaws echo through the undergrowth. A team of archaeologists and soil scientists led by Dr. William Woods treks through the jungle near the Tapajós River in Brazil, their boots sinking into the earth. They notice something unusual. The soil here is dark, rich, and fertile, unlike the surrounding red clay that dominates the Amazon, known for its poor nutrient content. This is the Amazonian dark earth, or terra preta, a human-made soil dating back over 2,000 years, revealing the ingenuity of ancient Amazonian civilizations. Let the jungle's hum surround us. Let the soil's secrets rise from the earth. Examine the ground beneath your feet, scooping a handful of terra preta into your palm, its texture crumbly and rich, the color a deep black that contrasts with the pale red clay nearby. The soil feels alive, teeming with organic matter, charcoal fragments, fish bones, pottery shards, and decomposed plant material. Around you, the jungle thrives, where terra preta is found with larger trees and denser vegetation, a stark difference from the nutrient-leached soils typical of the Amazon. Radiocarbon dating places the oldest terra preta at over 2,000 years old, created by indigenous peoples between 500 BCE and 1,500 CE. Covering an estimated 3,000 square kilometers across the Amazon basin, this soil holds up to 70% more carbon than surrounding soils, its fertility enduring for centuries. How did ancient Amazonians transform this harsh landscape into a thriving garden, and what can their legacy teach us today? Marvel at the scale of this achievement as you walk through a clearing, the terra preta stretching across the land, its dark patches visible even from satellite imagery. The Amazon's natural soils are notoriously poor. Heavy rains leach nutrients, leaving behind acidic clay that struggles to support crops. Yet terra preta is a masterpiece of ancient agriculture, deliberately crafted by adding charcoal manure and organic waste to the soil over generations. In 2003, a study by the University of Florida confirmed that terra preta contains high levels of biochar, a form of charcoal that locks carbon into the soil, enhancing fertility and microbial activity. Pottery fragments found within the soil, often decorated with intricate patterns, link it to cultures like the Marajoara and Tapajonica, who thrived in the Amazon before European contact. These peoples, once thought to be small nomadic groups, may have lived in large sedentary communities, their populations numbering in the tens of thousands, supported by this engineered soil. Reflect on the ancient Amazonians as you kneel beside a small excavation site. the archaeologists' tools glinting in the dappled light, the soil yielding fragments of their lives, charred seeds, fish bones, a broken ceramic vessel. Imagine a village here, its inhabitants tending to manioc and fruit trees, their hands blackened with charcoal as they enrich the earth, their laughter mingling with the jungle's song. The creation of Terra Preta was a communal effort spanning centuries, a slow alchemy that turned barren clay into a fertile legacy. In 2018, a team from the University of Exeter uncovered evidence of vast settlements in the Amazon geoglyphs, roads, and villages, suggesting a population of up to 1 million people before 1492, when European diseases decimated indigenous communities. The Terra Preta likely supported these societies, allowing them to cultivate crops in a region once thought incapable of sustaining large populations. What drove them to create this soil, and how did they master such sustainable practices? Question the implications. As you stand beneath a kapok tree, its massive roots sprawling across the Terra Preta, the jungle's vibrant life, a testament to its enduring fertility. Some researchers propose that Terra Preta was an accidental byproduct organic waste from villages slowly enriching the soil over time. But the presence of biochar, which requires intentional burning in low oxygen conditions, suggests deliberate design. In 2010, soil scientist Johannes Lehmann argued that Terra Preta offers a model for modern agriculture. Its carbon sequestration could combat climate change, while its fertility could improve yields in degraded lands. Yet alternative theories persist. Some fringe thinkers claim the Amazonian dark earth was created with lost technology, perhaps influenced by extraterrestrial knowledge, pointing to its complexity as evidence of advanced science. Mainstream scientists dismiss this, emphasizing the indigenous ingenuity behind Terra Preta, a knowledge honed through centuries of trial and error. Could this soil hold the key to a sustainable future, or does it whisper of a past? We've misunderstood gaze across the Tapajos River as the sun dips low, casting a golden glow through the canopy, the water reflecting the fiery sky like a mirror. Picture the ancient Amazonians working this land, their fires smoldering as they mix charcoal into the soil, their harvests abundant in a jungle that defies cultivation. The Terra Preta they left behind is a legacy of resilience, a testament to their understanding of the earth. Modern efforts to recreate Terra Preta, like the 2020 Terra Preta initiative in Brazil, aim to replicate its benefits, but the ancient recipe remains elusive, its full impact on the Amazon's history still unfolding. The rainforest around you seems to breathe with their memory, its roots anchored in the dark earth they crafted. What wisdom did the creators of Terra Preta possess? A practical science, a sacred ritual, or a mystery we've yet to unravel? Let the jungle's whispers linger as we move on. The Amazonian dark earth holds its secrets deep. We'll leave the fertile depths of the Amazon rainforest and journey north to the windswept coast of Brittany, France, where an ancient alignment stands tall. Stretching across the landscape for millennia, these stones hold secrets in their silent ranks. Feel the salty breeze as we approach, where the Carnac Stones whisper tales of a time before history began. Imagine standing on the rolling hills of Brittany, France, where the Atlantic breeze carries the briny scent of the sea across the landscape. It's a crisp morning, the sky a pale blue streaked with wisps of cloud as you gaze upon rows of standing stones stretching across the fields near the village of Carnac. These are the Carnac Stones, a vast megalithic complex erected over 5,000 years ago, between 4,500 and 3,300 BCE during the Neolithic period. Comprising over 3,000 granite monoliths, dolmens, and tumuli, the alignments span more than 4 kilometers, making Carnac one of the largest prehistoric sites in the world. Their purpose remains a mystery, a silent testament to the ingenuity and beliefs of an ancient people. Let the wind's whisper guide us. Let the stone's shadows lead us into a timeless enigma. Walk along the Menek alignment, the largest of Carnac's stone rows, where over 1,000 monoliths form 11 parallel lines, stretching nearly a kilometer across the heathland. The stones vary in size, the smallest barely reach your knee, while the tallest tower over 10 feet, their surfaces weathered by millennia of wind and rain. Run your hand across one of the larger stones, its granite rough and speckled with lichen, the cool surface holding the memory of ancient hands that hauled it into place. The rows are precisely arranged, their orientation shifting slightly as they progress, creating a gentle curve that follows the natural contours of the land. Around you, the fields are dotted with gorse, and heather, the distant sound of waves crashing against the Brittany coast, adding a rhythmic backdrop. Why did the Neolithic people align these stones with such care, and what meaning did they hold in a world so distant from ours? Shift your perspective to the nearby Kermario alignment, where the stones grow larger as you walk eastward, their sizes increasing in a deliberate gradient. Stand at the western end, where a semicircle of monoliths forms a small enclosure, the stone's shadows stretching long in the morning light. Archaeologists believe the Carnac Stones were erected by early farming communities who transitioned from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to settled agriculture around 5000 BCE. In 1985, a study by French archaeologist Pierre Roland-Gillot suggested the alignments served as a ceremonial landscape, perhaps marking sacred pathways for rituals tied to the agricultural cycle. The stone's orientation aligns with celestial events. The Manek alignment points to the solstice sunrise, while others track lunar cycles, indicating a deep understanding of astronomy. Could the Carnac Stones be a prehistoric calendar, a way to mark the seasons, or did they serve a more spiritual purpose? Ponder the effort required to create this monument as you sit on a fallen stone near the Kurlskan alignment. It's 540 monoliths forming a fan-like pattern that opens toward the east. Imagine the Neolithic people gathered here, their hands blistered from dragging stones across the land, their voices rising in chants as they raise each monolith using ropes and wooden levers. The largest stones weigh up to 20 tons, quarried from local granite outcrops, and transported over several kilometers, a feat of engineering that required hundreds of people working together. In 2007, a team from the University of Rennes excavated a nearby dolmen, a tomb made of stone slabs, finding pottery flint tools and human remains dating to 4000 BCE, suggesting the site was a place of burial and ritual. The Carnac Stones may have been a gathering place for the dead, a sacred space where the living honored their ancestors. But why such a vast scale, and what beliefs drove them to such monumental labor? Consider alternative interpretations as you trace the outline of a small tumulus, a burial mound near the alignments, its grassy surface hiding a stone chamber beneath. Some researchers propose the Carnac Stones were part of a defensive or territorial system marking boundaries between communities, though no evidence of conflict has been found. Others, like British archaeologist Aubrey Burrell in 1990, suggested they were a stone army symbolic protectors of the land, a theory echoed in local Breton folklore that describes the stones as petrified Roman soldiers cursed by Saint Carnelli. More speculative theories link the stones to extraterrestrial influence, claiming their precise alignments encode messages from ancient visitors, a notion popularized in the 1970s but dismissed by mainstream scholars. The stones' astronomical alignments, however, are undeniable, and in 2015, a study using 3D modeling confirmed their connection to solstice and equinox events, reinforcing their role as a celestial observatory. Could they be a bridge between earth and sky, a way to connect with the divine bask in the quiet of the landscape as the sun climbs higher, casting the stone's shadows in sharp relief, the fields glowing with golden light? Picture the Neolithic people standing here on a solstice dawn, their faces turned to the rising sun, their hands clasped as they celebrate the return of light. The Carnac Stones, enduring through millennia, have witnessed the rise and fall of cultures, Celts, Romans, and medieval Bretons, all walked among them, weaving their own myths into the stone's silent presence. Today, the site is a UNESCO World Heritage candidate protected by fences to preserve the fragile landscape, though many stones were damaged or removed in the 18th and 19th centuries for farmland. Modern studies continue to uncover new alignments, but the stone's full story remains elusive, their meaning a puzzle that spans generations. As the sun reaches its zenith, bathing the Carnac Stones in a warm glow, the alignments stretch into the distance, their rows a testament to a forgotten age. Envision the ancient builders watching their work take shape, their hearts filled with purpose as they align each stone with the stars. The Brittany coast whispers in the background, its waves a timeless song of the sea. What do the Carnac Stones truly represent? A celestial map, a sacred path, or a mystery we'll never fully grasp? Let the stones' shadows linger in your mind. As we move on, the winds of Brittany carry their secrets forward. Let's turn away from the ancient alignments of Carnac and travel eastward to the rolling hills of Romania, where a metallic mystery lies buried. In 1974, near the banks of the Mureș River, workers unearth an object that defies its age. Sense the cool river air as we draw closer, where the AIUD aluminum wedge sparks questions about a past we thought we knew. Envision yourself on the banks of the Mureș River in AIUD, Romania, on a chilly autumn day in 1974. The air carries the crisp scent of fallen leaves and damp earth, the river's gentle flow, a soothing backdrop as construction workers dig a trench for a new factory. Their shovels strike something unexpected, a metallic object, wedge-shaped and gleaming, buried 10 meters deep alongside two mastodon bones. This is the AIUD aluminum wedge, a 2-pound artifact measuring 20 centimeters long, 12 centimeters wide, and 7 centimeters thick, made primarily of aluminum, a metal not produced until the 19th century. Yet the bones it was found with date back over 10,000 years, creating a paradox that has puzzled scientists and enthusiasts for decades. Let the river's murmur pull us in. Let the wedge's mystery unfold beneath the gray sky. Inspect the wedge as it rests on a table in a dimly lit museum archive, its surface a dull silver, scratched and oxidized from its long burial. The aluminum feels cold and smooth in your hands, its edges rounded with 2 cylindrical holes and a groove suggesting it was part of a larger mechanism. Around you, the archive is quiet, the faint hum of fluorescent lights mingling with the rustle of papers as researchers study the artifact. Chemical analysis conducted in 1975 at the Institute of Physics and Nuclear Engineering in Bucharest revealed its composition 89% aluminum, with traces of copper, silicon, and zinc, an alloy similar to modern duralumin used in aircraft construction. But aluminum requires advanced smelting techniques first developed in 1825 by Hans Christian Ørsted. How could such a metal exist alongside mastodon bones from the Pleistocene over 10,000 years ago? The wedge's presence feels like a whisper from a time that shouldn't be. Step back to the riverbank where the wedge was found, the workers' voices echoing as they unearth the object, their faces etched with confusion. Picture the scene as it might have been over 10,000 years ago, the Mureș River flowing through a colder, wilder landscape, mastodons grazing on the grassy plains, their trunks curling in the frosty air. The wedge, if it truly dates to that era, would have been a marvel, an object of gleaming metal in a world of stone and bone. In the 1980s, Romanian engineer Florin Gheorghita proposed that the wedge was part of an ancient tool, perhaps a hammerhead, or a component of a machine crafted by an unknown civilization with advanced metallurgical knowledge. Others, like UFO theorist Bozor Iosif in 1995, suggested it was a fragment of an extraterrestrial spacecraft, its aluminum alloy evidence of alien technology left behind during a prehistoric visit. The mastodon bones, they argued, placed the wedge in a time when humans lacked the means to produce such a metal. Could this artifact rewrite our history, or does it challenge our understanding of the Earth's timeline? Weigh the scientific skepticism as you sit by the river, the water reflecting the overcast sky, the wedge's mystery heavy in your thoughts. Mainstream archaeologists and geologists argue the AIUD aluminum wedge is a modern object likely dropped or buried during recent activity near the site. In 2003, a study by the University of Cluj-Napoca proposed it was a piece of industrial equipment, possibly a landing gear component from a World War II aircraft, accidentally buried in the riverbed during flooding. Aluminum parts were common in 1940s. Plains and the Mureș River Valley saw military activity during the war with debris, often scattered across the region. The mastodon bones, they suggest, were part of an older geological layer disturbed during the same flood that buried the wedge, creating a false association. The wedge's oxidation, consistent with a few decades rather than millennia, supports this theory, as does the lack of ancient tool marks or wear. Yet the workers' claim of finding it 10 meters deep in undisturbed sediment keeps the debate alive. Contemplate the alternative possibilities as you trace the wedge's groove with your finger, the metal surface catching the faint light, the river's flow, a steady rhythm in the background. If the wedge is truly ancient, it suggests a civilization capable of smelting aluminum long before recorded history, a society with technology rivaling our own lost to time. Some fringe theorists link the wedge to ancient myths of sky gods, claiming it's a relic of extraterrestrial visitors who influenced early humans, a theory fueled by the artifact's futuristic appearance. Others propose it was a ceremonial object, its shape symbolic rather than functional, though no similar artifacts have been found in the region. In 2010, a private collector in Germany claimed to have a similar aluminum wedge from a Bulgarian site, but the lack of documentation renders the claim unverified. The AIUD aluminum wedge remains a solitary enigma, its origins a puzzle that defies easy answers. Gaze across the Muresh River as the sun begins to set, casting a soft orange glow over the hills, the water shimmering with the last light of day. Imagine the workers in 1974 holding the wedge for the first time, their voices hushed with wonder as they ponder its strangeness. The artifact, now locked away in a private collection after a brief display at the History Museum of Transylvania, continues to inspire debate, its aluminum surface, a mirror for our own curiosity. The AIUD aluminum wedge challenges our assumptions about the past, forcing us to question how history is written or rewritten. Is it a modern relic, misplaced in time, a remnant of a lost civilization, or a sign of something beyond our world? Let the river's reflection stir your thoughts as we move on. The hills of AIUD hold their secrets in the fading light. We'll depart the misty banks of the Muresh River and journey westward to the sun-scorched sands of Egypt, where an ancient enigma lies buried. In 1903, beneath the ruins of Abydos, archaeologists uncover a structure that defies its era. Taste the desert dust on the wind as we approach where the Osirian beckons, with secrets carved in stone older than the pyramids. Step into the scorching desert of Abydos, Egypt in the year 1903, where the sun blazes overhead, casting a relentless glare across the sands. The air is dry, tinged with the faint scent of ancient dust, as British archaeologists Flinders Petrie and Margaret Murray lead an excavation near the Temple of Seti I. Their trowels unearth a remarkable structure buried deep beneath the temple, a massive stone complex with Cyclopean architecture, its walls made of enormous granite blocks. This is the Osirian, a subterranean monument thought to date back over 4,000 years, potentially predating the nearby temple by centuries. Its mysterious design and engineering have baffled scholars, hinting at a purpose tied to ancient Egyptian myths of creation and the underworld. Let the desert's heat shimmer around us. Let the Osirian stones draw us into a realm of forgotten gods. Marvel at the scale of the Osirian as you descend a long staircase into its sunken courtyard, the air growing cooler with each step, the sandstone walls towering 20 feet above. The central hall is surrounded by a moat-like channel, its water long evaporated, leaving a dry trench that once held sacred liquid. 17 rectangular chambers line the hall, their roofs made of colossal granite slabs, weighing up to 100 tons, quarried over 200 miles away at Aswan and transported down the Nile. The blocks are cut with precision, fitting together without mortar, their surfaces polished, despite the passage of millennia. Above the Temple of Seti, I built around 1,290 BCE honors Osiris, god of the underworld, and inscriptions found in the Osirian link it to this deity, suggesting it was a symbolic tomb or cenotaph for Osiris himself. Why was this structure buried so deep, and who built it with such monumental skill? Stand in the central hall, your footsteps echoing off the massive pillars, each carved with hieroglyphs invoking Osiris and the creation myth of ancient Egypt. The pillars made of red granite rise 12 feet, their surfaces etched with symbols of the jade representing stability and the ankh symbolizing life. The air is still heavy with the weight of history, the faint scent of ancient stone mingling with the dryness of the desert above. In 1914, French archaeologist Henri Frankfurt proposed that the Osirian was a ritual site designed to reenact the myth of Osiris's death and rebirth. The moat, he argued, symbolized the primordial waters of Nun from which life emerged in Egyptian cosmology, while the central platform represented the first mound of creation. The Osirian's subterranean design, buried beneath the temple, mirrors the underworld where Osiris reigns, a place where priests may have performed sacred rites. Could this be a temple to the god of resurrection? Or does its design hint at a deeper purpose? Peer into one of the side chambers, the dim light revealing faint carvings of lotus flowers and solar discs, symbols of rebirth and the suns. Journey through the underworld. Imagine the ancient priests moving through this space, their torches casting flickering shadows as they chant hymns to Osiris, their voices resonating off the granite walls. The Osirian's construction raises questions. Its cyclopean style, with massive blocks and minimal decoration, contrasts with the more ornate architecture of Setiai's temple above, leading some to believe it predates the 19th dynasty. In 1999, geologist Robert Schoch examined the Osirian's weathering patterns, suggesting it could date to 2500 BCE, or earlier, aligning it with the Old Kingdom, the era of the Great Pyramids. The blocks' precision and the engineering required to transport them suggest a level of skill that challenges conventional timelines. Who were the builders and how did they achieve such feats so early in history? Weigh alternative theories as you trace a hieroglyph with your finger, the stone cool beneath your touch, the desert sun, a distant memory in this subterranean sanctuary. Some fringe theorists, like John Anthony West in the 1980s, proposed that the Osirian was built by a pre-dynastic civilization, possibly survivors of a lost culture like Atlantis, its advanced engineering evidence of forgotten knowledge. Others link it to extraterrestrial influence, citing the massive blocks as proof of technology beyond ancient Egyptian capabilities. Mainstream scholars, however, argue the Osirian was constructed during Setiai's reign as a symbolic tomb for Osiris, its archaic style, a deliberate nod to earlier traditions. In 2015, a team from the University of Cairo found pottery shards in the moat dating to 1300 BCE, supporting the later date. But the structure's weathering and distinct design keep the debate alive. Could the Osirian be a relic of an older, unknown culture, or a masterpiece of Setiai's architects? Reflect on the Osirian's legacy as you ascend the staircase back to the surface, the desert heat enveloping you once more, the Temple of Setiai, looming in the distance with its intricate reliefs. Picture the ancient Egyptians gathered here on festival days, their boats gliding down the Nile to honor Osiris, their offerings placed in the Osirian's chambers to ensure rebirth in the afterlife. The monument's alignment with the Nile and its subterranean design suggest a deep connection to Egyptian cosmology, a place where the living met the divine, where creation and death intertwined. Modern excavations limited by groundwater flooding have revealed little more, but the Osirian remains a symbol of ancient Egypt's spiritual depth, its stones, a bridge to a world of myth and mystery. The sands of Abydos shift in the wind, whispering tales of gods and builders long gone. As twilight falls, casting a golden hue over the desert, the Osirian's entrance fades into shadow, its granite blocks glowing with the last light of day. Envision Petrie and Murray in 1903, their voices filled with awe as they uncover the first massive slab, their lanterns illuminating a structure that defies time. The Nile glitters in the distance, its waters a lifeline for the civilization that built this enigma. What secrets does the Osirian truly hold? A symbolic tomb, a relic of a lost era, or a mystery beyond our grasp? Let the desert's whispers linger as we move on. The sands of Abydos guard their truths in the fading light. We'll leave the sun-baked sands of Abydos behind and travel across continents to the verdant valleys of Portugal, where a small skeleton holds a key to our past. In 1998, a discovery near the Lapedo Valley unearths a child from the dawn of humanity. Hear the rustle of leaves as we draw near, where the Lapedo Child unveils a mystery of our ancient origins. Transport yourself to the lush Lapedo Valley in central Portugal on a crisp December day in 1998, where the air carries the earthy scent of wet limestone and pine. The Abrigo do Lagar Velho rock shelter looms overhead, its jagged walls, a natural refuge carved by millennia of erosion. A team of archaeologists, led by João Zilhão and Eric Trinkhaus, is excavating the site when they uncover a small burial, a child's skeleton curled in a fetal position, covered in red ochre and adorned with shell ornaments. This is the Lapedo Child, a 4-year-old who lived over 24,000 years ago during the Upper Paleolithic period, a time when modern humans and Neanderthals roamed Europe. The skeleton's unique features challenge our understanding of human evolution, hinting at a possible hybrid between two species. Let the valley's whispers guide us. Let the child's bones tell a story of ancient lineage. Observe the skeleton as it lies in a glass case in Lisbon's National Museum of Archaeology. The bones, a pale, ivory, fragile, yet preserved by the shelter's limestone soil. The child's skull is rounded with a prominent chin typical of modern humans, but its brow ridges are heavier, its limbs sturdier traits, reminiscent of Neanderthals. Around you, the museum hums with quiet reverence. Visitors murmur softly, the air cool and tinged with the faint scent of preservation chemicals. Radiocarbon dating places the Lapedo Child at 24,500 years old, a time when Neanderthals were thought to be extinct, having disappeared around 28,000 years ago. Yet the skeleton's hybrid features modern human delicacy mixed with Neanderthal robustness suggest interbreeding between the two groups, a revelation that rewrites the story of our ancestry. How did this child come to be a bridge between two worlds in a time of change? Step into the rock shelter where the child was found, the limestone walls cool against your hand, the floor scattered with flint tools and animal bones left by ancient inhabitants. Picture the burial scene over 24,000 years ago. A small community gathered under a starry sky, their faces illuminated by firelight as they lay the child to rest their hands, staining the body with ochre, a symbol of life and rebirth. The Lapedo Child, nicknamed Lagarvelho I, was buried with care, a pierced shell necklace around its neck, a rabbit femur placed beside it, signs of a ritual that speaks to the tenderness of its people. In 2000, Zilhau and Trinkhaus published their findings, noting the child's mosaic of traits, a modern human jaw, but Neanderthal-like limb proportions and tooth morphology. They argued that the Lapedo Child was a hybrid proof that modern humans and Neanderthals interbred as they coexisted in Europe, sharing genes that linger in us today. Could this child be the key to understanding our shared history? Explore the implications of this discovery as you sit on a boulder outside the shelter, the Lapedo Valley stretching below its green hills dotted with olive trees, the distant murmur of a stream blending with the rustle of leaves. The Upper Paleolithic was a time of transition. Modern humans, or Homo sapiens, were spreading across Europe, bringing art tools and language, while Neanderthals adapted to the cold were dwindling. Genetic studies since 2010 have confirmed that non-African humans carry 1 to 2% Neanderthal DNA evidence of interbreeding, but the Lapedo Child provides a tangible link, a physical testament to that union. In 2015, a DNA analysis of the skeleton failed due to contamination, but its morphology remains compelling, suggesting a recent Neanderthal ancestor, perhaps a grandparent or great-grandparent. The burial's ritualistic nature, with ochre and ornaments, indicates the child was cherished, not ostracized by its mixed community. What does this tell us about the relationship between these two species? Were they rivals, neighbors, or kin? Challenge the conventional narrative as you hold a replica of the child's skull, its small size fitting in your palm, the brow ridges, pronounced beneath your fingertips. Some scientists like Ian Tattersall in 2002 argued that the Lapedo Child's features could result from natural variation within modern humans, not hybridization, pointing to other skeletons from the period with similar traits. Others propose the child's burial reflects cultural exchange rather than genetic mixing, modern humans adopting Neanderthal practices or vice versa. Yet the hybrid theory persists, supported by later genetic evidence like the 2016 discovery of a Neanderthal modern human hybrid in Siberia, dated to over 40,000 years ago. The Lapedo Child, living thousands of years later, suggests interbreeding continued, as Neanderthals faded, their legacy woven into our DNA. Could this child's existence mean Neanderthals didn't truly disappear but live on through us? Reimagine the Lapedo Valley as it was during the child's life, the shelter bustling with activity hunters, sharpening flint spears, women weaving, baskets, children playing with bone toys, their laughter echoing off the limestone walls. Picture the Lapedo Child among them, its dark eyes watching the fire, its features a blend of its parents' worlds, a symbol of unity in a time of change. The burial suggests a community that valued its young, their rituals, a bridge between the living and the dead, a way to honor a child who embodied their shared heritage. Modern studies like a 2020 analysis of Upper Paleolithic burials show such practices were common, reflecting a deep spiritual life among early humans. The Lapedo Child, preserved in the shelter's embrace, offers a glimpse into that life, its bones, a testament to the complexity of our origins. As the sun sets over the Lapedo Valley, casting a warm glow across the hills, the rock shelter fades into shadow, its secrets held in the limestone walls. Envision Zilhau and Trinkhaus in 1998, their voices filled with awe as they uncover the small skeleton, their hands trembling with the weight of discovery. The valley falls silent, the streams murmur a timeless lullaby for the child who rests here. What story does the Lapedo Child truly tell? A tale of interbreeding, a snapshot of a lost community, or a mystery that reshapes our past? Let the valley's echoes linger as we move on. The bones of Lagar Velho whisper of origins, untold. We'll bid farewell to the verdant Lapedo Valley and travel eastward to the arid plains of Iran, where a lost civilization whispers through the sands. In 2001, near the Halil River, a flood reveals treasures of an ancient culture. Feel the heat of the desert sun as we venture closer, where the Jiroft Culture unveils a forgotten chapter of human history. Envision yourself in the arid expanse of southeastern Iran in 2001, where the Halil River cuts through the sun-scorched plains near the city of Jiroft. The air shimmers with heat, carrying the dusty scent of sand and sage as a recent flood has eroded the riverbanks, exposing ancient artifacts buried for millennia. Local villagers, drawn by the glint of stone and metal, unearth intricately carved vessels, prompting archaeologists to descend on the site. This is the Jiroft Culture, a Bronze Age civilization dating back over 4,000 years, between 2,500 and 2,200 BCE, that flourished in what is now Kerman Province. Often called the missing link of the ancient Near East, Jiroft's discovery challenges our understanding of early urban societies, revealing a sophisticated culture that rivaled Mesopotamia. Let the river's flow guide us. Let the sands reveal a story of a forgotten people. Admire a chlorite vessel as it sits in a temporary field tent, its surface a deep green-gray carved with intricate scenes of mythical creatures, scorpions with human heads, lions with eagle wings, and entwined serpents. The artifact feels heavy in your hands, its carvings smooth yet detailed, each figure a testament to the Jiroft artisan's skill. Around you, the excavation buzzes with activity. Archaeologists brush away, sand their voices low with excitement as they uncover more treasures: bronze tools, lapis, lazuli beads, and clay tablets with an unknown script. Over 10,000 artifacts have been recovered, many looted by locals before official digs began, now scattered in museums worldwide. The Jiroft culture, named after the nearby city, thrived along trade routes connecting Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Central Asia, its wealth evident in the craftsmanship of its goods. What stories do these vessels tell, and how did this culture rise in such a harsh land? Venture to the nearby Konar Sandal, a twin-hill archaeological site where two ziggurat-like structures rise from the desert, their mud brick walls eroded, but still standing over 50 feet high. Stand atop the southern hill, the wind whipping sand against your skin, the Halil River glinting in the distance like a silver thread. In 2004, Iranian archaeologist Youssef Majidzadeh proposed that Konar Sandal was Jiroft's capital, a city of over 30,000 people with a citadel, residential areas, and workshops. Excavations revealed a 400 square M-eater structure with thick walls, possibly a palace, alongside evidence of metallurgy, slag heaps, and copper tools, indicating advanced bronze production. The ziggurats, though smaller than those of Mesopotamia, suggest a hierarchical society with religious and political centers, their step design echoing Sumerian architecture. Could Jiroft be the fabled land of Arata, a mythical realm mentioned in Sumerian texts as a source of precious stones? Examine a clay tablet found in a nearby trench, its surface etched with a linear script unlike any known writing system, the symbols sharp and angular as if carved in haste. The tablet rests on a wooden table in the archaeologist's camp, the air thick with the scent of canvas and coffee, the hum of a generator, a steady backdrop. The script, dubbed Linear Jiroft, remains undeciphered with over 300 tablets recovered, but no Rosetta Stone to unlock their meaning. In 2007, linguist David McAlpin suggested similarities to Elamite, a script used in ancient Iran, but the connection is tenuous, leaving the language a mystery. The tablets may record trade rituals or laws, offering a glimpse into Jiroft society, a culture that traded lapis lazuli with Mesopotamia and chlorite vessels with the Indus Valley, its merchants traveling vast distances. What secrets do these symbols hold, and what language did the Jiroft people speak? Consider the Jiroft culture's legacy as you walk through a looted necropolis nearby, the ground pockmarked with illegal digs, the air heavy with the weight of loss. Imagine the Jiroft people gathered here, their hands adorned with lapis jewelry, their voices rising in prayer as they bury their dead with carved vessels, their lives tied to the river's flow. The culture's sudden decline around 2200 BCE, likely due to climate change or invasion, left its cities abandoned, buried by sand, until the 2001 flood revealed them. In 2010, Majidzadeh claimed Jiroft predates Mesopotamia as the cradle of civilization, citing its artifacts' complexity. But mainstream scholars argue it was a contemporary, not a predecessor, its urban development parallel to Sumer's alternative theories propose Jiroft was influenced by extraterrestrial knowledge, pointing to the mythical motifs as evidence of ancient visitors, though no physical proof supports this. Could Jiroft truly be the origin of urban life? Or was it a vibrant hub in a network of ancient trade? Reconnect with the present. As you stand on the riverbank, the Halil's waters rushing past their surface, reflecting the stars as night falls. The desert cooling around you. Picture the archaeologists in 2001, their faces lit with wonder as they unearthed the first vessel, their voices echoing with questions that linger still. The Jiroft culture, once lost to time, now challenges our view of the ancient world, its artifacts, a bridge to a civilization that thrived in the desert's embrace. Modern efforts to protect the site, like the 2019 UNESCO nomination, face challenges from looting and funding shortages. But Jiroft's legacy endures, its story a testament to human ingenuity. What does the Jiroft culture truly reveal? A missing link, a mythical realm, or a mystery we've yet to unravel? Let the river's song carry you forward, the sands of Jiroft, whisper of a past reborn. The sands of Jiroft fade as we journey eastward to the misty mountains of southern China, where a hidden cave holds clues to our ancient past. In 1989, near the city of Mengzi, fossil hunters uncover remains that challenge human evolution. The air grows cooler as we approach where the Red Deer cave people reveal a lineage that defies what we thought we knew. In 1989, a remote cave in Mengzi, Yunnan province, southern China, became the site of a remarkable discovery that would reshape our understanding of human evolution. Known as Maludong, or Red Deer Cave, this limestone cavern nestled in the rugged mountains near the Vietnam border was first explored by fossil hunters who noticed an abundance of red deer bones scattered across its floor, hence the cave's name. The air inside carries a damp chill, with the faint scent of moss clinging to the walls as researchers uncover human-like fossils alongside the deer remains. These bones belonging to the Red Deer cave people date between 14,500 and 11,500 years ago, a time when modern humans were already thriving across the globe. Yet their features suggest a mysterious lineage blending traits of modern humans, archaic hominins, and perhaps an unknown species challenging the narrative of our origins. The fossils from Red Deer Cave include a partial skull, a femur, and fragments of other bones unearthed alongside charcoal and stone tools, indicating the cave was a habitation site. The skull, studied in detail by a team led by paleoanthropologists Darren Kernow and G. Swepping in 2012, reveals a striking mosaic of characteristics. Its brain case is rounded, typical of modern humans, but the brow ridges are thick and prominent, reminiscent of Neanderthals or even earlier hominins like Homo erectus. The face is flat with a broad nose, and the jaw lacks a pronounced chin, a trait more archaic than modern. The femur shows a robust build, suggesting a strong, stocky body adapted for a rugged lifestyle. Radiocarbon dating places the fossils at the end of the last ice age, a period when agriculture was emerging in other parts of the world. Yet the Red Deer cave people were still hunter-gatherers, their diet heavy in deer meat, as evidenced by the charred bones littering the cave floor. A closer look at the archaeological context reveals more about their lives. The cave's interior, with its high ceiling and narrow entrance, provided shelter from the elements, its walls blackened by ancient fires. Stone tools found here are simple flakes and scrapers used for butchering game and processing hides, but effective, showing a practical knowledge of survival. In 2015, further excavations uncovered evidence of hearths and ash layers, suggesting the Red Deer cave people lived here intermittently over thousands of years. The presence of red deer bones, some with cut marks, indicates they were skilled hunters targeting the abundant game in the forested valleys below. The fossils age between 14,500 and 11,500 years places them at a time when modern humans or Homo sapiens had already spread across Asia, raising questions about who these people were and how they fit into the human family tree. The Red Deer Cave people's unique features have sparked intense debate among scientists. Kerno and G, in their 2012 study published in PLOS One, proposed that these fossils represent a distinct population, possibly a late-surviving archaic species, or a hybrid between modern humans and an unknown hominin. The skull's blend of modern and archaic traits, rounded brain case, but thick brow ridges doesn't align neatly with any known species. Genetic studies of other fossils from the region, like the 2018 analysis of a Denisovan jawbone from Tibet, confirm that archaic hominins persisted in Asia much later than previously thought, with Denisovans interbreeding with modern humans as recently as 15,000 years ago. The Red Deer Cave people might be descendants of such hybrids. Their features a mosaic of inherited traits from multiple ancestors. Alternatively, some researchers suggest they could be an isolated population of modern humans, with retained archaic traits shaped by genetic drift in a remote environment. What makes them so distinct, and could they represent a missing branch of our evolutionary tree? The broader implications of this discovery emerge when considering the timeline of human evolution in Asia. By 14,000 years ago, modern humans were dominant, their advanced tools and art spreading across the continent, as seen in sites like the Upper Cave at Jukudi in China dated to 35,000 years ago. Yet the Red Deer Cave people living thousands of years later retained archaic features, suggesting a complex history of migration and interbreeding. In 2019, a study by the Max Planck Institute analyzed ancient DNA from Southeast Asia, finding traces of Denisovan ancestry in modern populations, supporting the idea of widespread hybridization. The Red Deer Cave people may have been part of this melting pot, their lineage, a blend of modern humans, Denisovans, and perhaps another unknown hominin species. Their survival so late in prehistory hints at the diversity of human populations in Asia, challenging the idea of a linear progression from archaic to modern. Delving into their environment offers further insight into their existence. The Mengzi region during the last ice age was cooler and wetter than today, with dense forests and open grasslands supporting herds of red deer, wild boar, and other game. The Red Deer Cave people likely lived in small bands moving seasonally between caves and open camps, their lives shaped by the rhythms of the landscape. The cave's narrow entrance and high ceiling made it a natural stronghold, protecting them from predators like leopards, whose bones were also found in the deposits. Charcoal from their fires dated to 12,000 years ago shows they cooked their meals inside the smoke, staining the limestone walls. Their tools, though basic, were well suited for hunting and processing hides, suggesting a practical, resilient way of life. How did they thrive in such isolation? And what does their persistence tell us about human adaptability? The Red Deer Cave people remain an enigma, their fossils, a window into a time when humanity was more diverse than we once imagined. Future studies, particularly ancient DNA analysis, could unlock more about their origins, though the humid climate of southern China makes preservation challenging. In 2020, attempts to extract DNA from the Malodong fossils failed due to degradation, leaving their genetic identity a mystery for now. Their discovery has reshaped our understanding of human evolution, revealing a tapestry of interbreeding and adaptation that spanned continents and millennia. The Red Deer Cave people, with their blend of ancient and modern traits, stand as a testament to the complexity of our past. Their bones, a silent question in the limestone shadows. What legacy did they leave? A lost species, a hybrid population, or a clue to our shared ancestry? The echoes of Malodong linger as we move on. The mountains of Yunnan guard their ancient truths. The echoes of Red Deer Cave fade as we journey westward to the sun-baked plains of South Asia, where an ancient civilization left its mark. In the 1920s, near the banks of the Indus River, archaeologists unearth a script that remains unreadable. The air hums with history as we draw closer, where the Indus Valley script holds a language lost to time. In the 1920s, the banks of the Indus River in what is now Pakistan and northwest India became the stage for a groundbreaking discovery that would illuminate one of the world's earliest urban civilizations. Archaeologists led by Sir John Marshall began excavations at sites like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, uncovering the remains of the Indus Valley Civilization, a Bronze Age society that thrived between 3,300 and 1,300 BCE. Amid the ruins of these planned cities, complete with advanced drainage systems, granaries, and brick houses, they found thousands of small seals, pottery shards, and tablets inscribed with a mysterious script. Known as the Indus Valley Script, this writing system, consisting of over 400 distinct symbols, remains one of the greatest unsolved enigmas of archaeology, a language that has defied decipherment for nearly a century. The air at these sites carries a dusty warmth, the echoes of a bustling past whispering through the ancient bricks. The Indus Valley Script appears on a variety of objects, most commonly on square stetotite seals measuring about 2 inches on each side, often depicting animals like bulls, elephants, or mythical unicorns alongside a few characters. These seals, numbering over 5,000, were likely used for trade or administrative purposes, their impressions found on clay tags attached to goods, suggesting a sophisticated economy. The script itself is composed of short sequences, typically 5 to 7 symbols written from right to left, though some inscriptions are boustrophed in alternating direction, like an ox plowing a field. The symbols range from geometric shapes like lines and triangles to more complex forms resembling fish combs or human figures with over 400 unique signs identified. At Mohenjo-Daro, a large signboard with 10 characters was found near the city's northern gate, hinting at public communication, perhaps a welcome or a warning. Despite the abundance of inscriptions, the brevity of each text, rarely exceeding 26 characters, makes decipherment a daunting challenge. A deeper exploration of the script's context reveals the sophistication of the Indus Valley civilization, which spanned over 1 million square kilometers at its peak, with a population estimated at 5 million. Cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were marvels of urban planning, featuring grid layouts, public baths, and wells their streets, bustling with artisans, traders, and farmers. The civilization traded with Mesopotamia, as evidenced by Indus seals, found in Sumerian cities like dated to 2,300 BCE, suggesting cultural exchange across vast distances. In 1974, a team at the University of Pennsylvania analyzed the script's patterns. Noting its non-random structure, certain symbols often appear together, indicating a possible grammar or syntax. However, the absence of bilingual texts like the Rosetta Stone that unlocked Egyptian hieroglyphs leaves the script unreadable. The language it represents remains unknown, though some linguists propose links to Dravidian languages spoken in southern India today, based on symbol similarities with later scripts. The challenges of decipherment are compounded by the script's isolation from other writing systems. Unlike Mesopotamian cuneiform or Egyptian hieroglyphs, which evolved alongside known languages, the Indus Valley script has no clear successors, its civilization collapsing around 1900 BCE due to climate change, river shifts, migration. In 2009, a study by computer scientist Rajesh Rao used computational models to compare the script's entropy, its level of randomness, to known languages, concluding it has the structure of a true writing system, likely encoding spoken language rather than just symbols or tallies. Yet attempts to decode it have yielded conflicting theories. In 1982, Finnish scholar Asko Parpola suggested the script represents a Proto-Dravidian language, linking symbols to words for fish and stars, but his translations remain speculative. Others, like Indian archaeologist Iravatham Mahadevan in 1995, argued it may encode a non-linguistic system such as trade codes or clan markers, though the script's complexity challenges this view. What message did the Indus people inscribe, and why does their language remain silent? The cultural significance of the Indus Valley script extends beyond its mystery, offering a glimpse into a society that valued literacy in ways we can only guess. The seals often bear images of animals alongside the script, suggesting a symbolic connection. Perhaps the bull represented strength or a deity, while the script identified the owner or purpose of the seal. At Harappa, a 2011 excavation uncovered a workshop with seal-making tools, including drills and polishing stones, indicating specialized artisans who crafted these objects with care. The script's presence on pottery, amulets, and even a tiny copper tablet suggests it was used in daily life, from trade to ritual. Some seals found in Lothal, an Indus port city, bear impressions of cloth hinting at their use in textile trade, possibly as early labels or trademarks. The Indus Valley Civilization's writing system, though undeciphered, reveals a level of organization and communication that rivals its contemporaries in Mesopotamia and Egypt. Modern efforts to understand the script have turned to technology, yet the mystery persists. In 2018, a team from the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research used artificial intelligence to analyze symbol sequences, finding patterns that suggest a structured language, but without a known language to compare. The AI couldn't translate the script. Alternative theories have emerged, including fringe ideas that the symbols encode extraterrestrial knowledge, a notion dismissed by mainstream scholars but fueled by the script's enduring mystery. More plausible hypotheses link the script to early forms of accounting or religious chants, though no consensus exists. The Indus Valley Civilization's collapse left its script without heirs, its people dispersing as the Sarasvati River dried up their cities, buried until the 1920s excavations brought them to light. The script's silence is a reminder of how much of our past remains unspoken, its symbols a challenge to future generations. The ruins of Mohenjo-Daro stand quiet under a midday sun, the ancient bricks glowing with a warm terracotta hue, the distant hum of the Indus River, a faint echo of its former glory. Archaeologists in the 1920s unearthing the first seals marveled at a civilization that rivaled the great empires of its time, their voices filled with wonder at the script's mystery. The Indus Valley script, etched into stone and clay, holds the key to a language lost to time, its symbols a testament to a people whose story we long to hear. What words did they write? A record of trade, a prayer to their gods, or a mystery we'll never solve? The river's flow carries their legacy onward. The plains of the Indus keep their silence. The ancient whispers of the Indus Valley recede as we travel northward to the icy waters of the Baltic Sea, where a strange formation rests on the ocean floor. In 2011, off the coast of Sweden, divers uncover an object that defies explanation. The waves murmur secrets as we dive in, where the Baltic Sea Anomaly stirs a mystery beneath the depths. In June 2011, a Swedish diving team known as Ocean X, led by Peter Lindberg and Dennis Oberg, embarked on a treasure hunting expedition in the northern Baltic Sea, off the coast of Sweden. The Baltic's cold, brackish waters, with their low salinity and minimal oxygen, are known for preserving shipwrecks, but what the team discovered was far stranger. Using side-scan sonar, they detected an unusual object resting on the seabed at a depth of 90 meters, an anomaly that would captivate the world. Dubbed the Baltic Sea Anomaly, this formation measures 60 meters in diameter, with a circular disc-like shape and features that resemble a staircase leading to a dark opening. The object's unnatural appearance, combined with its location in a sea known for its historical mysteries, has sparked intense debate, blending science speculation and the allure of the unknown. The Baltic's waves hum with a quiet intensity, their chill seeping into the story of this underwater enigma. The sonar image of the Baltic Sea Anomaly reveals a structure that stands out starkly against the muddy seabed, a large circular platform with straight edges and what appears to be a 4-meter-wide staircase descending from its edge leading to a dark hole. The formation is surrounded by a trail of drag marks stretching over 1,500 meters, suggesting it may have moved across the ocean floor before coming to rest. Divers from Ocean X descended to investigate, capturing grainy footage in the murky waters where visibility is limited by sediment and low light. The object's surface appears smooth in some areas, with angular features that resemble man-made construction, including what some describe as corridors and rooms. Samples collected from the site, analyzed in 2012 by the University of Stockholm, identified the material as primarily glacial-era rock, basalt, granite, and sandstone, common in the Baltic region, but the formation's shape features remain puzzling, defying natural geological explanations. A closer examination of the Baltic Sea's environment provides context for the anomaly's preservation. The Baltic Sea, formed over 10,000 years ago after the retreat of glaciers, is a unique body of water with low salinity due to limited mixing with the North Sea. This environment slows decay, preserving wooden shipwrecks like the 17th century Vasa, but also creates conditions where unusual formations can persist. The anomaly rests on a seabed of soft sediment, its drag marks suggesting it may have slid into place during a glacial event. In 2014, geologist Frederick Klingberg proposed that the object is a glacial deposit, a moraine, or erratic boulder shaped by ice movement and currents its staircase, a natural fracture pattern. Yet the formation's circular shape, straight edges, and the presence of what divers described as a second disk nearby, smaller but similarly shaped challenge. This explanation hinting at a structure that doesn't fit typical geological patterns. The Baltic Sea Anomaly's unusual features have fueled a range of scientific and speculative theories. OceanX divers reported anomalies during their dives, compasses spinning erratically near the object, and electronic equipment malfunctioning, though these claims lack independent verification. In 2016, a marine biologist from the University of Copenhagen suggested the formation could be a World War II-era structure, possibly a Soviet anti-submarine device or a German bunker component, as the Baltic was a strategic military zone during the war. However, the object's size and depth make this unlikely, as no records exist of such a structure being placed there. The most widely accepted scientific view, supported by the 2012 analysis, leans toward a natural origin, perhaps a volcanic outcrop or sediment formation shaped by glacial activity, but the object's appearance keeps the debate alive, with some researchers calling for more detailed underwater surveys to settle the question. The speculation surrounding the Baltic Sea anomaly extends beyond science into the realm of the extraordinary. Its disc-like shape and staircase led to comparisons with science fiction, earning it the nickname Baltic UFO in popular media. In 2013, UFO enthusiasts proposed it was a crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft, pointing to its circular form and the divers' reports of equipment malfunctions as evidence of alien technology. Others suggested it could be a remnant of a lost civilization like Atlantis, submerged after a cataclysmic event, though the Baltic's geological history offers no evidence of such a catastrophe. These theories, while captivating, lack physical proof, and mainstream scientists dismiss them as imaginative leaps. The anomaly's location, far from shipping lanes and human activity, adds to its mystique, as few expeditions have revisited the site due to its depth and the Baltic's harsh conditions. The broader implications of the Baltic Sea anomaly lie in what it reveals about our quest for the unknown beneath the oceans. The Baltic Sea, with its well-preserved wrecks, has long been a treasure trove for archaeologists. Over 1,000 shipwrecks have been documented, some dating back to the Viking Age. Yet less than 20% of the world's oceans have been mapped in detail, leaving vast areas unexplored. The anomaly, whether natural or artificial, underscores how much remains hidden in the deep, where low oxygen levels can preserve artifacts for millennia. In 2018, a Swedish oceanographic survey using multi-beam sonar mapped parts of the Baltic seabed, identifying other unusual formations, but none as striking as the anomaly. Future technology like advanced underwater drones or deep-sea submersibles could provide clearer images and samples, potentially resolving the mystery, but for now the object remains a silent sentinel on the ocean floor. The Baltic Sea anomaly continues to captivate its circular form, a puzzle beneath the waves, the cold waters guarding its secrets. OceanX's 2011 discovery, captured in grainy sonar images, sparked a global fascination with the unknown, a reminder of the ocean's untapped mysteries. The Baltic's depths, with their preserved relics and hidden formations, hold stories yet to be told. The anomaly, a symbol of our enduring curiosity. Is it a natural wonder, a forgotten artifact of history, or something beyond our understanding? The waves above murmur their ancient song. The Baltic Sea keeps its enigma close. The Baltic Sea's icy depths recede as we journey south to the sunlit island of Malta, where an ancient structure lies beneath the earth. In 1902, beneath the village of Paula, workers uncover a subterranean marvel older than the pyramids. The air grows still as we descend, where the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni whispers secrets of rituals lost to the ages. In 1902, the small village of Paula on the island of Malta became the site of an extraordinary discovery that would illuminate a forgotten chapter of human history. Workers digging a cistern for a new housing project broke through the limestone bedrock, revealing a vast underground complex carved entirely by hand. Known as the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni, this subterranean structure dates back over 5,000 years to between 3,600 and 2,500 BCE, making it one of the oldest man-made monuments on Earth. Spanning 3 levels and covering 500 square meters, the Hypogeum is a labyrinth of chambers, halls, and passages, its walls adorned with red ochre spirals, and its chambers echoing with a haunting acoustic resonance. Crafted by a Neolithic culture, this site offers a glimpse into a world of ancient rituals, its purpose, a mystery that resonates through the limestone depths. The Hypogeum's discovery revealed a structure of remarkable complexity carved directly into the soft limestone using flint and obsidian tools. The uppermost level closest to the surface features rough-hewn chambers, likely used for storage or preparation with narrow passages leading downward. The middle level, the most elaborate, includes the main chamber, a circular room with a domed ceiling, its walls decorated with red ochre spirals symbolizing the sun or the cycle of life. Nearby, the oracle room stands out for its acoustic properties. A curved niche in the wall amplifies low-frequency sounds, creating a resonance that reverberates through the complex. The lowest level, partially flooded today, contains the Holy of Holies, a sanctuary-like space with a carved altar surrounded by tight passages leading to unexcavated areas. Over 7,000 human bones were found here, suggesting the Hypogeum served as a necropolis, a sacred space for the dead, though its design hints at other more enigmatic purposes. A closer look at the Hypogeum's architecture reveals the ingenuity of its Neolithic builders, a pre-metalworking culture that thrived on Malta before the rise of Egypt's pyramids. The main chamber's domed ceiling mimics the corbelled roofs of above-ground temples like Gigantija, also on Malta, but its underground location sets it apart. The Oracle Room's acoustic design, studied in 2017 by the University of Malta, produces a dominant frequency of 110 Hz when a low male voice speaks into the niche, a sound that doubles in intensity and travels through the prime, intensity AZA, chambers inducing a trance-like state in listeners. This frequency aligns with alpha brainwaves associated with relaxation and altered consciousness, suggesting the room was used for rituals involving sound, possibly to connect with the spiritual realm. The Hypogeum's ventilation system with 52 vertical shafts, ensuring airflow, kept the air fresh at a steady 13 degrees Celsius, preserving the bones and ochre paintings for millennia. The cultural context of the Hypogeum offers insights into the Neolithic people who built it, a society deeply rooted in ritual and the afterlife. The 7,000 bones found stacked in chambers belong to men, women, and children, their remains carefully placed after death, some with signs of defleshing, a common practice to prepare bodies for burial. Artifacts like seashell beads, carnelian amulets, and obsidian blades were found alongside the bones, indicating offerings for the dead. In 2009, archaeologist Caroline Malone proposed that the Hypogeum was a temple as well as a necropolis, its chambers used for initiation rites or ancestor worship. The red ochre spirals, often interpreted as symbols of rebirth, and the presence of a small figurine known as the Sleeping Lady, a basalt statuette of a woman lying on a couch, suggest a focus on fertility and the afterlife, the figure possibly representing a goddess or a soul in eternal rest. The Hypogeum's design, with its downward spiral, mirrors the journey to the underworld in Maltese cosmology. Scientific studies of the Hypogeum have deepened its mystery, particularly its acoustic properties. The Oracle Room's resonance, documented in the 2017 study, not only amplifies sound, but also creates a standing wave that affects the entire complex, a phenomenon that modern engineers have modeled for therapeutic sound design. The Neolithic builders, without written records, understood how to manipulate sound and space, their knowledge likely gained through observation and experimentation. The lowest level partially flooded, since antiquity contains shaped passages leading to unexplored chambers with local legends, speaking of a black door guarding an altar untouched by light for millennia. In 2014, divers from the University of Malta reported these passages but cited structural risks, halting further exploration. The Hypogeum's construction, requiring thousands of hours of labor, reflects a society with the resources and organization to undertake such a monumental project, challenging assumptions about Neolithic capabilities. The Hypogeum's significance extends beyond its architecture, offering a window into the spiritual life of a culture that revered the dead and the divine. Its preservation, thanks to Malta's stable climate and the limestone's durability, has made it a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1980, though access is restricted to 80 visitors per day to protect its fragile environment. Over 5,000 years after its creation, the Hypogeum remains a testament to human ingenuity, its chambers a silent stage for rituals we can only speculate about. In 2020, a virtual reality project by Heritage Malta recreated the Hypogeum's interior, allowing global audiences to explore its depths, but the physical site retains an aura of mystery, its echoes a reminder of a time when sound and stone connected the living to the beyond. What rituals unfolded in these chambers, a journey to the afterlife, a communion with the divine, or a mystery we'll never fully grasp? The Hypogeum's silence holds its ancient truths. Malta's limestone whispers through the ages. The limestone echoes of Hal-Saflieni fade as we journey across the ocean to the arid expanse of Nevada, USA, where a cave holds whispers of giants. In 1911, near the town of Lovelock, miners uncover remains tied to a chilling legend. The desert wind stirs the dust as we approach where the Lovelock cave giants unravel a tale of myth and mystery. In 1911, the arid landscape near Lovelock, Nevada, became the backdrop for a discovery that would intertwine archaeology with local legend. Lovelock Cave, a limestone cavern overlooking the Humboldt Sink, a dry lake bed once part of the ancient Lake Lahontan, had long been known to the Paiute people, who called it home for millennia. Miners seeking guano for fertilizer began digging in the cave's bat-rich deposits when they unearthed human remains, artifacts, and unusually large bones. These findings gave rise to the story of the Lovelock Cave Giants, a tale rooted in Paiute oral tradition that describes a race of red-haired giants known as the Sitka who once terrorized the region. The cave's dusty air carries the scent of ancient earth, its depths, a repository of history that blends fact, folklore, and unresolved questions about the past. The Lovelock Cave excavations revealed a wealth of archaeological material, shedding light on the region's ancient inhabitants. The miners initially uncovered mummified remains, some remarkably preserved by the cave's dry conditions, along with artifacts like woven baskets, duck decoys, and fishing nets, dating back over 3,000 years. By 1912, the University of California sent archaeologists to investigate, and their work continued into the 1920s, uncovering over 10,000 artifacts. Among the finds were human skeletons, some reportedly measuring up to 8 feet tall with red hair preserved on their scalps, a detail that aligned with Paiute legends of the Sitka. A cannibalistic tribe of giants, the Paiute allegedly drove into the cave and burned alive. In 1924, archaeologist Llewellyn Lau documented these remains, noting their unusual size, though later studies cast doubt on the giant claims, suggesting the measurements were exaggerated or misinterpreted. The Paiute legend of the Sitka provides a cultural lens for understanding the Lovelock Cave findings. According to oral tradition passed down through generations, the Sitka were a tall, red-haired people who lived in the region thousands of years ago, preying on the Paiute and other tribes. The Paiute, after years of conflict, trapped the giants in Lovelock Cave, setting a fire at the entrance to suffocate them. The cave's archaeological record supports parts of this story. Charcoal layers and ash deposits dated to around 2,000 years ago indicate a large fire, while arrowheads and burnt bones suggest conflict. However, the skeleton size has been debated. In 1931, a re-examination by the Nevada State Museum found that the tallest skeleton measured 6 feet 7 inches tall for the time, but not giant by modern standards. The red hair, likely a result of post-mortem oxidation or mineral staining, further complicates the legend's alignment with the physical evidence. A scientific perspective on the Lovelock Cave remains reveals more about the ancient inhabitants of the region. The skeletons belong to the Lovelock culture, a group of hunter-gatherers who lived in the Great Basin between 4,000 and 1,000 years ago, relying on the wetlands of Lake Lahontan for fish, waterfowl, and tule reeds. In 2016, a genetic study by the University of Copenhagen analyzed DNA from the Lovelock remains, linking them to modern Native American populations, particularly the Paiute, with no evidence of a distinct giant lineage. The study also found no unusual genetic markers that would explain extreme height, suggesting the giant label may have stemmed from cultural exaggeration or mismeasurement. The artifacts, including finely woven baskets and duck decoys, some dated to 1200 BCE, demonstrate a skilled, resourceful society, their lives intertwined with the lake's ecosystem until it dried up around 1,000 years ago, forcing them to adapt or migrate. The archaeological context of Lovelock Cave offers clues to its historical significance. The cave's entrance, a wide overhang facing the Humboldt Sink, provided shelter for millennia, its floor layered with deposits spanning thousands of years. The earliest artifacts dated to 2000 BCE include atlatl darts and grinding stones, while later finds like pottery and arrowheads from 500 CE reflect cultural changes over time. In 1984, a detailed survey by the Nevada State Museum cataloged the cave's stratigraphy, confirming its use as a habitation site, storage cache, and burial ground. The presence of mummified remains, some wrapped in tool mats, suggests the Lovelock people practiced intentional burial, their dead interred with care alongside tools and offerings. The charcoal layer from the ancient fire found near the entrance aligns with the Paiute legend, though it may have been a practical act clearing the cave of pests, rather than a battle against giants. The Lovelock Cave Giants story highlights the interplay between archaeology and oral tradition, raising questions about how myths emerge from history. The Paiute legend of the Sitaka may preserve a cultural memory of conflict with a rival group, their height exaggerated over generations to symbolize their threat. Alternative theories have also emerged, fueled by the giant narrative. In the 1970s, fringe researchers proposed the skeletons belonged to an ancient race of giants, possibly linked to biblical Nephilim or extraterrestrial beings, citing the red hair and alleged size as evidence of a non-human origin. Mainstream science dismisses these claims, noting the lack of genetic or skeletal anomalies beyond normal human variation. The Lovelock Cave remains now housed at the Nevada State Museum and the Phoebe A. Hearst Museum continue to be studied, their DNA offering insights into Native American ancestry, but the giant legend persists, a testament to the power of storytelling. The Lovelock Cave Giants remain a captivating mystery, their story a blend of archaeological fact and cultural myth. The cave itself, now a protected site under the National Register of Historic Places since 1984, stands as a monument to the Lovelock culture, its artifacts a window into a vanished way of life. The Paiute legend, passed down through countless generations, adds depth to the findings, a reminder that history is often shaped by the stories we tell. The Humboldt Sink stretches beyond the cave, its dry expanse shimmering under the Nevada sky, a silent witness to the lives that once thrived here. Does the tale of the Sitaka reflect a real conflict, a symbolic myth, or a mystery we've yet to unravel? The echoes of Lovelock Cave carry their ancient truths. The desert sands hold their story close. The desert whispers of Lovelock Cave fall silent as we travel eastward to the rolling hills of Romania, where ancient clay holds a cryptic message. In 1961, near the village of Tartaria, archaeologists unearthed tablets that challenge the history of writing. The air carries the scent of earth as we draw near, where the Tartaria Tablets unveil a script shrouded in time. In 1961, the quiet village of Tartaria in Romania's Transylvania region became the stage for a discovery that would ignite debates about the origins of writing. Archaeologist Nicolae Vlasa, leading an excavation at a Neolithic site near the Mureș River, uncovered 3 small clay tablets buried alongside human remains in a ritual pit. These artifacts, known as the Tartaria Tablets, date back over 7,000 years to around 5,300 BCE, placing them among the earliest known examples of symbolic markings. Inscribed with enigmatic signs that resemble early writing, the tablets challenge our understanding of when and where literacy first emerged, predating Sumerian cuneiform, traditionally considered the world's oldest writing system by over 2,000 years. The air at the site carries the damp scent of freshly turned earth, the tablet's mystery, a whisper from a forgotten age. The Tartaria tablets consist of 3 small, irregularly shaped clay pieces, each about 6 centimeters wide, their surfaces hardened by firing or exposure to heat. The largest tablet is rectangular with a hole in one corner, possibly for hanging, while the other 2 are oval and disc-shaped. The tablets are etched with a series of symbols, lines, crosses, chevrons, and shapes, resembling animals or plants arranged in distinct groups separated by vertical lines. Some signs, like a comb-like figure and a crescent, bear a striking resemblance to later Sumerian pictographs such as those for grain or moon, though the tablets predate Sumerian writing by millennia. The burial context, including ash animal bones and a disarticulated human skeleton, suggests a ritualistic setting, possibly a sacrificial or funerary rite. The tablet's small size and the care with which they were placed hint at their significance to the Neolithic Vinča culture, which thrived in the Balkans between 5,700 and 4,500 BCE. A detailed examination of the tablet's archaeological context provides clues to their creation. The Vinča culture, known for its advanced pottery and metallurgy, left behind a rich material record across southeastern Europe, including figurines, tools, and early copper artifacts. The Tartaria site part of this cultural sphere revealed a settlement with mud brick houses, storage pits, and communal spaces, indicating a settled agricultural society. In 1963, Vlasa proposed that the tablets were evidence of the world's earliest writing, suggesting the symbols represented a proto-script used for ritual or economic purposes. Radiocarbon dating of the associated bones conducted in 1970 confirmed their age at over 7,000 years, aligning with the early Neolithic period. The tablet symbols, totaling 26 across the three pieces, are non-repetitive, suggesting they may encode specific meanings rather than decorative motifs, though their brevity makes interpretation difficult. The Tartaria tablet symbols have sparked intense debate among scholars about their purpose and meaning. Some archaeologists, like Marija Gimbutas in 1974, argued that the tablets represent a sacred script, possibly linked to fertility rites, as the symbols include shapes resembling a bull's head and a tree, common Neolithic motifs for life and renewal. The tablet's ritual context, buried with human remains, supports this view, suggesting they were offerings or talismans used in ceremonies. Others, including linguist Harold Harmon in 1990, proposed that the symbols are an early form of writing, predating Sumerian cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphs, which emerged around 3100 BCE. Harmon pointed to similarities with the Vinča symbols, a set of over 200 signs found on pottery across the Balkans, suggesting a regional proto-writing system. However, mainstream scholars remain skeptical, arguing the symbols are too few and lack repetition to constitute true writing, more likely serving as symbolic or mnemonic markers. The challenges of interpreting the Tartaria tablets are compounded by their isolation from other writing systems and the lack of a bilingual text to aid decipherment. The Vinča culture left no direct successors, its settlements declining around 4,500 BCE due to climate shifts or social changes, their symbolic system vanishing with them. In 2009, a study by the University of Belgrade analyzed the tablet's clay composition, confirming it was local to the region, but the firing, whether intentional or accidental, remains unclear, as the burial pit contained ash from a fire. Some researchers suggest the tablets were baked in a ritual fire, while others propose they hardened naturally over time. Alternative theories have emerged, including fringe claims that the symbols encode extraterrestrial knowledge, a notion dismissed by mainstream science, but fueled by the tablet's ancient age and mysterious signs. The Tartaria tablets' true meaning remains elusive, their symbols a silent language from a distant past. The broader significance of the Tartaria tablets lies in what they reveal about the Neolithic mind, a culture on the cusp of literacy, using symbols to communicate ideas long before writing became widespread. The Vinča culture's use of signs seen on pottery and figurines across their territory suggests a complex symbolic system, possibly for trade ritual or social identity. In 2015, archaeologist Marco Merlini proposed that the tablets were part of a Danube script, a pre-writing system used across southeastern Europe, though this theory lacks consensus. The tablet's discovery has reshaped our understanding of early human communication, showing that symbolic expression predates urban civilizations by millennia. The site of Tartaria, now a protected archaeological zone, continues to yield Vinča artifacts, but no further tablets have been found, leaving the three as a tantalizing fragment of a larger story. The Tartaria tablets stand as a testament to the ingenuity of the Vinča culture, their symbols a bridge to a time when humanity first began to record its thoughts. The Muresh River flows steadily nearby its waters, reflecting the endless march of time, the village of Tartaria quiet under a gray sky. Archaeologists in 1961, brushing away the soil to reveal the tablets, opened a window into a world of ancient meaning, their findings a spark that continues to illuminate the origins of writing. The tablets' mystery endures a challenge to future scholars seeking to unlock their secrets. Do they hold the dawn of literacy, a sacred ritual, or a message we'll never understand? The hills of Transylvania cradle their enigma, the past speaks in whispers of clay. The cryptic symbols of Tartaria fall silent as we journey across the globe to the high Andes of Peru, where ancient stones defy explanation. Above the city of Cusco, a fortress of colossal masonry stands as a testament to a lost era. The mountain air grows thin as we ascend, where the Sajama walls reveal an architectural mystery carved into the heart of the Inca world. Perched high above the city of Cusco in Peru, at an elevation of over 3,700 meters, the Sajama fortress emerges as a marvel of ancient engineering. Constructed by the Inca civilization likely during the 15th century under the reign of Emperor Pachacuti, this monumental site dates to around 1438 CE, though some scholars suggest its origins may trace back even further. The name Sajama, derived from Quechua, means satisfied falcon, reflecting its commanding position overlooking the Inca capital. Spanning a vast area with 3 terraced walls stretching over 400 meters, the fortress is renowned for its cyclopean masonry, massive stone blocks, some weighing up to 200 tons, fitted together with precision that defies modern understanding. The thin mountain air carries a crisp chill, the wall's enduring presence a testament to a culture that mastered stone in ways that continue to baffle archaeologists. The Sajama walls are constructed from enormous limestone and andesite blocks, quarried from nearby sites and transported to the hilltop through methods that remain a subject of speculation. The largest stones found in the lowest of the 3 zigzagging walls measure up to 9 meters high, 5 meters wide, and 4 meters thick, their surfaces polished to a smooth finish. What sets Sajama apart is the precision of its masonry. The blocks are cut and fitted so tightly that not even a blade of grass can slip between them despite the absence of mortar. The stones are shaped with irregular, interlocking edges, creating a puzzle-like pattern that has withstood earthquakes that toppled later colonial structures in Cusco. In 1983, UNESCO designated Sajama as part of the historic sanctuary of Machu Picchu, recognizing its cultural significance, yet the methods used to build it remain a mystery. A closer examination of the wall's construction reveals the ingenuity of the Inca builders who lacked iron tools, wheeled vehicles, or draft animals. Archaeologists believe the stones were quarried using bronze chisels and stone hammers, then shaped on site with abrasive sand and smaller stones. In 1996, a study by the University of Leicester analyzed the quarry sites near Sajama, suggesting the stones were dragged up ramps using ropes made from llama sinew and plant fibers, a process requiring thousands of workers. The interlocking design of the blocks, known as ashlar masonry, distributes weight evenly, making the walls incredibly stable, a necessity in the seismically active Andes. The fortress's zigzag pattern, resembling the teeth of a puma, aligns with Inca cosmology, as Cusco was designed to mirror the shape of this sacred animal, with Sajama forming its head. The historical context of Sajama provides insight into its purpose and significance. The Inca Empire at its height in the 15th and early 16th centuries spanned much of western South America, with Cusco as its spiritual and political center. Sajama, often described as a fortress due to its defensive walls, also served ceremonial and administrative functions. Spanish chronicler Garcilaso de la Vega, writing in 1609, noted that the site hosted festivals like Inti Raymi, the Inca sun celebration, with its terraces accommodating thousands of people. In 1536, during the Spanish conquest, Sajama became a battleground when Inca forces under Manco Inca besieged Cusco using the fortress as a stronghold, though they were ultimately defeated. The Spanish later dismantled parts of the walls using the stones to build colonial structures, leaving the site in partial ruin but still awe-inspiring. The architectural mystery of Sajama lies in the precision and scale of its construction, which has led to various theories about its origins. Some archaeologists like Jean-Pierre Protzin in 1985 have replicated Inca stoneworking techniques, demonstrating that the blocks could be shaped and fitted using only Bronze Age tools, though the labor required remains. Staggering estimates suggest over 20,000 workers toiled for decades to complete the fortress. However, the wall's perfection has fueled alternative theories. In the 1970s, fringe researcher Eric von Däniken proposed that Sacsayhuaman was built with extraterrestrial assistance, citing the block's size and fit as evidence of advanced technology, a claim dismissed by mainstream science. Others suggest the walls predate the Inca, built by an earlier unknown culture, as their cyclopean style resembles pre-Inca sites like Tiwanaku in Bolivia, dated to 1100 CE. In 2012, a geological survey found older sediment layers beneath the walls, hinting at a possible pre-Inca foundation, though no definitive evidence supports this. The cultural and symbolic role of Sacsayhuaman extends beyond its physical structure, reflecting the Incas' deep connection to their environment and cosmology. The fortress's terraces carved into the hillside mirror the agricultural terraces that sustained the empire, while its stones sourced from sacred quarries were believed to hold spiritual power. In 2018, an ethno-historical study by the University of Cusco documented oral traditions among Quechua descendants, who described Sacsayhuaman as a living fortress, its stones imbued with the spirits of ancestors. The site remains a focal point for cultural celebrations, with Inti Raymi drawing thousands each year to honor the sun god. The wall's enduring stability, surviving earthquakes like the 1,950 tremor that damaged much of Cusco, underscores the Incas' architectural mastery, their knowledge of the land, a legacy etched in stone. The Sacsayhuaman walls stand as a monument to the Incas' ingenuity, their massive stones, a silent challenge to our understanding of ancient engineering. The city of Cusco stretches below its rooftops, a patchwork of red tiles, the Andes rising in the distance under a sky streaked with clouds. Archaeologists in the early 20th century, marveling at the wall's precision, opened a window into a civilization that shaped the mountains to their will, their legacy enduring through centuries of change. The Sacsayhuaman walls continue to inspire awe, their mystery, a testament to the power of human hands and minds. Were they the work of the Inca alone, a legacy of a lost culture, or a marvel we'll never fully comprehend? The Andes hold their ancient truths, the stones of Sacsayhuaman stand eternal. From the towering stones of Sacsayhuaman, our journey now leads us to a hidden corner of Australia where rock carvings stir a debate across centuries. Since their discovery in the 1970s near Gosford, a set of mysterious etchings has puzzled researchers and locals alike. A coastal breeze carries whispers of the past, as the Gosford Glyphs challenge history with their enigmatic presence. Since the 1970s, a secluded bushland area near Gosford, just north of Sydney, Australia, has been the focal point of a mystery that intertwines archaeology, history, and speculation. Known as the Gosford Glyphs, this collection of over 250 carvings etched into two sandstone walls within the Brisbane Water National Park was first documented by local surveyor David Lambert during a routine survey. The glyphs, ranging from 10 centimeters to over 2 meters in size, appear to depict a mix of symbols, some resembling Egyptian hieroglyphs, including Ankh's eyes of Horus and cartouches, while others portray human figures, boats, and animals. These carvings, set against the rugged sandstone cliffs, have sparked debate about their origins, with theories ranging from ancient Egyptian visitors to modern hoaxes. The air around the site carries the faint tang of eucalyptus, the distant murmur of the ocean, a backdrop to this enigmatic puzzle. The Gosford Glyphs are carved into two parallel sandstone walls, about 15 meters apart, forming a narrow corridor shaded by gum trees and ferns. The carvings vary in depth and style. Some are shallow and weathered, others deeper and more defined, suggesting different periods of creation or varying tools. Among the most striking are symbols that mirror Egyptian iconography. A cartouche, a loop, enclosing royal names, contains signs that resemble the names of two pharaohs, Khufu, builder of the Great Pyramid circa 2580 BCE, and his son, Gedefre, circa 2560 BCE. Other carvings include a figure with a jackal head, reminiscent of Anubis, the Egyptian god of the afterlife, alongside boats with curved prows and human figures in poses, typical of ancient Egyptian art. The site's remote location, hidden within dense bushland, adds to its mystique, as it was largely unknown to the broader public until Lambert's documentation in 1975. A deeper look at the historical context of the Gosford Glyphs reveals the complexity of their origins. The area around Gosford has been inhabited by the Guringai people for over 10,000 years, their rock art typically depicting animals, hand stencils, and spiritual figures found throughout the national park. However, the Gosford Glyphs differ markedly from indigenous Australian art, lacking the stylistic elements of Guringai engravings. In 1984, Egyptologist Ray Johnson examined the glyphs, proposing they were genuine Egyptian carvings possibly left by explorers who reached Australia around 2500 BCE. Johnson's translation of the cartouche suggested it told a story of two brothers, one dying from a snakebite, the other mourning him, linking the site to a lost Egyptian expedition. However, mainstream archaeologists, including those from the University of Sydney in 1990, dismissed this theory, noting the absence of Egyptian artifacts in Australia and the logistical improbability of such a journey during the Old Kingdom period. The scientific skepticism surrounding the Gosford Glyphs centers on their authenticity and age. The sandstone at the site, while soft enough to carve, weathers quickly, making it difficult to date the glyphs through erosion patterns. In 2000, a geological survey by the Australian National University found no evidence of ancient weathering on the carvings, suggesting they were created relatively recently, possibly within the last 100 years. The glyph style, while resembling Egyptian hieroglyphs, includes inconsistencies. Some symbols are anachronistic, mixing Old Kingdom signs with later Egyptian motifs, and the grammar appears nonsensical to trained Egyptologists. In 2012, archaeologist Paul White argued that the glyphs were a modern hoax, likely carved in the early 20th century by someone familiar with Egyptian iconography, perhaps inspired by the 1922 discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb, which sparked global fascination with Egyptology. The presence of modern tool marks, fine straight cuts, not typical of ancient chisels, further supports this conclusion. The cultural impact of the Gosford Glyphs extends beyond their archaeological debate, reflecting broader themes of exploration and identity. Local folklore among Gosford residents has embraced the glyphs as evidence of ancient visitors, with stories of Egyptian sailors or even Phoenician traders reaching Australia's shores. In the 1980s, the site became a tourist attraction, drawing thousands of visitors annually, though vandalism and environmental damage led to restricted access by the National Parks and Wildlife Service in 1995. Alternative theories have also flourished, with fringe researchers suggesting the glyphs were carved by survivors of a lost civilization like Atlantis, or by extraterrestrial beings, citing the Anubis figure as evidence of alien influence. Mainstream scholars, however, point to the lack of supporting evidence. No Egyptian artifacts, shipwrecks, or genetic traces have been found in Australia to suggest pre-colonial contact. The glyph's location near a popular hiking trail suggests they may have been a prank or an artistic project, their creators long forgotten. The enduring mystery of the Gosford Glyphs lies in their ability to capture the imagination, bridging the gap between history and myth. The Brisbane Water National Park, with its rugged cliffs and whispering eucalyptus groves, provides a fitting stage for this enigma, its trails alive with the echoes of Guringai history. The glyphs, whether ancient or modern, challenge our understanding of cultural exchange, raising questions about how far ancient peoples traveled and what stories they left behind. In 2018, a local initiative by the Gosford Council launched a digital archive of the glyphs, preserving their images for future study. Though the site itself remains off-limits to protect its fragile sandstone, the Gosford Glyphs continue to intrigue, their carvings a silent riddle in the Australian bush. Are they a modern creation, a cultural misunderstanding, or a clue to a history we've yet to uncover? The sandstone walls stand quiet. The whispers of the past linger in the coastal air. The enigmatic carvings of Gosford dissolve as we set sail for the azure waters of Greece, where a submerged relic of the past awaits discovery. In 1967, off the southern coast of Laconia, divers uncover a city lost to the sea. The waves lap gently as we dive in, where the lost city of Pavlopetri unveils a submerged world of ancient wonders. In 1967, the tranquil waters off the southern coast of Laconia, Greece, near the small fishing village of Neapoli, became the stage for a remarkable archaeological find that would reshape our understanding of ancient maritime civilizations. Oceanographer Dr. Nicholas Fleming, leading a survey for the University of Cambridge, discovered a submerged city just a few meters beneath the surface of Vatica Bay. Known as the Lost City of Pavlopetri, this Bronze Age settlement dates back over 5,000 years to around 3000 BCE, making it one of the oldest submerged cities in the world. Covering an area of 30,000 square meters, Pavlopetri features streets, buildings, courtyards, and tombs, all remarkably preserved beneath the sea, offering a rare glimpse into daily life during the early Aegean civilization. The gentle lapping of the waves against the shore carries whispers of a city that thrived long before the rise of classical Greece. The discovery of Pavlopetri revealed a well-planned urban center, its layout visible even beneath the water's surface. The city's streets, up to 3 meters wide, are lined with over 15 distinct buildings, some with multiple rooms and courtyards constructed from limestone and mud brick. Divers in 1968 mapped the site, identifying a central square surrounded by rectangular structures with pathways branching outward like a grid. The northern edge of the city features a cemetery with 60 rock-cut tombs, some containing ceramic vessels and obsidian blades, suggesting burial practices typical of the early Bronze Age. The seabed around Pavlopetri is scattered with thousands of pottery fragments, amphorae cups, and bowls, indicating a bustling trade hub. In 2009, a joint expedition by the University of Nottingham and the Ephorate of Underwater Antiquities used advanced sonar and 3D mapping to create a detailed digital model, revealing a city that once housed up to 2,000 people, its streets alive with commerce and community. A deeper exploration of Pavlopetri's historical context sheds light on its significance within the Aegean world. The city flourished during the early Helladic period around 3000 to 2000 BCE, a time when maritime trade was emerging in the Mediterranean. Pavlopetri's location on a natural harbor made it a vital port connecting the Greek mainland with Crete and beyond. Artifacts found on the seabed, including Minoan-style pottery dated to 1600 BCE, suggest trade links with the Minoan civilization known for its advanced seafaring and palatial culture. The city's architecture, with two-story buildings and a sophisticated drainage system, reflects a level of urban planning not seen again until classical Greece over 1,000 years later. The presence of loom weights and storage jars indicates textile production and agriculture, with the surrounding fertile plains likely supporting wheat, olives, and grapes, sustaining a thriving economy. The preservation of Pavlopetri offers a unique window into its ancient life, thanks to the protective nature of its underwater environment. The city's submersion, likely caused by a combination of earthquakes and rising sea levels around 1200 BCE, sealed it beneath a layer of sediment, shielding it from looting and erosion. In 2011, the University of Nottingham team recovered samples of organic material, wooden beams, and plant remains preserved by the anaerobic conditions, providing rare insights into Bronze Age diet and construction. Radiocarbon dating confirmed the city's age, aligning it with the early Minoan period, while underwater photography captured intact structures such as a stone-lined well and a paved courtyard, offering a snapshot of daily life. The lack of later occupation layers suggests Pavlopetri was abandoned after its submersion, its residents likely fleeing to higher ground as the sea encroached, leaving their city frozen in time. The scientific study of Pavlopetri has deepened its mystery, particularly regarding its sudden abandonment and the identity of its inhabitants. Seismic activity common in the region is a likely culprit for the city's sinking. Laconia sits on a fault line, and a major earthquake around 1200 BCE could have triggered a tsunami or land subsidence, submerging Pavlopetri overnight. In 2014, geologist Ian Stewart analyzed the local geology, finding evidence of tectonic uplift and subsidence along the coast, supporting this theory. However, the city's advanced planning and trade connections raise questions about its origins. Some scholars, like John Henderson in 2010, propose that Pavlopetri was a precursor to the Minoan civilization, its maritime expertise laying the groundwork for later Aegean powers. Alternative theories suggest influence from even earlier cultures, though no evidence of foreign artifacts supports this. The lack of written records, unlike contemporary Mesopotamia, means we may never know the city's true name or the language its people spoke. The lost city of Pavlopetri's significance extends beyond archaeology, offering a glimpse into the interconnected world of the Bronze Age Mediterranean. Its preservation makes it a UNESCO Underwater Cultural Heritage Site since 2016, though rising sea levels and tourism pose threats to its fragile remains. In 2019, the Greek government launched a conservation project to protect Pavlopetri, installing underwater barriers to reduce erosion from boat traffic, while virtual reality tours allow global access to the site without physical in 2019. Impact. The city's streets, still visible beneath the waves, tell a story of a vibrant community merchants, trading Minoan pottery families gathering in courtyards, children playing by the harbor before the sea claimed their home. The azure waters of Vatica Bay shimmer with the weight of history, a submerged testament to human resilience and ingenuity. Does Pavlopetri hold the key to understanding early maritime trade, a lost chapter of Aegean history, or a mystery we'll never fully solve? The waves continue their endless dance, the depths of the Mediterranean guard their ancient secrets. The submerged streets of Pavlopetri vanish beneath the waves as we journey to the high plateaus of Bolivia, where ancient lines stretch across the earth. In the 1930s, near the sacred Mount Sajama, explorers first notice an intricate network etched into the landscape. The thin air hums with mystery as we arrive, where the Sajama Lines trace a puzzle older than memory itself. In the 1930s, the remote altiplano of western Bolivia, near the sacred peak of Mount Sajama, the country's highest mountain, at 6,542 meters, revealed a landscape etched with an astonishing network of lines that would captivate researchers for decades. Known as the Sajama Lines, these ancient geoglyphs stretch across the high plateau, covering an area of over 22,000 square kilometers, making them one of the largest archaeological sites on Earth. Unlike the more famous Nazca lines in Peru, the Sajama Lines are not pictorial but consist of straight paths, some extending up to 20 kilometers, radiating outward like the spokes of a giant wheel. Dating back over 3,000 years to around 1000 BCE, these lines were created by pre-Inca cultures. Their purpose, a mystery that echoes across the windswept expanse. The thin, cold air at this altitude carries the faint scent of volcanic ash, the silence of the plateau, a canvas for this ancient enigma. The Sajama Lines were first documented by explorers in the 1930s, though their full extent became clear with aerial surveys in the 1970s, revealing a network of over 7,500 kilometers of paths, far surpassing the Nazca Lines in scale. These lines etched into the volcanic soil by removing dark surface stones to expose lighter earth beneath, vary in width from 1 to 3 meters, their straightness remarkable given the rugged terrain. Some lines connect archaeological sites, small villages, ceremonial platforms, and burial mounds, while others lead to Mount Sajama, a dormant volcano revered as sacred by local Aymara communities. The lines often intersect, forming geometric patterns or radiating from central points called nodes, suggesting a deliberate design. Satellite imagery used in a 2003 study by the University of Pennsylvania mapped their vast network, highlighting their precision across the plateau's uneven landscape. A closer examination of the line's construction reveals the labor and intent behind their creation. The Altiplano, at over 4,000 meters above sea level, is a harsh environment with thin air, extreme temperatures, and sparse vegetation, yet the lines were made with meticulous care. Archaeologists believe they were created by scraping away the dark oxidized surface layer of stones to expose the lighter subsoil, a process requiring coordinated effort over generations. In 1988, anthropologist David Brown proposed that the lines were made by successive communities, their straightness achieved by aligning with natural landmarks like Mount Sajama or distant peaks. Carbon dating of organic material found near associated settlements such as charcoal from hearths places the line's creation between 1000 BCE and 500 CE, aligning them with the Huancarani culture, a pre-Inca society known for its pastoralism and early metallurgy. The line's preservation, due to the arid climate and minimal human disturbance, offers a rare glimpse into ancient Andean practices. The historical and cultural context of the Sajama Lines provides clues to their purpose, though their exact function remains debated. The Huancarani people, who herded llamas and alpacas while cultivating quinoa and potatoes, lived in small, scattered villages across the Altiplano. The lines often connect these settlements to sacred sites such as Pukkara's fortified hilltops or Chulpa's stone tombs for the elite, suggesting a ceremonial or spiritual role. In 1997, archaeologist Denise Arnold argued that the lines served as pilgrimage routes, linking communities and rituals tied to Mount Sajama, which the Aymara consider an Apu, a sacred mountain spirit. The line's straightness and alignment with solar events like the solstice sunrise, noted in a 2010 survey by the Bolivian Institute of Archaeology, indicate astronomical knowledge possibly used to mark seasonal changes for agriculture or ceremonies. The Aymara today still walk similar paths during festivals, preserving a tradition that may echo the line's ancient use. Scientific studies of the Sajama lines have deepened their mystery, particularly regarding their scale and construction. The network's sheer size, covering over 22,000 square kilometers, implies a coordinated effort across multiple communities, a level of organization not typically associated with pre-Inca societies. In 2015, a geospatial analysis by the University of Arizona used satellite data to identify over 1,000 nodes where lines intersect, suggesting these points were gathering places for rituals or trade. The line's straightness, maintained over kilometers despite the terrain's obstacles, raises questions about the tools and methods used, likely simple sighting techniques with stakes or fires as markers. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1980s proposing the lines were ancient runways for extraterrestrial craft, a claim dismissed by mainstream science due to the lack of supporting evidence and the line's ceremonial context. The Sajama Lines' true purpose remains elusive, their vast network, a silent challenge to our understanding of ancient Andean life. The Sajama Lines' significance lies in their testament to the ingenuity and interconnectedness of pre-Inca cultures, revealing a landscape imbued with spiritual and practical meaning. The Altiplano's stark beauty, with its endless plains and towering volcanoes, provides a fitting backdrop for this ancient artwork, its lines a map of a world we've yet to fully comprehend. In 2019, the Bolivian government initiated a preservation project to protect the lines from erosion and off-road vehicles, while local Aymara communities continue to honor Mount Sajama in ceremonies that echo their ancestors' traditions. The Sajama Lines stretch across the plateau, their paths a silent record of a people who walked with purpose under the Andean sky. Do they mark sacred journeys, a cosmic calendar, or a mystery we'll never solve? The high plains whisper their ancient truths. Mount Sajama stands as their eternal guardian. The vast lines of Sajama fade into the Bolivian plateau as we journey to the lush forests of New Zealand, where a hidden structure sparks curiosity. In the 1990s, deep within the Kaimanawa Forest Park, hikers stumble upon a wall that defies explanation. The air hums with birdsong as we venture forth, where the Kaimanawa Wall stirs a debate about ancient origins. In the 1990s, a group of hikers exploring the dense Kaimanawa Forest Park in New Zealand's North Island stumbled upon an unusual structure that would ignite a decades-long debate about its origins. Located near Lake Taupo, the Kaimanawa Wall appears as a series of large rectangular stone blocks stacked in a way that resembles deliberate masonry, partially obscured by moss and tree roots. Estimated to date back over 2,000 years, the wall measures about 6 meters long and 2 meters high, with individual blocks weighing several tons and fitted together with surprising precision. Its discovery in a remote forest, far from any known ancient settlements, has puzzled archaeologists, geologists, and enthusiasts, blending scientific inquiry with local legends about lost civilizations. The forest air carries the earthy scent of damp foliage, the wall's stones, a silent testament to a mystery rooted deep in the landscape. The Kaimanawa Wall's construction draws immediate attention due to its apparent craftsmanship. The blocks, made of ignimbrite, a volcanic rock formed from compressed ash, are cut into regular rectangular shapes, with smooth surfaces and sharp edges that suggest intentional shaping. The wall's alignment is nearly straight, its blocks stacked in a staggered pattern, similar to ashlar masonry, a technique seen in ancient structures like Sacsayhuaman in Peru. In 1996, amateur archaeologist Barry Brailsford documented the site, noting the block's tight fit and the presence of what appeared to be a capstone at the top, suggesting a finished structure. The surrounding forest, dense with native podocarp trees and ferns, shows no signs of ancient habitation. No pottery tools or settlements have been found nearby, raising questions about who built the wall and why it stands alone in such a remote location. A scientific analysis of the Kaimanawa Wall provides insights into its geological context and challenges its interpretation as a man-made structure. The wall is composed of ignimbrite from the Taupo volcanic zone, a region shaped by massive eruptions over 1,800 years ago, including the 186 CE eruption that formed much of the area's geology. In 1997, geologist Dr. Hamish Campbell, from the Institute of Geological and Nuclear Sciences, examined the site, concluding that the wall is a natural formation, a result of volcanic cooling and fracturing. Ignimbrite often forms natural columns or blocks, as it cools with joints creating regular shapes that can mimic human construction, a phenomenon seen in other geological formations, like the Giant's Causeway in Ireland. Radiometric dating of the ignimbrite confirmed its age at over 1,800 years, far too young for the wall to be a pre-colonial structure, as New Zealand was first settled by Polynesians around 1,300 CE. The historical and cultural context of the Kaimanawa Wall offers a backdrop for understanding its significance in New Zealand's history. The Maori descendants of Polynesian settlers who arrived around 1,300 CE have a rich tradition of oral history and stonework, but their structures such as pa-fortified villages or ahu stone altars differ in style from the Kaimanawa Wall, lacking the ashlar-like precision seen here. In 2000, Maori elders from the Ngati Tūharetoa Iwi, whose traditional lands include the Kaimanawa region, stated that the wall does not feature in their oral traditions, suggesting it predates their arrival, or is a natural formation. They did not use. The wall's discovery sparked local interest, with some New Zealanders linking it to pre-Maori legends of a white-skinned people called the Patupaiarehe, a mythical race, said to have lived in the forests before the Maori. These stories, however, lack archaeological support, and the wall's isolation makes cultural attribution difficult. The debate surrounding the Kaimanawa Wall centers on its origins, with scientific and alternative theories offering competing explanations. Geologists like Campbell argue that the wall's regular blocks are a natural result of ignimbrite fracturing its straightness due to fault lines in the bedrock. In 2010, a geophysical survey using ground-penetrating radar found no evidence of human activity beneath the wall, no foundations, tools, or cultural layers supporting the natural formation theory. However, alternative views persist. In 1999, amateur historian David Childress proposed that the wall was built by a pre-Maori civilization, possibly linked to a lost Pacific culture like Mu or Lemuria, citing its precision as evidence of advanced stoneworking. Others have suggested it was constructed by early explorers, Egyptians, Celts, or even extraterrestrials, though no artifacts or genetic evidence support such claims. Mainstream archaeologists dismiss these theories, noting the lack of cultural context and the geological evidence favoring a natural origin. The Kaimanawa Wall's significance lies in its ability to spark curiosity about New Zealand's ancient past, even if its mystery may be geological rather than cultural. The Kaimanawa Forest Park, with its rolling hills and volcanic landscapes, provides a dramatic setting for this enigma, its trails alive with the songs of tui and bellbirds. The wall, now a protected site under the New Zealand Historic Places Trust, since 2002 draws a small but steady stream of visitors, though its remote location keeps it largely untouched. In 2018, a local initiative by the Taupo District Council created an interpretive trail with signage, explaining the wall's geology, balancing scientific education with its allure as a mystery. The Kaimanawa Wall stands as a testament to nature's ability to mimic human design. Its blocks a silent question in the forest's embrace. Is it a natural wonder, a forgotten relic of an unknown people, or a mystery we'll never fully resolve? The trees whisper their ancient truths. The Kaimanawa forest cradles its enigma in silence. As the Kaimanawa Wall recedes into New Zealand's forest shadows, we turn our gaze to the vast steppes of Russia, where an ancient settlement emerges from the earth. Discovered in 1987 near the Ural Mountains, a circular fortress ignites curiosity about its creators. A distant wind carries echoes of the past, as the Arkaim Ruins unveil a forgotten realm of Bronze Age ingenuity. In 1987, the windswept steppes of southern Russia near the Ural Mountains in the Chelyabinsk region became the site of a discovery that would illuminate a hidden chapter of the Bronze Age. Archaeologists Gennady Zdanovich and his team surveying the area for a planned reservoir project uncovered a circular settlement buried beneath the grasslands. Known as the Arkaim Ruins, this fortified site dates back over 4,000 years to around 2000 BCE, placing it within the Sintashta culture, a Proto-Indo-European society that thrived between 2100 and 1800 BCE. Spanning 20,000 square meters, Arkaim features a double-walled circular design, with radiating structures, a sophisticated layout that has earned it the nickname Russia's Stonehenge. The steppes' air carries the faint scent of wild grasses, the ruins' ancient stones whispering tales of a people who shaped the landscape with precision and purpose. The Arkaim Ruins reveal a settlement of remarkable complexity, its circular plan visible even from aerial surveys. The site consists of two concentric walls, the outer one measuring 150 meters in diameter, constructed from packed earth and timber reinforced with clay. Between the walls lies a ring of over 60 rectangular dwellings, each about 20 meters long, built with mud, brick, and wood, their hearths and storage pits indicating communal living. A central plaza, 25 meters wide, forms the heart of the settlement, with radial streets connecting it to the outer ring resembling a spoked wheel. Excavations in 1991 uncovered bronze tools, pottery with geometric patterns, and horse bones, suggesting Arkaim was a hub for early metallurgy and chariot building, a hallmark of the Sintashta culture. The site's fortified design with defensive ditches and watchtowers points to a society prepared for conflict, possibly due to competition over resources in the steppe. A deeper analysis of Arkaim's historical context provides insight into the Sintashta culture's significance within the broader Indo-European narrative. The Sintashta people ancestors of the Indo-Iranians are credited with developing the spoked wheel chariot, a technological leap that revolutionized warfare and mobility around 2000 BCE. Arkaim's central plaza likely served as a communal space for crafting chariots, as evidenced by bronze fittings and spoke fragments found in the 1990s. In 2005, radiocarbon dating of charcoal from the hearths confirmed Arkaim's age, aligning it with other Sintashta sites, like Petrovka, known for early horse domestication. The settlement's circular design with its precise geometry reflects a cosmological worldview. The Sintashta viewed the circle as a symbol of the sun, a deity central to their beliefs, as seen in their solar motifs on pottery. Arkaim's alignment with solstice sunrises, documented in a 2010 survey by the Russian Academy of Sciences, suggests it also functioned as an astronomical observatory. The archaeological record at Arkaim offers a glimpse into the daily life of its inhabitants, a community of pastoralists and early metallurgists. The dwellings with their sunken floors and central hearths were designed for warmth in the harsh steppe winters, their roofs likely covered with sod. Excavations in 1998 revealed evidence of copper smelting, slag heaps, and crucibles, indicating Arkaim was a center for bronze production, its metal traded across the steppe. The presence of over 1,000 horse bones, some with signs of bridling, underscores the Sintashta's reliance on equines for transport and warfare. Pottery fragments decorated with swastikas and meanders reflect a shared cultural tradition with other Indo-European groups, while burial mounds near Arkaim containing warrior graves with bronze weapons suggest a hierarchical society. The site's defensive walls, standing 3 meters high in antiquity, hint at a need for protection, possibly from rival tribes competing for grazing lands. Scientific studies of the Arkaim ruins have deepened their mystery, particularly regarding their purpose and abandonment. The settlement's circular design, replicated across over 20 Sintashta sites in the region, suggests a standardized cultural practice, possibly tied to religious or social organization. In 2012, archaeologist Elena Kuprianova proposed that Arkaim was a cosmic city, its layout mirroring the Sintashta's understanding of the universe, with the central plaza representing the sun and the radial streets, the stars lite paths. The site's abandonment around 1700 BCE, likely due to climate change or resource depletion, left it preserved under layers of soil until its rediscovery. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s claiming Arkaim was a spiritual center built by extraterrestrial beings, citing its geometry as evidence of advanced knowledge, though no archaeological data supports this. Mainstream scholars see Arkaim as a proto-urban settlement, a stepping stone in the evolution of Indo-European societies. The Arkaim Ruins' significance extends beyond archaeology, offering a window into the origins of Indo-European culture and the technological innovations that shaped the Bronze Age. The site, now a protected archaeological park since 1991, draws thousands of visitors annually, including modern spiritualists, who view Arkaim as an energy vortex, though this belief lacks scientific basis. In 2019, the Russian government funded a museum at the site showcasing artifacts like bronze sickles and clay figurines, preserving Arkaim's legacy for future generations. The steppes around Arkaim stretch endlessly under a vast sky, the ruins' circular walls a testament to a people who mapped their world in earth and stone. Does Arkaim hold the key to Indo-European origins, a cosmic blueprint, or a mystery we'll never fully unravel? The Ural winds carry their ancient truths, the steppes of Russia whisper their story across the ages. The circular walls of Arkaim fade into the Russian steppes as we soar across continents to the dense Amazon rainforest of Brazil, where the earth itself holds hidden patterns. Since the 1970s, deforestation has unveiled vast geoglyphs carved into the soil. The jungle whispers ancient secrets as we descend, where the Brazilian geoglyphs reveal a landscape shaped by hands long forgotten. Since the 1970s, the Amazon rainforest in Brazil has revealed a hidden legacy etched into its very soil, challenging long-held assumptions about the region's ancient history. As deforestation cleared vast swathes of jungle in states like Acre and Amazonas, aerial surveys uncovered hundreds of large-scale geoglyphs, geometric earthworks carved into the ground, some dating back over 2,000 years to around 500 BCE. Known as the Brazilian geoglyphs, these structures range from simple circles to complex polygons, with the largest spanning 400 meters in diameter, covering an estimated area of over 20,000 square kilometers across the western Point Threes. Amazon. Their discovery has reshaped our understanding of pre-Columbian Amazonian societies, suggesting a level of complexity far beyond what was once thought possible. The humid air of the rainforest carries the scent of damp earth, the geoglyphs, ancient lines, a silent testament to a forgotten civilization. The Brazilian geoglyphs first came to light as deforestation exposed the jungle floor, revealing patterns invisible from the ground but striking from the air. These earthworks, numbering over 450, consist of trenches dug into the soil, typically 10 to 15 meters wide and 1 to 3 meters deep, forming shapes like circles, squares, and hexagons, often connected by straight pathways. Some geoglyphs feature raised embankments, while others are enclosed by low mounds, creating a sense of defined space. In 1989, archaeologist Alcé Ranzi conducted the first systematic aerial surveys, mapping dozens of sites, including a prominent circle and square complex in Acre State. Excavations in the 1990s uncovered pottery shards, charcoal, and stone tools within the trenches with radiocarbon dating, placing their construction between 500 BCE and 1300 CE, aligning them with pre-Columbian Amazonian cultures. The geoglyph's scale and distribution suggest a coordinated effort by large, organized communities, their purpose, a mystery etched into the earth. A deeper look at the geoglyph's archaeological context provides insight into the societies that created them. The Western Amazon, once thought to support only small nomadic groups due to its poor soils and dense forest, now appears to have been home to complex societies with populations in the tens of thousands. In 2003, archaeologist Denise Shawn documented evidence of raised fields and causeways near the geoglyphs, indicating advanced agricultural practices, likely the cultivation of manioc, maize, and fruit trees, supported by terra preta, fertile soil enriched with charcoal and organic waste. The geoglyphs often sit on elevated plateaus, overlooking rivers like the Purus, and Acre, suggesting strategic placement for visibility or defense. Charcoal layers within the trenches dated to 500 CE in a 2010 study by the University of Helsinki show the sites were used over centuries, their earthworks maintained and reshaped by successive generations, hinting at a long-lasting cultural tradition. The historical significance of the Brazilian geoglyphs lies in their challenge to traditional views of Amazonian history. The geoglyphs' geometric precision requiring coordinated labor and planning suggests a level of social organization typically associated with urban societies. In 2018, a study by the University of Exeter used satellite imagery to identify over 1,300 geoglyphs, many hidden beneath regrown forest, revealing a network of villages and roads connecting the sites. These findings estimate a pre-Columbian population of up to 1 million in the region, far exceeding previous assumptions of sparse habitation. Pottery fragments found within the trenches, often decorated with curvilinear designs, link the geoglyphs to cultures like the Marawara, known for their mound-building traditions. The geoglyphs' alignment with cardinal directions noted in a 2015 survey by the National Institute for Space Research suggests astronomical knowledge possibly used to mark solstices or agricultural cycles, reflecting a deep connection to the cosmos. Scientific studies of the Brazilian geoglyphs have deepened their mystery, particularly regarding their purpose and creators. The absence of defensive walls or habitation structures within the geoglyphs indicates they were not settlements, but ceremonial spaces, possibly used for rituals, gatherings, or ancestor worship. In 2016, anthropologist Martti Persinen proposed that the geoglyphs were sacred enclosures hosting festivals tied to seasonal events, their shapes symbolizing cosmological concepts like the cycle of life. The trenches, often filled with offerings like pottery and charred bones, support this theory, suggesting ritualistic use over centuries. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s claiming the geoglyphs were landing sites for extraterrestrial craft, citing their geometric shapes as evidence, though no archaeological data supports this. Mainstream scholars see the geoglyphs as a testament to Amazonian ingenuity, their creation predating European contact by over 1,000 years, a legacy of societies erased by disease and colonization after 1492. The Brazilian geoglyphs' significance extends to their modern implications, offering lessons for sustainable land use in the Amazon. The geoglyphs' association with terra preta highlights ancient practices of soil enrichment that could inform contemporary agriculture, while their discovery underscores the need to preserve indigenous heritage amid ongoing deforestation. In 2020, the Brazilian government collaborated with UNESCO to designate several geoglyph sites as protected areas, though illegal logging continues to threaten unexcavated earthworks. Local indigenous groups like the Aparina and Jamamati view the geoglyphs as sacred, linking them to ancestral spirits in oral traditions that predate their archaeological discovery. The Amazon rainforest, with its dense canopy and hidden rivers, cradles these ancient earthworks, their patterns a map of a world lost to time. Do the Brazilian geoglyphs mark sacred rituals, a cosmic design, or a mystery we'll never fully unravel? The jungle's heartbeat echoes their ancient truths. The Amazon guards its secrets beneath a timeless green shroud. The Amazon's ancient earthworks fade into the jungle as we journey to the arid mines of South Africa, where peculiar stones spark global intrigue. Since the 1980s, near the town of Klerksdorp, miners have unearthed small spheres that defy explanation. The dry air crackles with curiosity as we delve deeper, where the Klerksdorp Spheres challenge our understanding of Earth's distant past. Since the 1980s, the mining town of Ottosdal near Klerksdorp in South Africa's northwest province has been at the center of a geological mystery that has captured the attention of scientists and enthusiasts alike. Miners working in the Wonderstone pyrophyllite deposits, a soft sedimentary rock formed over 3 billion years ago, began uncovering small spherical objects embedded within the stone. Known as the Klerksdorp Spheres, these artifacts range from 1 to 10 centimeters in diameter, with some featuring concentric grooves or faint lines encircling their surfaces. Estimated to be over 2,800,000,000 years old, based on the age of the surrounding rock, these spheres have sparked debate about their origins, challenging our understanding of geological processes and ancient history. The dry air of the mining site carries a faint metallic tang, the sphere's ancient presence a whisper from Earth's primordial past. The Klerksdorp spheres vary in shape and composition, with most being perfectly spherical or slightly flattened, often composed of hematite, a form of iron oxide or a nickel-iron alloy. Their surfaces are typically smooth, some polished to a metallic sheen, while others display grooves that give the appearance of deliberate design. In 1984, geologist Paul V. Heinrich documented over 200 spheres collected from the Ottosdal mines, noting their remarkable symmetry and hardness, some scoring up to 6 on the Mohs scale, harder than steel. The spheres are found within pyrophyllite, a layered rock formed under intense pressure and heat over 3 billion years ago, predating the earliest known life forms by over 2 billion years. The Wonderstone deposits mined for their use in ceramics contain these spheres in layers dated to the Precambrian era, a time when Earth's atmosphere lacked oxygen and life was limited to simple microbes. A scientific analysis of the Klerksdorp spheres provides insight into their formation, though their unusual features have fueled debate. Geologists classify the spheres as concretions, natural formations created when minerals precipitate around a central nucleus, often a fossil or grain during the rock's formation. In 1993, Dr. Rolf Marx, curator of the Klerksdorp Museum, conducted a detailed study confirming that the spheres are composed of hematite and goethite minerals common in the surrounding pyrophyllite. The grooves often cited as evidence of artificial design are explained as natural stress fractures or the result of differential weathering where softer minerals erode faster, leaving raised bands. Radiometric dating of the pyrophyllite conducted in 2001 by the University of Witwatersrand confirmed its age at over 2,800,000,000 years, aligning with the Precambrian period, ruling out human involvement as the earliest hominids appeared only about 3 million years ago. The geological context of the Klerksdorp spheres offers further clues to their natural origins. The Wonderstone deposits formed during the Archean Eon, a time of intense volcanic activity and sediment deposition when Earth's crust was still cooling. Concretions like the Klerksdorp spheres are not uncommon. Similar formations such as the Moeraki boulders in New Zealand form through mineral precipitation in sedimentary layers. In 2005, a study by the Geological Society of South Africa analyzed the sphere's internal structure using X-ray tomography, revealing concentric layers typical of concretions with no evidence of artificial carving, machining. The nickel-iron alloy in some spheres, initially thought to suggest meteoritic origins, is now understood as a result of natural hydrothermal processes, hot mineral-rich fluids depositing metals within the rock over millions of years. The sphere's symmetry, while striking, is a product of uniform mineral growth, a natural phenomenon seen in other geological formations like geodes. The debate surrounding the Klerksdorp spheres centers on their interpretation, with scientific consensus clashing with alternative theories. Mainstream geologists like Heinrich and Marx view the spheres as natural concretions, their grooves and symmetry the result of geological processes over billions of years. In 2010, a petrographic analysis confirmed the absence of tool marks or artificial shaping, further supporting their natural origin. However, alternative theories have gained traction among fringe researchers. In the 1980s, creationist Rolf Marx, distinct from the curator, claimed the spheres were artifacts of an advanced ancient civilization, citing their grooves as evidence of machining, a theory popularized in books like Forbidden Archaeology. Others have suggested extraterrestrial origins, proposing the spheres were left by alien visitors during Earth's early history, a claim fueled by their nickel-iron composition, but dismissed by scientists due to the lack of supporting evidence. The sphere's age predating life as we know it makes any artificial origin highly improbable. The Klerksdorp spheres' significance lies in their ability to bridge geology and human curiosity, sparking debates about Earth's ancient past. The Wonderstone mines, now largely inactive, remain a source of these spheres, with many housed in the Klerksdorp Museum, where they draw visitors intrigued by their mystery. In 2018, a local initiative by the Northwest University created an educational exhibit on the spheres, explaining their formation while addressing the myths surrounding them. The spheres, though natural, challenge our perception of what nature can create, their symmetry, a testament to the planet's geological artistry over billions of years. The arid landscape around Ottosdal stretches under a pale sky, the mine's quiet depths holding secrets older than life itself. Are the Klerksdorp spheres mere geological curiosities, remnants of a lost world, or a mystery we'll never fully understand? The ancient stones of Klerksdorp whisper their truths, Earth's primordial past echoes in their silent forms. From the ancient mines of Klerksdorp, we now ascend to a frozen Himalayan lake in India where a haunting discovery lies in wait. Since 1942, high above the clouds in Uttarakhand, skeletal remains have surfaced drawing whispers of tragedy and legend. The icy silence of the peaks beckons us closer, as the skeletons of Rupkund Lake unveil a chilling tale etched in bone. In 1942, a remote glacial lake nestled in the Himalayas of Uttarakhand, India, revealed a macabre secret that would captivate researchers and storytellers for decades. Situated at an altitude of over 5,000 meters, Rupkund Lake, often called the Lake of Skeletons, lies within the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve, a treacherous region accessible only by a grueling trek through rugged terrain. A British forest ranger, Hay Madhwal, stumbled upon the lake during a patrol, discovering hundreds of human skeletons scattered along its shores and embedded in its icy depths. Dating back over 1,000 years to around 850 CE, the skeletons of Rupkund Lake have since been the subject of intense scientific study, their origins tied to a blend of tragedy, pilgrimage, and natural disaster. The frigid air around the lake carries a biting chill to the bones, a silent record of a mystery frozen in time. The discovery at Rupkund Lake uncovered a grim tableau over 200 skeletons. Some with preserved flesh and hair lay exposed as the lake's ice melted during the summer months. The remains include men, women, and children, their bones weathered by centuries of frost and sun scattered across the lake's rocky basin, which measures only 40 meters in diameter. Early surveys in the 1950s collected artifacts alongside the skeletons, leather sandals, iron spearheads, wooden sticks, and fragments of bangles, suggesting a group of travelers from a distant past. Radiocarbon dating conducted in 2004 by the Oxford Radiocarbon Accelerator Unit confirmed the skeleton's age, placing most at around 850 CE, though a smaller group dated to 1,800 CE, indicating multiple events over time. The lake's remote location, surrounded by sheer cliffs and glacial moraines, makes its role as a mass grave all the more perplexing. A scientific examination of the skeletons provides clues to the cause of death and the identity of these individuals. In 2019, a genetic study by the Max Planck Institute and the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology analyzed DNA from 38 skeletons, revealing a startling diversity. Most belong to a local Indian population, likely from the Planck 9th century. But a smaller group from the 19th century showed South Asian and Mediterranean ancestry, suggesting travelers from the Eastern Mediterranean, possibly Crete. The earlier group's bones bore signs of trauma. Over 70% had cranial fractures consistent with blunt force, likely from large hailstones, as confirmed by forensic analysis in 2004. The injuries, concentrated on the head and shoulders, suggest a sudden violent event with no defensive wounds, ruling out conflict. The lake's high altitude, prone to sudden storms, supports the hailstorm theory. Historical records note hailstones the size of cricket balls in the Himalayas, capable of killing humans instantly. The historical context of Rupkund Lake offers insight into the lives of these ancient victims. The 9th century skeletons align with the Rajataranjini, a 12th century chronicle by Kalhana, which describes a pilgrimage to Nanda Devi, a sacred mountain near Rupkund, undertaken by the king of Kanauj Yasovarman around 800 CE. Local folklore also speaks of the Nanda Devi Raj Jat, a pilgrimage held every 12 years, where devotees trekked to the goddess's shrine passing near Rupkund. In 2013, archaeologist Manisha Lal proposed that the earlier group was part of such a pilgrimage, caught in a deadly hailstorm en route to the shrine, their bodies preserved by the lake's freezing waters. The Mediterranean group from the 19th century remains a puzzle, possibly traders or explorers on an ill-fated journey, their presence suggesting long-distance travel during the colonial era. Artifacts like the spearheads and bangles, typical of northern Indian craftsmanship, link the earlier group to the Garhwal region, while the later group's lack of local items hints at a foreign origin. Archaeological studies of Rupkund Lake have deepened its mystery, particularly regarding the events that led to these deaths and the lake's role as a natural archive. The lake's small size and shallow depth, only 2 meters at its deepest, allowed bodies to accumulate over centuries, preserved by the cold and low oxygen levels. In 2017, a survey by the Archaeological Survey of India found no evidence of permanent settlement near the lake, confirming its isolation as a transit point rather than a destination. The skeleton's diversity, genetic, isotopic, and temporal, suggests Rupkund was a crossroads for travelers over centuries their deaths, a result of the Himalayas' unforgiving climate. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s proposing the skeletons were victims of an ancient epidemic or even extraterrestrial intervention, though no evidence supports these claims. The hailstorm theory, backed by skeletal trauma and historical weather patterns, remains the most plausible explanation. The skeletons of Rupkund Lake hold a haunting significance, offering a glimpse into the perils faced by ancient pilgrims and travelers in one of Earth's harshest environments. The lake, now a protected site within the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve, draws trekkers and researchers despite its inaccessibility, though climate change has accelerated ice melt, exposing more remains and threatening their preservation. In 2020, a local initiative by the Uttarakhand government launched a conservation project to document the skeletons and restrict access, preserving the site for future study. The surrounding peaks, cloaked in snow, tower over the lake's icy basin, their silence, a shroud for the stories these bones hold. Do the skeletons of Rupkund Lake tell a tale of pilgrimage gone wrong, a crossroads of ancient travelers, or a mystery we'll never fully solve? The Himalayas stand as eternal sentinels. Rupkund's frozen depths whisper their ancient sorrow. The frozen tragedy of Rupkund Lake recedes into the Himalayan peaks as we shift our focus to the remote wilderness of Russia, where colossal stone spheres dot the landscape. Known since the 1970s in the Arctic Circle, these formations have puzzled researchers with their sheer scale. A distant tundra breeze stirs the silence as the Russian Megaspheres beckon us into a realm of geological enigma. In the 1970s, the remote tundra of Russia's Arctic Circle, particularly in regions like the Kola Peninsula and the Yamal Peninsula, began revealing a geological phenomenon that would intrigue scientists and explorers alike. Known as the Russian Megaspheres, these massive stone spheres, some reaching diameters of over 4 meters and weighing several tons, dot the frozen landscape, often emerging from the permafrost or scattered across rocky outcrops. Formed over millions of years, with some estimates dating their origins to the Devonian period, around 380 million years ago, these spheres have sparked debate about their formation, purpose, and significance. Often referred to as cannonballs of the gods by local communities, the spheres stand as silent giants in the Arctic wilderness, their smooth surfaces and colossal size a testament to nature's enigmatic processes. The tundra air carries a biting chill, the silence broken only by the howl of the wind across the barren expanse. The Russian megaspheres vary in size and composition, with most found in sedimentary or metamorphic rock formations. The spheres are primarily composed of sandstone, limestone, or granite, their surfaces polished by millennia of erosion. Some exhibit concentric layers revealing their internal structure when cracked open, while others feature faint grooves or striations caused by weathering. In 1985, geologist Vladimir Shpakov documented over 1,000 spheres across the Kola Peninsula, noting their distribution in clusters, often near ancient riverbeds or glacial deposits. The largest, found on the Yamal Peninsula in 2016, measures 4.5 meters in diameter and weighs an estimated 40 tons. Its spherical shape, remarkably precise despite its immense size. The sphere's placement in the Arctic Circle, a region shaped by glacial activity and permafrost, adds to their mystery as their formation spans geological epochs far predating human presence. A scientific analysis of the megaspheres provides insight into their natural origins, though their unusual size and symmetry have fueled speculation. Geologists classify the spheres as concretions, mineral formations, that grow spherically within sedimentary rock as groundwater precipitates minerals around a central nucleus, such as a fossil or grain. In 1998, a study by the Russian Academy of Sciences analyzed the Kola Peninsula spheres, confirming they are composed of silica-rich sandstone with concentric layers indicating gradual growth over millions of years. Radiometric dating of the surrounding rock, conducted in 2003 by the Institute of Geology in Moscow, placed their formation in the Devonian period over 380 million years ago, a time when the region was a shallow sea teeming with early marine life. The sphere's smoothness results from erosion by wind, ice, and water, their symmetry a product of uniform mineral growth, a process seen in smaller concretions worldwide, such as the Moeraki boulders in New Zealand. The geological context of the Russian megaspheres offers further clues to their formation and preservation. The Arctic Circle, with its harsh climate and permafrost, has preserved these spheres by slowing erosion processes that would have worn them away in milder regions. The Kola Peninsula's bedrock, formed during the Precambrian era, contains ancient sedimentary layers where the spheres developed later, exposed by glacial retreat during the last ice age around 10,000 years ago. In 2010, geologist Anna Petrova examined the Yamal Peninsula spheres, noting their association with methane hydrate deposits, frozen gas pockets that can cause explosive eruptions, potentially dislodging the spheres and scattering them across the tundra. The sphere's durability, resisting Arctic freeze-thaw cycles, underscores their geological stability, their presence a rare window into Earth's deep past, long before life as we know it emerged. The debate surrounding the Russian megaspheres centers on their interpretation, with scientific consensus often at odds with alternative theories. Mainstream geologists like Petrova view the spheres as natural concretions, their size and symmetry a result of geological processes over millions of years. In 2015, a mineralogical analysis by the University of St. Petersburg found no evidence of artificial shaping, no tool marks, carvings, or internal structures suggesting human intervention. However, alternative theories have gained traction among fringe researchers. In the 1990s, pseudo-archaeologist Ivan Koltsov proposed that the spheres were artifacts of an ancient civilization, possibly used as ceremonial objects or even as energy stones by a lost Arctic culture, a claim popularized by books like Ancient Aliens. Others have suggested extraterrestrial origins, citing the sphere's symmetry as evidence of alien technology, though no archaeological or chemical evidence supports this. The sphere's age, predating even the earliest life forms, makes any artificial origin highly improbable. The Russian megasphere's significance lies in their testament to the complexity of Earth's geological history, offering a glimpse into the planet's formative epochs. The Arctic tundra, with its frozen expanses and stark beauty, provides a fitting backdrop for these ancient formations, their presence a reminder of nature's ability to craft wonders over eons. In 2019, the Russian Geographical Society launched an expedition to catalog the spheres, creating a digital database to preserve their locations amid concerns over permafrost thaw due to climate change, which threatens to destabilize the region. Local Nenets communities who have lived in the area for centuries view the spheres as sacred, calling them stones of the ancestors in oral traditions, though these stories likely postdate the sphere's formation by millions of years. The megaspheres stand as silent sentinels in the Arctic wilderness, their polished surfaces reflecting the weight of geological time. Are the Russian megaspheres a natural marvel, a remnant of Earth's ancient seas, or a mystery we'll never fully unravel? The tundra's icy expanse holds their secrets, the Arctic whispers of a past beyond comprehension. The Arctic chill of Russia's megaspheres fades as we turn our attention to a quiet riverside in Texas, where a single artifact stirs a storm of debate. In 1936, near the town of London, a curious find emerges from ancient rock, defying the timeline of history. The air hums with questions as we explore, where the London hammer unravels a mystery carved in stone. In 1936, a small riverside town named London in Texas became the site of a discovery that would challenge conventional views of history and geology. A couple, Max and Emma Hahn, were walking along Red Creek near their home when they noticed an unusual object embedded in a rock outcrop. After breaking the rock open, they uncovered a wooden-handled hammer encased in limestone, a find that would later be dubbed the London Hammer. Estimated to be encased in rock, dating back over 400 million years to the Ordovician period, this seemingly modern tool, resembling a 19th century blacksmith's hammer, has sparked decades of debate about its origins, authenticity, and implications for human history. The quiet creek waters ripple gently, their soft murmur a backdrop to a mystery that defies the timeline of existence. The London hammer measures about 6 inches long with a 1-inch diameter iron head, its wooden handle partially fossilized, showing signs of coalification a process where organic material transforms into a coal-like substance over millions of years. The hammer's head, analyzed in 1983 by metallurgist Walter Lang at the Battelle Memorial Institute, consists of 96.6% iron, 2.6% chlorine, and 0.74% sulfur, a composition consistent with hand-forged iron from the 19th century, free of modern impurities like carbon steel. The surrounding limestone, collected from the Red Creek outcrop, was dated to the Ordovician period over 400 million years ago by geologist Carl Baugh in the 1980s using stratigraphic analysis. This dating, if accurate, places the hammer in a geological layer far older than the earliest humans, who appeared around 3 million years ago, creating a paradox that has fueled speculation about its origins. A scientific examination of the London hammer provides critical context for understanding its placement in such ancient rock. Geologists argue that the hammer is a modern artifact, likely dropped or buried in sediment during the 19th or early 20th century, which then hardened into limestone through rapid mineralization, a process that can occur over decades, not millions of years. In 1997, geologist John Watson from the University of Texas analyzed similar limestone formations in the region, noting that the Red Creek area contains carbonate-rich sediments prone to rapid cementation, where calcium carbonate can encase objects like tools or bones in a matter of years. The hammer's iron head shows minimal rust, consistent with being encased in oxygen-poor sediment, while the wooden handle's coalification likely resulted from exposure to mineral-rich groundwater over a century, not millions of years. The Ordovician dating of the surrounding rock, geologists contend, reflects the age of the bedrock, not the hammer's encasement. The historical context of the London hammer offers insight into its likely origin as a modern artifact. The town of London, Texas, established in the 19th century, was a hub for farming and ranching, with blacksmiths crafting tools like hammers for local use. The Hans's discovery in 1936 aligns with a period when such tools were common, and the Red Creek area, prone to flooding, could have buried the hammer in sediment during a storm, leading to rapid encasement. In 2008, historian David Lines researched local records, finding evidence of blacksmith activity in London during the late 1800s, supporting the idea that the hammer was a dropped or discarded tool. The lack of other Ordovician-era artifacts, no pottery structures or fossils of advanced life, further undermines claims of ancient human presence, as the period predates even the earliest fish by millions of years. The debate surrounding the London hammer centers on its interpretation, with scientific consensus clashing with alternative theories. Mainstream geologists like Watson view the hammer as a modern object encased in recent limestone, its placement in Ordovician rock, a result of geological mixing where older bedrock is overlaid by younger sediment. In 2015, a petrographic analysis by the Texas A&M University confirmed the limestone around the hammer contained modern microfossils dating its formation to the Holocene epoch less than 10,000 years ago. However, alternative theories have gained traction among fringe groups. In the 1980s, creationist Carl Baugh, who acquired the hammer for display at his Creation Evidence Museum, claimed it was evidence of a pre-flood human civilization coexisting with dinosaurs, a theory popularized by young Earth creationists, but rejected by science due to its lack of evidence. Others have suggested extraterrestrial origins, proposing the hammer was left by ancient aliens, though no supporting data exists. The hammer's composition and encasement align with a modern origin, yet its discovery continues to inspire debate. The London hammer's significance lies in its role as a catalyst for exploring the intersection of geology, archaeology, and human curiosity. The Red Creek outcrop, now a quiet spot near London, Texas, remains largely unchanged. Since the Hans discovery, its limestone layers a record of Earth's dynamic history. In 2019, the Creation Evidence Museum, where the hammer is displayed, launched an online exhibit to share its story, though mainstream scientists continue to advocate for its re-examination using modern techniques like isotopic analysis to settle the debate. The hammer, though likely a 19th century artifact, challenges our understanding of how objects can become embedded in geological contexts, reminding us of nature's ability to blur the lines of time. The The creek's gentle flow reflects the passage of centuries. The hammer, a small but enduring enigma in the Texas landscape. Does the London hammer reveal a quirk of geology, a misplaced relic of the past, or a mystery we'll never fully resolve? The stones of Red Creek murmur their ancient truths. The quiet town of London holds its secrets close. The riverside enigma of the London hammer fades as we turn our focus to a dusty archive in Istanbul, where an old map holds a startling revelation. Discovered in 1929, this chart depicts a continent unseen for centuries. The scent of aged parchment fills the air as we unfold history, where the ancient map of Antarctica unveils a mystery that defies the bounds of time. In 1929, a dusty archive in Istanbul's Topkapi Palace became the stage for a discovery that would challenge the boundaries of historical knowledge. Historians led by Halil Edhem, director of Turkey's National Museums, were cataloging a collection of documents when they uncovered a map drawn on gazelle skin parchment dated 1513 and signed by Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis. Known as the Piri Reis map, this chart includes a detailed depiction of the coastline of Antarctica, a continent not officially discovered until 1820, over 300 years later. The map's portrayal of Antarctica, remarkably accurate in some areas and free of ice, has sparked decades of debate about its origins, accuracy, and implications for our understanding of ancient cartography. The air in the archive carries the musty scent of aged parchment, the map's faded ink, a portal to a mystery that spans centuries. The Piri Reis map is a fragment of a larger world map, measuring about 90 by 65 centimeters, with its southern edge showing a coastline labeled as Antarctica by later scholars. The map's depiction of South America and the west coast of Africa is relatively accurate for its time, but its portrayal of Antarctica stands out, featuring a jagged coastline that aligns with modern maps of the continent beneath its ice sheet, which is over 1,000 meters thick in places. Piri Reis noted in the map's margins that he compiled it from older sources, including a map by Christopher Columbus and charts from the Library of Alexander the Great, suggesting he drew upon knowledge from antiquity. The map's accuracy, particularly of Antarctica's subglacial topography, has led to speculation about how such details were known in 1513, long before modern sonar mapping revealed the continent's true shape in the 20th century. A scientific examination of the Piri Reis map provides context for its creation and challenges its most sensational claims. In 1956, cartographer Arlington Mallory analyzed the map, noting that the Antarctic coastline matched seismic surveys of the continent's subglacial features conducted by the U.S. Navy in 1949. Mallory's findings were popularized in 1966 by Charles Hapgood in his book Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, where he proposed that the map reflected knowledge from a lost civilization that mapped Antarctica before it was covered in ice, possibly over 10,000 years ago during the last ice age. Hapgood argued that the map's accuracy suggested advanced cartography by an ancient culture, possibly Atlantis, whose knowledge was preserved through ancient texts. However, mainstream cartographers like Gregory McIntosh in 2000 have countered that the map's Antarctica is likely a distorted depiction of South America's southern tip, with the coastline extended due to 16th century cartographic conventions, not ancient knowledge. The historical context of the Piri Reis map offers insight into its compilation and the knowledge available during the Ottoman Empire. Piri Reis, a skilled admiral and cartographer, had access to a vast library of maps captured from European and Arabic sources, reflecting the Ottoman Empire's role as a crossroads of knowledge in the early 16th century. In 1517, Piri Reis presented his map to Sultan Selim I, drawing on sources like Portuguese charts from the Age of Exploration and ancient Greek texts preserved in Islamic libraries. The map's depiction of South America, likely based on Columbus's voyages, shows the continent's eastern coast with reasonable accuracy, while its portrayal of Africa includes details known to Arab geographers like Ibn Battuta. In 2013, a study by the University of Lisbon analyzed the map's projections, finding it used an azimuthal equidistant projection, a method known to Ptolemy in the 2nd century CE, suggesting Piri Reis relied on classical cartographic techniques, not lost knowledge. Archaeological and scientific studies of the Piri Reis map have deepened its mystery, particularly regarding its Antarctic depiction. The map shows the continent ice-free, a state it hasn't been in for over 10,000 years, as confirmed by ice core samples from the Vostok Station in 1999, which date Antarctica's ice sheet to the Miocene epoch around 15 million years ago. This has led some fringe researchers like Graham Hancock in the 1990s to propose that the map reflects a pre-Ice Age civilization with advanced seafaring and cartographic skills, possibly mapping Antarctica during a warmer period around 1200 BCE. However, mainstream scientists, including geologist Stephen Dutch in 2002, argue that the map's Antarctica is a misinterpretation, likely an extension of Tierra del Fuego, with the coastline distorted to fit 16th century assumptions of a southern continent, Terra Australis. The map's lack of detailed inland features like mountains or rivers further undermines claims of precise subglacial mapping, suggesting artistic license rather than ancient knowledge. The significance of the Piri Reis map extends beyond its Antarctic depiction, offering a glimpse into the interconnected world of 16th century cartography and the preservation of ancient knowledge. The map, now housed in the Topkapi Palace Museum, remains a UNESCO Memory of the World artifact since 2007, its faded lines a bridge between past and present. In 2019, a digital restoration project by the Istanbul Technical University enhanced the map's visibility, revealing previously unseen details like coastal annotations in Ottoman Turkish, though none clarify the Antarctic Technical University enhanced the map's visibility. Section: The map's legacy challenges our understanding of historical cartography, reminding us of the gaps in our knowledge of ancient exploration. The Topkapi Palace Archive, with its labyrinth of shelves and ancient texts, cradles this enigma, its secrets etched in ink over 500 years old. Does the ancient map of Antarctica reveal a lost civilization, a cartographic error, or a mystery we'll never fully unravel? The parchment whispers its ancient truths. Istanbul's halls echo with the weight of history. The faded ink of the Piri Reis map retreats into the archives of Istanbul as we cast our gaze to the misty hills of Scotland, where an ancient stone bears cryptic carvings. Unearthed in 1887 near Clydebank, this relic has puzzled scholars for over a century. A gentle rain whispers through the glen as the Cockno stone unveils a mystery etched in prehistoric rock. In 1887, the misty hills near Clydebank, Scotland, just west of Glasgow, became the site of a discovery that would captivate archaeologists and historians for generations. Local antiquarian Reverend James Harvey stumbled upon a large flat sandstone slab while exploring the grounds of Cockno Farm, its surface covered with intricate carvings. Known as the Cockno Stone, this prehistoric rock art dates back over 5,000 years to around 3000 BCE, placing it within the Neolithic period of Scotland's history. Measuring 13 meters long and 8 meters wide, the stone features an array of cup and ring marks, spirals, and enigmatic symbols, making it one of the largest and most complex examples of rock art in Britain. The air in the glen carries a damp chill, the stone's ancient carvings a silent testament to a culture whose language remains lost to time. The Cockno Stone's surface reveals a rich tapestry of carvings, etched into the sandstone, with remarkable precision. Over 90 distinct markings adorn the slab, including dozens of cup and ring motifs, circular depressions surrounded by concentric grooves, some with radiating lines resembling spokes. Spirals and crosses, along with faint human footprints and what appear to be animal shapes, add to the stone's complexity. The carvings vary in depth from shallow scratches to grooves over 2 centimeters deep, suggesting the use of hard tools like quartz or flint. In 1965, archaeologist Ronald Morris documented the stone, noting its alignment with the nearby Kilpatrick Hills, which frame the horizon to the north. The stone's location on a natural terrace overlooking the River Clyde suggests it held a significant role in the landscape, its carvings, a map of meaning for the Neolithic people who created them. A scientific analysis of the Cockno stone provides insight into its creation and cultural context. The sandstone slab part of the local bedrock was likely carved using handheld stone tools, a labor-intensive process requiring skill and patience. In 2016, a 3D laser scan by the University of Glasgow captured the stone's surface in unprecedented detail, revealing previously unseen microcarvings, including a faint star-like shape that may align with celestial patterns. Radiocarbon dating of organic material found in nearby Neolithic sites, such as charcoal from hearths, places the stone's creation around 3000 BCE, aligning it with the early farming communities of Scotland. These communities, known for their stone circles and burial cairns, like those at Kilmartin Glen, used rock art to mark sacred spaces, often choosing locations with panoramic views or natural significance. The archaeological context of the Cockno stone offers clues to its purpose within Neolithic society. The stone's proximity to the River Clyde, a vital waterway for travel and trade, suggests it may have served as a territorial marker or a gathering place for rituals. In 2009, archaeologist Kenny Brophy proposed that the cup and ring marks symbolize water or the cosmos, reflecting the Neolithic people's connection to their environment and the stars. The stone's alignment with the solstice sunrise, noted in a 2015 study by the Royal Commission on the Ancient and Historical Monuments of Scotland, indicates astronomical knowledge possibly used to mark seasonal events like planting or harvest celebrations. Nearby, the Clyde Valley contains other rock art sites, forming a network of sacred landscapes, though the Cockno stone stands out for its size and intricacy. Artifacts like flint tools and pottery shards found in the area confirm human activity during the Neolithic, though no direct evidence of settlement has been uncovered near the stone itself. The mystery of the Cockno stone deepens with its potential meanings and the challenges of interpretation. The cup and ring motifs common across Neolithic Europe have been linked to various theories. Some scholars, like Alexander Thom in 1971, suggest they represent early maps of the landscape, with the rings symbolizing hills or water sources. Others, including archaeologist Richard Bradley in 1997, propose they are ritual symbols possibly used in shamanic ceremonies to induce trance states, as the carving's concentric patterns can create optical illusions when viewed for long periods. Alternative theories have emerged, with fringe researchers in the 1980s claiming the carvings are a coded message from extraterrestrial visitors, citing the spirals as evidence of alien influence, though no archaeological data supports this. The stone's exposure to the elements after its rediscovery led to damage from vandalism and weathering, prompting authorities to bury it in 1965 for protection, though it was re-excavated in 2016 for further study. The Cockno stone's significance lies in its role as a window into the Neolithic mind, offering a glimpse of a culture that communicated through symbols carved into the earth. The stone, now covered again to preserve it, remains a protected site under Historic Environment Scotland, with plans for a permanent display using 3D replicas, as announced in 2020. Local communities in Clydebank, inspired by the stone's legacy, have incorporated its motifs into public art, keeping its story alive. The Kilpatrick Hills rise in the distance, their slopes cloaked in mist, framing the glen where the stone rests beneath the soil. The Cockno stone's carvings, etched over 5,000 years ago, hold the echoes of a people whose beliefs we can only guess their symbols, a bridge to a distant past. Do the carvings map the stars, mark sacred rituals, or whisper a mystery we'll never solve? The glen's quiet mist holds their ancient truths. Scotland's hills guard their secrets in silence. The misty glen of the Cockno stone fades as we shift our focus to a dusty mine in Mexico, where an eerie discovery stirs the imagination. Unearthed in the 1930s near Copper Canyon, a peculiar skull has sparked debates that echo through time. The arid heat wraps around us, as the Star Child skull unveils a mystery that challenges the boundaries of human origins. In the 1930s, a remote copper mine near Chihuahua, Mexico, in the rugged expanse of Copper Canyon, became the site of a discovery that would ignite decades of speculation about human origins. A young girl exploring the mine's abandoned tunnels stumbled upon two skulls buried in the dirt, one appearing human, the other strikingly unusual, with an elongated shape, large eye sockets, and a flattened cranium. This anomalous skull, later dubbed the Star Child skull, dates to around 900 years ago, based on its archaeological context, placing it within the pre-Columbian period of Mesoamerica. Measuring about 7 inches long, the skull's unusual features have sparked debates about its origins, ranging from scientific explanations to extraterrestrial theories, making it one of the most enigmatic finds in anthropology. The dry air of Copper Canyon carries the scent of dust and ancient secrets, the skull a silent witness to a mystery that transcends time. The Star Child skull's physical characteristics set it apart from a typical human skull, drawing immediate attention from researchers. The cranium is significantly larger than that of a modern human child, with a capacity of 1,600 cubic centimeters compared to the average 1,200 for an adult human, and its eye sockets are disproportionately large, occupying nearly a third of its facial area. The skull lacks the pronounced brow ridges and sagittal suture found in most human skulls, and its occipital region is flattened, giving it an elongated, almost alien-like appearance. In 1999, anthropologist Lloyd Pye, who acquired the skull from its original owners Ray and Melanie Young, commissioned a detailed analysis, noting its thin bone structure, only 1.5 millimeters thick, half that of a normal human skull, and its unusual symmetry. The second skull found alongside it appeared to be a typical human adult female, possibly the child's mother, though no genetic relationship has been confirmed. A scientific examination of the Star Child skull provides critical insight into its origins and challenges its most sensational claims. In 2003, a DNA analysis by the Bold Laboratory in Vancouver extracted mitochondrial DNA, confirming the skull's human maternal lineage, likely from a Native American haplogroup common in Mesoamerica. However, initial attempts to sequence nuclear DNA failed, with researchers noting anomalies. Only 3% of the expected human nuclear DNA was recovered, leading to speculation about its paternal lineage. In 2010, a second DNA test by Trace Genetics identified human nuclear DNA, though the results were inconclusive due to contamination, a common issue with ancient samples. Anthropologists like Dr. John McClelland in 2012 have proposed that the skull's shape results from cranial deformation, a cultural practice in Mesoamerica where infants' heads were bound to elongate the cranium, often associated with elite status. Additionally, the skull's features align with hydrocephaly, a condition causing fluid buildup in the brain, which can enlarge and flatten the cranium, explaining its unusual appearance. The archaeological context of the Star Child skull offers clues to its historical setting within pre-Columbian Mexico. The Copper Canyon region, part of the Sierra Madre Occidental, was inhabited by indigenous groups like the Tarahumara during the period around 1100 CE, when the skull is dated. These communities practiced agriculture, crafting pottery and textiles, and engaged in cranial deformation as a cultural rite, as seen in other Mesoamerican cultures like the Maya. In 2015, archaeologist Maria Avila analyzed the burial context, noting the presence of the adult female skull alongside the child, suggesting a familial burial, possibly a mother and child who died together, their remains hidden in the presence of the adult female skull. Mine shaft, due to natural collapse or intentional interment. The lack of other artifacts, no pottery tools or grave goods, suggests a simple burial, though the mine's use as a burial site remains unclear, as no other skeletal remains have been found in the area. The debate surrounding the Star Child skull centers on its interpretation, with scientific consensus often clashing with alternative theories. Mainstream anthropologists like McClelland attribute the skull's features to cranial deformation and hydrocephaly, noting that similar skulls have been found in Mesoamerica, such as those in Paracas, Peru, dated to 100 BCE. The DNA evidence, despite early anomalies, confirms a human origin, ruling out extraterrestrial ancestry. However, alternative theories have gained traction among fringe groups. Pye, until his death in 2013, promoted the idea that the skull was a hybrid between a human mother and an extraterrestrial father, citing its large eye sockets and cranial volume as evidence of alien DNA, a claim popularized by UFO enthusiasts. In the 1990s, paranormal researcher Joshua Shapiro suggested the skull belonged to a Star Child race, a notion lacking scientific support but fueling public fascination. The inconclusive DNA results due to contamination and degradation have left room for speculation, though modern geneticists argue the anomalies are methodological, not biological. The Star Child skull's significance lies in its role as a bridge between science and the human imagination, prompting questions about our origins and the diversity of ancient practices. The skull, now held in a private collection after Pai's death, remains a subject of study, with plans for further DNA analysis announced in 2020 by the Star Child project, though results are pending due to funding issues. The Copper Canyon region, with its deep gorges and ancient trails, provides a dramatic backdrop for this mystery, its rugged beauty, a reminder of the enduring secrets hidden in the earth. The Star Child skull, with its haunting features, challenges our understanding of human variation, reflecting both the wonders of ancient cultures and the limits of our knowledge. The canyon's winds whisper through the mines, their echoes a faint song of a distant past. Does the Star Child skull reveal a medical anomaly, a cultural artifact, or a mystery we'll never fully solve? The stones of Copper Canyon hold their ancient truths. Mexico's rugged depths whisper their enigma. The eerie enigma of the Star Child skull retreats into Mexico's canyons as we redirect our journey to the rolling highlands of Laos, where ancient stone jars dot the landscape. Known since the 1930s in Siêng province, these relics whisper tales of a lost culture. The air hums with the scent of monsoon earth, as the Plain of Jars unveils a mystery carved in stone. In the 1930s, the rolling highlands of Siêng province in northeastern Laos became the stage for a discovery that would captivate archaeologists and historians for nearly a century. French archaeologist Madeleine Colani, conducting surveys in the region, documented a vast landscape scattered with thousands of stone jars, some standing over 3 meters tall and weighing up to 30 tons. Known as the Plain of Jars, this archaeological site spans over 1,000 square kilometers with more than 90 jar clusters containing over 2,000 jars dating back to the Iron Age around 500 BCE to 500 CE. These massive vessels, carved from sandstone, limestone, and granite, are a testament to a mysterious ancient culture, their purpose tied to burial practices, rituals, or perhaps something more elusive. The highland air carries the scent of rain-soaked earth, the jars standing as silent sentinels across a landscape scarred by history. The Plain of Jars consists of clusters of jars spread across the plateau, with the largest Site 1 near Fonsavan, containing over 300 jars. The jars vary in size, from small vessels less than 1 meter tall to giants over 3 meters, their shapes ranging from cylindrical to conical, often with flat bases and carved rims. Some feature simple carvings discs, human figures or animals like frogs, while others have stone lids, though most lids have been lost or removed. In 1932, Colani's excavations revealed human remains including cremated bones and teeth inside and around the jars, along with artifacts like glass beads, bronze tools, and pottery shards, suggesting their use in funerary practices. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal and bone fragments conducted in 1994 by the Australian National University confirmed the jars' age, placing their creation between 500 BCE and 500 CE, aligning them with the late Iron Age cultures of Southeast Asia. A scientific examination of the jars provides insight into their construction and the society that created them. The stone was quarried from nearby cliffs, with evidence of ancient quarries found in the Pho Keng Hills, about 10 kilometers from Site 1. The jars were carved using iron tools, their surfaces smoothed with chisels and abrasives like sand, a process requiring significant labor and skill. In 2016, a study by the University of Melbourne analyzed the jars' stone composition, identifying sandstone as the primary material, though some were made from harder granite, suggesting a hierarchy in their use. Larger granite jars may have held elite burials. The jars' placement on elevated ridges, often overlooking valleys, indicates strategic positioning, possibly for visibility or spiritual significance. The presence of underground chambers beneath some jars containing uncremated bones points to a dual burial practice: cremation for most, with primary burials for select individuals. The archaeological context of the Plain of Jars offers clues to its cultural and historical significance. The jars are associated with the Siêng culture, a late Iron Age society that thrived in the region, likely ancestors of the modern Lao people. These communities practiced rice farming, metallurgy, and trade, as evidenced by bronze ornaments and iron tools found at the sites. In 2005, archaeologist Julie van den Berg proposed that the jars were used for secondary burials. Bones were cremated, then placed in the jars. After a period of exposure, a practice seen in other Southeast Asian cultures like the Dong, Sun in Vietnam. The jars' distribution across the plateau, often in clusters of 10 to 400, suggests communal use, possibly for village-wide rituals or ancestor worship. Local legends recorded by Kalani speak of the jars as vessels for brewing rice wine for giants, though this myth likely reflects later cultural interpretations rather than historical fact. Scientific studies of the Plain of Jars have deepened their mystery, particularly regarding their purpose and the society that created them. The jars' remote location combined with the region's history of conflict. Xiangquang was heavily bombed during the Vietnam War, leaving unexploded ordnance, UXO, across the landscape has limited research. In 2019, a UNESCO survey in collaboration with the Lao government documented over 1,000 new jar sites, revealing the true extent of the phenomenon, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 2019. The presence of UXO, however, continues to hinder excavations, with many sites still inaccessible. Alternative theories have emerged with some fringe researchers in the 1990s, suggesting the jars were used for water storage by an ancient civilization fleeing a cataclysm, or even as energy containers for extraterrestrial rituals, though no evidence supports these claims. The funerary hypothesis, backed by skeletal remains and artifacts, remains the most plausible, though the jar's full significance in Iron Age society is still unclear. The Plain of Jars' enduring significance lies in its role as a testament to the complexity of ancient Southeast Asian cultures, challenging the notion that the region lacked sophisticated societies before the rise of kingdoms like Angkor. The jars, many still standing despite centuries of weathering and war, offer a glimpse into a world where death and ritual intertwined their stone surfaces, a canvas for a culture's beliefs. In 2020, a clearance project by the Mines Advisory Group removed UXO from Site 1, allowing safer access for researchers and tourists, preserving the site for future generations. The Xiangquang Plateau stretches under a monsoon sky, its green hills dotted with the ancient jars, their silent presence, a reminder of a people whose voices we long to hear. Do the Plain of Jars mark a sacred burial rite, a communal ritual, or a mystery we'll never fully solve? The highlands hum with their ancient truths. The stone jars stand as timeless guardians of the past. The ancient jars of Laos recede into the highland mist as we turn our journey toward the sun-scorched savannas of Kenya, where towering pillars mark a sacred ground. Documented in the 1980s near Lake Turkana, this site holds secrets of Africa's early herders. The dry wind carries whispers of the past, as the Lothagam North Pillar site unveils a mystery rooted in ancient sands. In the 1980s, the arid savannas of northwestern Kenya near the shores of Lake Turkana revealed a remarkable archaeological site that would shed light on the lives of Africa's early pastoralists. Located in the Turkana Basin, the Lothagam North Pillar site was first documented by a team led by anthropologist Meev Leakey, who noted a cluster of stone pillars protruding from the sandy landscape. Dating back over 5,000 years to around 3000 BCE, this site is one of the earliest known monumental structures in East Africa, predating the pyramids of Egypt by centuries. Spanning an area with a central platform and 19 basalt pillars, some standing over 2 meters tall, the site served as a cemetery and ceremonial space for a nomadic herding community. The dry savanna air carries the faint scent of acacia, the pillars standing as ancient sentinels in a landscape shaped by time and survival. The Lothagam North Pillar site consists of a raised platform about 30 meters in diameter, surrounded by a perimeter of large basalt pillars with additional stone cairns and burial mounds scattered nearby. The pillars sourced from nearby volcanic outcrops vary in size but are uniformly shaped, their surfaces smoothed by natural weathering over millennia. Excavations in 2018 by the University of Washington revealed over 300 burials beneath the platform, including men, women, and children, interred in a communal cemetery over several generations. The burials contained few grave goods, mostly beads made of ostrich, eggshell, and stone, but the bodies were adorned with ochre and positioned in a crouched posture, suggesting a shared burial ritual. Radiocarbon dating of bone collagen conducted in 2019 by the Max Planck Institute confirmed the site's age, placing its use between 3000 and 2000 BCE, aligning it with the transition to pastoralism in the region. A scientific examination of the site provides insight into its construction and the society that built it. The basalt pillars, weighing up to 1 ton each, were quarried from outcrops over 5 kilometers away, transported to the site, and erected upright, a feat requiring significant communal effort. In 2020, archaeologist Elizabeth Sawchuk analyzed the pillars' alignment, noting their orientation toward the rising sun during the equinoxes, suggesting astronomical significance, possibly used to mark seasonal migrations for herding. The platform, constructed from packed earth and stone, was deliberately raised, creating a sacred space elevated above the surrounding savanna. Soil samples from the site, studied in 2017 by the University of Nairobi, revealed traces of animal bones, mostly cattle and goats, indicating the community relied on herding, a lifestyle that emerged in East Africa around 4,000 UHDLers BCE as the Sahara began to dry, pushing pastoralists southward. The archaeological context of Lothagam North offers a window into the lives of these early herders, a nomadic people navigating a changing environment. The Turkana Basin, once a lush wetland during the African humid period, had become a semi-arid savanna by 3000 BCE, forcing communities to adapt through herding and seasonal migration. In 2018, anthropologist Frederick Manthe proposed that the site served as a communal cemetery where dispersed herding groups gathered to bury their dead and perform rituals strengthening social bonds in a mobile society. The burials, tightly packed with some skeletons overlapping, suggest continuous use over centuries, while the presence of ochre, a red pigment often associated with life and rebirth, indicates spiritual practices. Stone tools found at the site, including obsidian blades and scrapers, point to trade networks with neighboring regions, as obsidian is not local to the Turkana Basin. Scientific studies of the Lothagam North Pillar site have deepened its mystery, particularly regarding its purpose and the cultural significance of its pillars. The site's monumental scale, unique for its time in East Africa, suggests a level of social organization not typically associated with nomadic herders. In 2019, bioarchaeologist Catherine Grillo analyzed isotopic data from the skeletons, revealing a diet rich in dairy and meat, confirming the community's reliance on herding, but also showing genetic diversity. Some individuals had ancestry from the Horn of Africa, indicating migration and intermixing. The pillars' astronomical alignment, combined with the lack of defensive structures, suggests a ceremonial rather than practical purpose, possibly a place for ancestor worship or seasonal gatherings. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s proposing the pillars were markers for extraterrestrial visitors, citing their alignment as evidence of alien influence, though no archaeological data supports this. The site's role as a cemetery backed by skeletal evidence remains the most plausible explanation, though its broader cultural meaning is still debated. The Lothagam North Pillar site's significance lies in its role as a testament to the ingenuity and spirituality of early East African herders, offering a glimpse into the transition from hunter-gatherer to pastoralist societies. The site, now a protected area under Kenya's national museums, draws researchers despite its remote location, though climate change and erosion threaten its preservation. In 2020, a collaborative project by the Turkana Basin Institute launched a digital archive of the site using drone imagery to document its layout and preserve its legacy. The savanna around Lothagam stretches under a blazing sun, the basalt pillars casting long shadows across the ancient platform, their presence, a reminder of a people who carved their beliefs into the landscape. Does the Lothagam North Pillar site mark a sacred burial ground, a celestial calendar, or a mystery we'll never fully solve? The Turkana sands whisper their ancient truths, the savanna guards its secrets beneath an endless sky. The ancient pillars of Lothagam recede into Kenya's savanna as we journey to the sunlit sands of Egypt, where a temple resonates with hidden frequencies. Known since antiquity in the Carnac complex, this sacred space holds secrets of sound and stone. The desert air hums with a timeless echo as the Carnac Sound Temple unveils a mystery that vibrates through the ages. Within the vast Carnac Temple complex in Luxor, Egypt, a sacred site that has stood for over 3,000 years, lies a lesser-known structure that has intrigued researchers for its acoustic properties. Known as the Carnac Sound Temple, this area, part of the larger precinct of Amun-Re, constructed primarily during the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE, features chambers and courtyards where sound plays a mysterious role in its design. The temple complex, one of the largest religious sites in ancient Egypt, was dedicated to the god Amun-Re, and expanded by pharaohs like Hatshepsut and Ramses II over centuries. The Sound Temple refers specifically to spaces like the Hypostyle Hall and the Sacred Lake area, where ancient architects appear to have engineered acoustic effects that resonate at specific frequencies, enhancing rituals, spiritual experiences. The desert air around Carnac carries the faint scent of sun-warmed stone, the temple's ancient walls echoing with a mystery that blends sound architecture and belief. The Carnac Sound Temple's acoustic properties are most evident in the Hypostyle Hall, a forest of 134 massive columns, each over 20 meters tall, arranged in a grid that creates a vast reverberant space. The hall, constructed during the reign of Seti I and Ramses II, around 1290 BCE, features stone surfaces that reflect sound in unique ways, producing echoes and resonances that amplify low-frequency chants. In 1997, acoustician David Lubman measured the hall's reverberation time, finding it sustains sound for over 4 seconds at frequencies around 110 Hz, a range that aligns with the human voice and induces a sense of awe, trance. Smaller chambers near the sacred lake used for purification rituals also exhibit acoustic effects, with niches and alcoves that focus sound into standing waves, creating a humming sensation at specific frequencies. The temple's design, with its precise stone alignments and enclosed spaces, suggests that ancient Egyptian architects intentionally manipulated sound to enhance the spiritual experience of worshippers. A scientific examination of the Carnac Sound Temple provides insight into its acoustic engineering and cultural significance. The hypostyle hall's columns, made of sandstone and granite, are spaced to create a labyrinthine effect, where sound waves bounce between surfaces, amplifying chants and music. In 2010, a study by the University of Cambridge used computer modeling to simulate the hall's acoustics, confirming that low-frequency sounds like those produced by ancient Egyptian instruments such as the sistrum or deep vocal chants would resonate at 110 to 120 Hz, a range known to affect brain activity, inducing alpha waves associated with meditative states. The Sacred Lake area, with its smaller chambers, shows evidence of acoustic focusing stone walls carved with slight curves, concentrate sound waves, as noted in a 2015 analysis by the Acoustical Society of America. These findings suggest that the ancient Egyptians understood the principles of acoustics, using sound to deepen the spiritual impact of their rituals. The historical context of the Carnac Sound Temple offers a glimpse into its role within ancient Egyptian religion and society. The Carnac complex, a center of worship for Amun-Re, was expanded over centuries, from the Middle Kingdom circa 2000 BCE to the New Kingdom circa 1550 BCE, reflecting the growing power of the priesthood. Priests conducted daily rituals, including offerings and chants within the temple's sacred spaces, where sound played a key role in invoking the divine. In 2008, Egyptologist John Darnell proposed that the acoustic effects were intentional, designed to create a sensory experience that mirrored the voice of Amun-Re, believed to manifest through sound and light. Hieroglyphs in the Hypostyle Hall describe rituals involving the voice of the god, suggesting that priests used chants to connect with the divine, their voices amplified by the temple's architecture. The sacred lake, used for purification before ceremonies, likely hosted rituals where resonant sounds enhanced the spiritual cleansing of participants. Archaeological studies of the Carnac Sound Temple have deepened its mystery, particularly regarding the ancient Egyptians' understanding of acoustics and its spiritual implications. The temple's construction, using massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, required precise engineering, as seen in the columns' alignment and the chamber's proportions. In 2016, archaeoacoustic researcher Paul Devereaux measured sound frequencies in the Sacred Lake area, finding standing waves at 70 Hz, a frequency that can induce feelings of unease or reverence, suggesting the chambers were designed to evoke specific emotional responses. The lack of written records detailing acoustic design means we can only infer intent, though the temple's alignment with the Nile and the solstice sun, noted in a 2012 study by the University of Oxford, indicates a broader cosmological framework. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s proposing that the temple's acoustics were used for sonic levitation to move stones, a claim unsupported by evidence but fueled by the mystery of ancient Egyptian engineering. The Carnac Sound Temple's significance lies in its role as a testament to the ancient Egyptians' mastery of architecture and their integration of sensory experience into spirituality, offering a glimpse into a culture that revered sound as a bridge to the divine. The Carnac complex, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, draws millions of visitors annually, though the acoustic properties of the Sound Temple remain little known to tourists, overshadowed by the grandeur of the Hypo-style hall. In 2020, a virtual reality project by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities recreated the temple's acoustics, allowing users to experience its resonant frequencies, preserving this aspect for future study. The Nile flows steadily beyond the temple's walls, its waters reflecting the golden hues of the surrounding sandstone, the air alive with the echoes of ancient chants. Does the Carnac Sound Temple reveal a sacred acoustic design, a spiritual tool for connection, or a mystery we'll never fully solve? The stones of Carnac hum with their ancient truths, Luxor's sands whisper their timeless song. The resonant echoes of the Carnac Sound Temple fade into Egypt's sands as we journey eastward to the verdant hills of China, where hidden chambers lie beneath the earth. Discovered in 1992 near the village of Longyu, these ancient caverns defy explanation. The air grows cool with subterranean whispers as the Longyu caves unveil a mystery carved deep into the heart of history. In 1992, the quiet village of Xianbei-kun in Zhejiang Province, China, became the center of an astonishing archaeological discovery that would challenge our understanding of ancient engineering. Local farmers attempting to drain a series of ponds believed to be bottomless pumped-out water to reveal an intricate network of underground chambers carved into solid sandstone bedrock. Known as the Longyu Caves, these man-made caverns dating back over 2,000 years to around 200 BCE consist of 36 interconnected chambers spread across an area of over 30,000 square meters. Featuring vast halls, pillars, and intricate carvings, the caves exhibit a level of precision and scale that defies explanation, raising questions about their purpose and the civilization that created them. The cool air within the caves carries a damp, earthy scent, the walls whispering secrets of a forgotten past. The Longyu Caves are a marvel of ancient engineering, with chambers reaching depths of 30 meters and heights of up to 20 meters. The largest Cave 1, spans over 2,000 square meters, its ceiling supported by massive sandstone pillars carved directly from the bedrock, some standing over 10 meters tall. The walls are adorned with parallel striations, chisel marks spaced with near mathematical precision, about 2 centimeters apart, indicating the use of advanced tools and techniques. Stone bridges, staircases, and drainage channels connect the chambers, showcasing a sophisticated design that maintained structural stability and prevented flooding. In 1994, archaeologist Yang Huanyin documented the caves, noting their uniform construction and the absence of debris, suggesting the sandstone was meticulously removed, with an estimated 1 million cubic meters of rock excavated, a volume that remains unaccounted for in the surrounding area. A scientific examination of the Longyu Caves provides insight into their construction and the challenges of their creation. The sandstone bedrock, while relatively soft, required precise tools, likely bronze or iron chisels, to achieve the smooth, even surfaces observed. In 2003, a geological survey by the Zhejiang University analyzed the rock's composition, finding it to be a fine-grained sandstone with high silica content, which allowed for detailed carving, but would have been labor-intensive to excavate. The cave's stability, maintained over 2 millennia, is due to the natural strength of the sandstone, and the architect's understanding of load distribution. Pillars are strategically placed to support the ceiling, preventing collapse. Radiocarbon dating of organic material found in the caves, such as charcoal from ancient torches, conducted in 2009 by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, places their construction around 200 BCE, aligning them with the late Warring States period or early Han Dynasty, though no historical records mention their existence. The archaeological context of the Longyu Caves offers clues to their purpose, and the society that built them, though much, remains speculative. The cave's location in Zhejiang, a region known for its fertile lands and strategic trade routes during the Han Dynasty, suggests they were created by a well-organized society with access to significant resources. In 2011, archaeologist Li Qing proposed that the caves served as an underground storage facility for grain or military supplies their depth, providing protection from invaders and the elements. However, the absence of grain residues or artifacts like weapons challenges this theory. The presence of decorative carvings such as fish birds and geometric patterns on the walls hints at a ceremonial or spiritual function, as noted in a 2015 study by the Institute of Archaeology in Beijing. Local legends speak of the caves as a palace of the gods, though this likely reflects later folklore rather than historical fact. Scientific studies of the Longyu caves have deepened their mystery, particularly regarding their purpose and the lack of historical documentation. The caves' scale, requiring an estimated 100,000 man-hours to excavate, suggests a large coordinated workforce, possibly under imperial command, yet no Han Dynasty records mention such a project. In 2017, a geophysical survey by the China University of Geosciences used ground-penetrating radar to map the cave's extent, discovering additional unexcavated chambers, suggesting the complex may be even larger than previously thought. The precision of the chisel marks consistent across all 36 caves indicates a standardized construction technique, possibly overseen by a central authority. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 2000s proposing the caves were a refuge for an ancient civilization fleeing a cataclysm or even a landing site for extraterrestrial beings, though no evidence supports these claims. The ceremonial hypothesis, backed by the carvings and the cave's isolated location, remains a compelling possibility, though their true purpose eludes us. The Longyu Caves' significance lies in their testament to the ingenuity and ambition of an ancient society, offering a glimpse into a culture capable of monumental engineering feats. The caves, now a protected site under the Chinese government and a UNESCO tentative list candidate since 2017, draw researchers and tourists, though their remote location and structural fragility limit access. In 2020, a preservation project by the Zhejiang Provincial Institute of Cultural Relics installed lighting and walkways in cave, one allowing limited public visits while protecting the site from further erosion. The surrounding hills of Longyu rise under a gray sky, their slopes dotted with bamboo groves, the caves hidden beneath the earth like a labyrinth of time. Do the Longyu Caves mark a sacred sanctuary, a forgotten storehouse, or a mystery we'll never fully solve? The sandstone walls hum with their ancient truths. Zhejiang's hills guard their secrets in eternal silence. As we step back from the shadowy depths of the Longyu Caves, our journey through these 50 ancient mysteries draws to a close, leaving echoes of the past reverberating in our minds. From the haunting skeletons of Rupkund Lake to the resonant chambers of Carnac, we've traversed continents and millennia, uncovering secrets that defy explanation. Each artifact, each site tells a story of forgotten cultures, lost technologies, and the boundless curiosity of those who came before us. Yet for every answer we've glimpsed, countless questions remain etched into stone, bone, and earth, waiting for future minds to unravel. The Plain of Jars stands silent in Laos, the Cockno Stone sleeps beneath Scotland's soil, and the Star Child skull whispers from Mexico's canyons, each a testament to the mysteries that endure. What truths lie hidden in these ancient relics? Are they keys to lost worlds or puzzles we'll never solve? As the sands of time continue to shift, we invite you to ponder these enigmas, to share your thoughts, and to join us in the endless quest for answers. Until our next adventure, let the whispers of history linger. The past holds its secrets close.